how we can do here. This is pretty much charged, so let me switch this over here. Yep, I think we up. Hey guys, what's up? It's your boy Talk Williams, hosting Creator Hip Hop 50th. And yes, it is the wee hours of the morning, early Sunday morning on this wonderful, I'm peeping around the camera so I can tell you the date, November the 9th, 2025. That's right, guys. The year is at an end. You know, when you're OG like me, you don't even really look at the calendar. That's how I had to bend my neck and peep around the camera to see it. But the bottom line is, as I've gotten older in life and I come to appreciate things, my calendar years are typically identified by major holidays, events, sometimes, unfortunately, passings of people or different things like that. But for the most part, great things, graduations, marriages, sometimes divorces. But the point of it is, I want to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody, whenever you might be watching this. I'm actually recording this piece on my local PC as well as streaming live because I try to get a couple things out of this. I try to get, later on, extract the audio to use for my podcast that's up and coming, which is all audio, right? And at the same time, create some good content and get some engagement from you guys. That's right. I just got to pop up on my phone. Let me see if my live is actually running and make sure I got some sound. Oh, I got some sound. That's cool. That's cool. And again, guys, I apologize for that. But as you can see in the description of this live, which I have to go, you know, I'm working the whole studio. I'm the audio guy. I'm the content creator. I'm the host. I'm the light guy. It's crazy, right? And, but don't worry about it, all right? As you can see in the title, it says the paradigm shift. Paradigm, like a pair of dimes. Yeah, paradigm shift of AI. So we're talking about the rethinking and the remodeling of how we learn, how we earn, how we teach, several things and more. And that's what this is about. Eventually, I want to do a series and I want to, you know, invite people to weigh in and give their thoughts and opinions on this, to opine, as they say, OPINE. Just the idea of it. But when we talk about a paradigm shift, what is a paradigm? Just having some basic understanding of that. Well, without getting real heavy into it, a paradigm is a psychology term. It's a psychological concept. It's this thing. Well, the way I understand it, and that's what I like to be clear about when I'm talking to people. The way I understand a paradigm is an accepted way, an accepted model, accepted, not acceptive, TIVE, accepted, accept, ED. So I apologize for that. It's an accepted way of thinking about a particular thing. That's pretty much what it is. So if you think about the paradigm of sunrise and sunset, okay? That idea is not literal. The sunrise and the sunset, it's almost like I ain't gonna say an oxymoron, but it's a paradox almost. It's a contradictory. In the world of physics, it's not even true. And we all running around here know it. We know that the sun does not rise in the literal sense. The sun is where it is. The sunrise or the sunset is relative to what? The Earth's movement, the Earth's rotation, the angle of the light. So the experience for us as human beings is it looks like at the predicted time, and the sun and God and the creator and the science and the mathematics is never late, it always delivers, that when I go down to the lake, especially when it's nice outside, and I want to experience the sunrise and get that fresh hit of vitamin D from that, it comes right above the water line at that particular time of Lake Michigan. and I enjoy it. And I go live and I tell people, hey, I'm out here with the sunrise. We know the sun isn't rising, but the current paradigm, the model, the thinking, the accepted way is the paradigm itself. That's just what it is. Well, we can identify paradigms all day long. A paradigm, not to be confused with a fact, not to be confused with the truth, because the truth of it is the sun does not rise no day of the year, and the sun does not set no day of the year in the world of physics. So, paradigm, that model, that thinking, that acceptance, it's just what it is. Cool. Let's talk about AI. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. Let's talk about OpenAI, the company Sam Altman's ChatGPT. That's everybody has it everywhere. I hear people talking about it. When I first started using it 2 years ago, I was telling everybody about it. Get ChatGPT, put it on your phone. Do you use it? And of course, me, coming from urban America, mostly black people, poor like myself, from the hood, that's been facing and dealing with institutional challenges and systemic barriers and over-policing and outright abuse and violation of their civil and human rights through generations of their family. So many of them say, oh, that's some government shit. That's some Machiavelli. That's some, you belong to the, whatever this. And then I had to sit back and try not to show my sociopathic tendencies and just exact my empathy and say, yeah, man, it's government shit. Oh, it's the white man. Yeah, man, you right, man. Don't put it on your phone. Don't use it. And then I see them months later, and they tell me about ChatGPT. And they tell me, man, I was watching this white dude on YouTube, and this white woman. These are the same. When I said it, it was white people shit. It was a conspiracy theory. It's government shit. It's made up. It's the Illuminati and all that. It's amazing, man. It happens right in your face. And so what I do, what I had to learn to do, what I've learned to do over the years, over the decades, I sit there and play like I never mentioned it to the person. I sit there and let the person sit there and tell it to me after I told it to them. And I say, man, that's great. Because my goal is to expose them to it. I really don't care if they give me the credit. It's just that I can't erase the memory that they knew nothing about it when I brought it to them, because I was just sharing my excitement. So it's nothing. That's neither here nor there. And I know I'm wondering, and you guys are probably saying, all right, what the hell is you talking about? Because you ain't saying nothing. Well, let me explain to you what's going on. It is 4:42 Chicago time. So my mind is woke, but at the same time is wandering a little bit. And I'll give you, and I'm going to jump into the subject matter, right? But there's no timer. There's no you got to do it or any of that, okay? Oh, I do see a comment, though, and I do like it. I do read the comments, especially when it's more than 2 or 3 lines, even though a lot of the comments in the chats, they're very terse and concise, and I love that, you know. But the ones that are more than 2-liners or 5-worders, they catch my attention. So here's one from Joseph. I don't know if it's L2IT or whatever that is. L2I4. I'm going to just say Joseph. First of all, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you at, Joseph. Joseph says, we are in serious trouble as species. AI is going to be like the Terminator. The machines will find us obsolete. I'm going to Christ the second I know it's here. Damn. You know what? I'm going to say this to you, Joseph. In my younger age, in my younger stage, I would be like, this guy, Joseph, is tripping. I would never no longer say the comments such as yourself is tripping. Like, no. Because I've lived long enough all the way back to the days of Star Trek. When the captain and them, you guys probably too young to even remember what Star Trek is, but there was a TV show out at one time before there was internet, before there was fax machines, before there was email, before there was Google, before there was MySpace, before there was Yahoo, before there was Netscape, before there was a whole gang of that stuff. And they had these phones, if you remember Nextel phones. But on the spaceship, they would flip it up. They would take this phone or this device that they had, and the captain, Captain Kirk or Spock or whoever the talent, the personalities, the actors was, they would pull this device off their hook, their hip. It would be in their clip. And they would pull it, and you would hear it snap off the clip, and they would flip this half of the face of the device up. And they would say, Kirk, are you there? And then they could close it. So when they opened it, it was on speaker, and they could talk into it. And that was in the 60s or the 70s or whatever that was in. And later on, Nextel, telecommunications, the phone company, they had that exact device that you could flip. And what I'm getting at is everything that we have seen, for the most part, in movies and cartoons and different things like that, prior to them existing, being the creative or the imagination or the expression of it through some book, through some comic book, through some movie, through Marvel or whatever, has come to fruition. So that's why I pinned Joseph's comment. Pat 12ASIT3 says, no one wants their jobs properly. Huh? Oh, no one wants to do. So, Pat, did you mean, or PA? I'm going to say PA 12, because it's not Pat, I apologize. So, PA 12, are you saying no one wants to do their job properly? AI should take everyone's job. Hey, listen. Hey, that's one way of looking at it, right? I mean, that's one way of looking at it. But no, you good on that. You good on that, because this is an argument that can be made. Like, this is a thought right here that's legit. And the reason why I say that thought is legit is because there's, and I'm gonna play the clip, okay? Amazon was demonstrating a couple weeks ago at some conference. I think it was over in Europe somewhere. But Amazon was demonstrating their new fulfillment center, how they're building out the fulfillment centers now, the new ones to come. I know they already have new ones, but they're talking about new. So this is like a couple weeks ago, they're over in Europe. I think they're doing some world tour at different conferences or whatever, and they're demonstrating their new fulfillment centers, okay, to the investors. Okay, that's just what it is. And they asked the gentleman, I think it was either Bloomberg or Yahoo or one of the talents or personalities, the media personalities that do the sit downs and interviews with these people. They asked them, they said, well, okay, you got these robots and different things like that, and well, you know what's going on. And the gentleman said this, PA 12. This is what Amazon's representative said that was over there showing this to the investors, right? He said, Amazon aims to get rid of, to eliminate 3 things. Menial tasks, MENIAL, task. Mundane task, MUNDANE, task. And repetitive task. Yeah. He said it. I ain't say it. I'm not even paraphrasing. I'm quoting other than he didn't spell the words out. He says that's what it aims to do. The new fulfillment centers for Amazon, I refer to them as warehouses, right? But I guess technically they're called fulfillment centers. So when I'm talking to somebody, the younger adults, the younger kids, summer jobs in between semesters, young adults, and they say, yeah, I work at the fulfillment center in such and such. And I'm like, damn, the fulfillment center. Oh, I thought you said you work for Amazon. And they say, I do work for Amazon. I work at the fulfillment center. And I'm a little baffled because I just always refer to it as a warehouse where you just, you do the packages, you sort it out, you put it on trucks. But it's called the fulfillment center, which I understand. But that's what Amazon said that they aim to do. This is what they're telling their investors. We aim, their shareholders, we aim, their board of directors, we aim to get rid of the menial. And we all know menial, M-E-N-I-A-L, means tasks and duties that we pay people to do that didn't require a college degree, don't require a particular training certification, and it's typically tasks that expose that particular worker to a hazardous environment or some type of uncomfortable conditioning or something like that. Meaning they have to bend down and get the piece of trash or the clip or something that there's no automation for yet. And you need a human being that can bend down and reach and almost get it if somebody pushed their back elbow and menial task. Menial. They want to eliminate that. That's the goal of the why of the robot builds. This is what engineers are thinking about. This is what the developers are writing. They want to get rid of mundane. What's mundane? Mundane is nothing special about what you do. Sure, you may have a college degree. Sure, we trained you on it. Sure, we have this certification you get every 90 days or every 180 days or something. They make them up as they go. But it's still mundane. And typically when I think about the term mundane, I think about the other word when I was reading some books or some literature in the past where they say, oh, it's esoteric. Oh, it's mundane. So I usually associate mundane on the side of ordinary, esoteric being more attentive, being more fluent, being more attuned and dialed in to whatever that is. So they say they want to eliminate the mundane. And then they say they want to eliminate the repetitive. Like that's just like an obvious thing. So the question is, who are they talking about when they're saying they are designing the Amazon fulfillment centers with the AI, with the algorithms, with the automation, with the robots to eliminate three things: the menial, the mundane, and repetitive. They're talking about the human beings. That's what they're talking about. Okay? So there's this, I know I don't want to get stuck on just the employment, just on the job, but it does speak to part of this title, the paradigm shift of AI, rethinking and remodeling how we learn, how we earn, how we teach. It's all of that. It's a bundle of all that. It's the what is it called? A menagerie, or what is it called when a collage when it's all overstepping each other, right? I mean, I'm sitting here with 3 books just to let you know how crazy my mind works sometimes. An hour or so ago, I probably read 2 pages from William James's. This is William James, The Meaning of Truth. Okay, we know it's 100 authors, 1,000 books called The Meaning of Truth. This is just William James' version, but I was, reading some pages out of the Humanism and Truth. So I was reading that, and then my man right here, Daniel H. Pink, Drive, and he talks about what drives us. What is it? What is it that drives us, right? And I was just going through here, touching on some different things like that, different elements and attributes, and just the idea of, how do we deal with motivation? How do we create through motivation? How long does motivation last? Why is motivation like a B12 shot? Or is it just a dose of dopamine for the moment and then it quickly fades like a bruise or something like that? But, just toying with the mind. And then, of course, coming back to reality, I was reading some of my man Chase Hill's The Toxic Mind. So I know that's crazy. I have The Meaning of Truth, right? The Toxic Mind, and Drive. Now, if this was food, I would call it a balanced diet. Okay? I got the drive, that's my meats. I'm getting all my energy. The meaning, the truth, probably my veggies, the green stuff, some color on the plate, and then, of course, the sugar, the stuff I shouldn't be eating, the rush of glucose and insulin being produced, the toxic minds, which I would call a balanced meal. And I had that an hour or so ago with my mind. That's why I'm jumping all around the place, because I feel smart and attentive for about 15 minutes. But back to the subject. Let me read some of the comments. Oh, PA12 seems to be in it. As a business owner, it makes more sense to get robots to do the jobs. Robots don't need days off, don't need insurance cover, don't need to be talking about work. Man, that comment there, I would agree. I cannot disagree. This is, my mind won't let me say, no, man, we need people that can call in sick. We need people to take off and have mental health days. We need people that do repetitive things that get it wrong every other time they do it, or every 10th time they do it, every 20th time they do it. We need people that can sue us for sexual harassment, can sue us because they don't like the way the boss said something, can sue us because the lunch break room is not big enough, or they can't smoke right outside. No, PA12, I'm arguing against you. I'm pushing back. I can't push back. Now, there is this humanistic side to it, like the human being side. But from a strictly business side, I'm all in with that comment. Make no doubt about it. So to me, there should be, if it isn't, a paradigm shift, a remodeling, a rethinking. If you have young kids, if you have young adults, and they're in school, you might be rethinking now. How are they learning? What is that school teaching? Yesterday's teacher ain't today's teacher no more. It's just what it is. In other words, if you think about bell curve being what? A standard deviation or a normal distribution of things happening. So usually when you think about bell curve, there's this hump, and that top ending parabola represents about 68% of things occurring, okay, when we think about bell curve. And then you got from 68%, you got 32% left. So let's say 16% outlier on the far left, 16% outlier on the far right. But for the most part, under normal distribution or standard deviation or whatever, 68% of what typically occurs in that bell curve. And that's generally the aim of things, of models and build outs and infrastructures. If we can capture 68% or whatever, we Gucci, we good. Well, the way teaching is done under that, it's got to shift. It's got to change. Because this idea now, with the advent of AI, the tools available and other things like that, and I'm going to let this clip play from one of Google's technologists, Ben Gomez, I think that's his name, or Gomes. I'm thinking it's Gomez because it's Gomes, but I don't know. You guys can correct me. And he talks about it in his book, Freakonomics. And his thing is, and I totally agree, if you have 5th graders or 3rd graders or 8th graders, you cannot no longer make everybody in the 8th grade in that class. You can't apply a bell curve to it no more. You have to allow a different paradigm, a different model, a reshaping, a rethinking, a remodeling of that classroom as well as the curriculum. It has to be fluid. You have to allow the child that's sitting right next to me to go off and go deeper and tangent when the reward system or the way it's going to be gamified merits it. There should be some immediate meritocracy beyond if you finish your tests early, more than the rest of the class, you have 50 minutes, just don't disturb nobody and remain quietly in your seat. But I suggest that you study more. That's over with. That's over with. Because essentially what you was doing with the kids who were brighter and more aggressive in their thinking and had that creativeness and had that imagination, you was slowing them down. You was stunting their growth. You was saying, wait until bell curve catch up to you. Wait, even though you on that outlier to the right, that 16% or 17% over there, wait until the normal distribution, the mediocrity, the average group catches up to you before you move on. That wasn't fair. It was nothing that could be done about it. It might have been the best game at the time. It was a great model at the time. It whatever. But there needs to be, and there is a paradigm shift now, where now the tools are there, the resources are there, the infrastructure is there, the bandwidth is available, that they can draw down and go as far as they want. That's why yesterday's teacher can no longer be today's teacher. All right, let me let this piece play right here. And this is the guy, like I said, this is one of Google's technologists, Freakonomics. And let's just listen to him as I try to calm down a little bit. Let's check this out.
How do I get an AI tutor in every kid's ear? How is there not a stampede to get kids equipped with those tools?
So, Stephen, I've been a huge fan of your books for a long time.
Thank you.
Freakonomics and Super Freakonomics. And they showed the power of data to upend conventional wisdom. And now you're interested in education. And do you think there's a lot of need to upend conventional wisdom in education?
Oh, my God. I mean, I think we've layered, for hundreds of years, we've layered little changes on top of what already existed. And I feel like we've just so lost sight of the objective, which is to create a new generation of people who are well-adjusted and curious and excited about the world. It's an incredibly hard problem, and I'm not sure I have any of the answers, but I think we want something different from our education system.
So I think in the past, people studied something that was going to hold them for all their lives. And now technology is changing much more rapidly. So there's a need to adapt to technology. And do you think that changes also, it seems like that changes sort of fundamentally how education needs to work to create those skills to adapt?
Yeah, I'm stealing it from one of my podcast guests. I can't remember which one it was, but he talked about just-in-case learning, which is what we do now. Like, I'm going to teach you about calculus or about geometry or chemistry or Shakespeare, whatever it is, just in case some moment in your life, 20 years from now, you're going to say, oh my God, I need to know a right triangle. I need to make some calculation about it. Versus just-in-time learning, which is something which actually makes sense. So you and I have both at various points in our life faced problems where we didn't know what the answers were and we didn't have the right tools. And what I do, and I assume you do, is say, well, I got to go learn those tools. And I was equipped to be able to learn those tools. So I think you're right. In a world in which you do not know what you'll be doing 5 years from now or 20 years from now, and a world in which so much knowledge is now at our fingertips, cramming your head full of facts and formulas is not the answer to managing the future. It's not even, it's self-evident that it's not the answer. But it's hard for the system to catch up, in part because the system is built on evaluation, right, of giving grades. And as an educator teaching at the University of Chicago, look, I'm the worst offender in the world. I need to somehow give some kids A's and some kids B's. And the easiest way to do that is to teach them things that don't matter in ways that are somewhat hard and overcomplicated so that I have a way to separate them out. And it's terrible, and I'm embarrassed about it, but it's what I do in my everyday life.
I think students would be lucky to have you as a professor because you're a very engaging storyteller, but also your ability to convey complex concepts. And one of the things I've been thinking about in the context of AI, right, is how do you bring that, how do you help students get to those fundamental ideas in any of these disciplines through a process of interacting with AI or AI providing other tools that do that. And, we've got this experiment called LearnLM, which is trying to solve the basic problems of tutoring because, there's a lot of evidence that, tutoring can actually help improve outcomes dramatically, right? Yeah. But tutoring with a human has certain properties. The AIs can be very sycophantic. They can tell you you're right when you're not right and things of that sort. And so we have been tuning this LLM to actually be better about those characteristics that we know are true of tutors. So you're starting the school, so you're thinking about this also from the perspective of kids at K through 12. So how are you thinking about that? Are you thinking about toolkits of that sort for the students to learn? Are you thinking about a conventional curriculum?
The crux of our whole school is that by using technology, bespoke, teaching the kids at the level they are, and being able to react to what they know and don't know, and so letting them skip the stuff they already know, letting them learn twice, essentially mastery learning, enabled by technology. Yeah. That is such a better way of teaching kids that our whole model is based on the idea that the stuff that they're going to test on the SAT or the ACT, like we can teach that to kids in about 1/4 of the time that it currently takes, just because there is a better way of teaching that. What I think is much harder to think about, well, now that I've freed up that time in the day, so I've got, say, 6 hours a day, that I'm not warehousing kids and using awful old 1800s technologies trying to get them to learn things about triangles. What am I going to do with them? That's actually the part that I'm really nervous about, because am I actually going to be able to deliver them a curriculum that is exciting and engaging?
Are there particular things that you see there that have been very effective?
I mean, already I think AI tutors, they are, as good as a run-of-the-mill human tutor. Probably, it won't be long. But to me, if I ran, the California Department of Education, my thought would be, how do I get an AI tutor in every kid's ear? Because if you told me suddenly I had a grant for, $17 billion that would put, a full-time tutor for every kid, I would take it in a second. How is there not a stampede to get kids equipped with those tools? But I don't think there is.
AI can act as a tutor, but I also believe there is the role of the human in motivating and how people interact with the technology, the teacher, the student, and so on is being evolved. I feel like we are currently in an era of evolution. Mm-hmm. A new technology has come in, and that technology itself is evolving rapidly. And there are long-established institutions that are trying to figure out how to use that technology best. And we are trying to work with teachers and so on, right, in school systems to help them and for them to inform us too of what's working and what's not. Yeah. Humans are still pretty fundamental. Like, humans learn because of humans. How are you thinking of the humans in the loop in your school?
So in our school, what we're trying to do is take teachers and turn them into cheerleaders and guides, people who are helping the kids understand who they are and who they become, and trying to get rid of obstacles that are keeping kids from doing that, which I think many people go into teaching imagining that's what they do, but then the reality takes it away.
I remember I had a history teacher in school, very inspirational, he was a Jesuit priest, and he would set up history as like, here's a situation, here are the parties, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah. Now, there's no way for us to actually know that, but the discussion kept us engaged in a way that I'd never been engaged with history before. Otherwise, it was years and dimensions of temples and numbers and dates and stuff like that, and like one king after another, right? But and so this suddenly turned into something about like human beings and how they interact and so on, right? So I think it leaves you that space, but you also needed something of like what actually happened in history. Yeah. So that balance seems to be something that seems important, no?
Yes. And so I do think, yeah, we would benefit a lot from a system in which teachers felt free to be more themselves and didn't feel this pressure where like I've got to bomb through these 4 topics today because the state standards have 472 topics. And so I have to click off these 472 boxes. And if I don't, someone's gonna be mad at me. Like, I think I totally understand why people respond to those incentives. I think those are the wrong incentives. Honestly, I think what we're asking teachers to do at our school is to connect with kids. I mean, in part what that history professor you're talking about did, who changed the way you thought about history, was gave you the freedom to actually start to be creative and to think in a history context instead of feeling like your only job is to memorize and regurgitate.
Yeah, and I think about one of the reasons I'm working on learning at Google is things like YouTube and Search and Gemini and even like Google Arts and Culture. And people come to those tools because they want to, not because they have to, right? So the creators on YouTube I find like really inspiring. There's so much I've learned from them. And, they don't succeed unless people want to come to that education. And they learn in a somewhat different way in that want to, rather than have to. But it feels like there are these 2 components of education, and hopefully the want to can become larger in this process using some of these tools of AI, and the have to can become more efficient and effective, right? So it seems like that's part of what you're trying to achieve in the school.
In my own classroom, I'm not excited at all. I feel like I'm part of the past in my own classroom. But here, trying to create this, it really feels like being part of the future. So I hope we have a conversation 2, 5, 10 years from now, in which we can both say that we spent our time well and it was fun and we've created amazing things for the world.
Yeah,
That's crazy. I think that's cool. I think that is needed, and I'm glad that conversation is happening, especially from someone that is a Google chief technologist and is actually focused on the educational system, the curriculum, and different things like that. I'm not agreeing 100% that it should be the way that he's saying it. I'm not saying his way is the gospel. That's it. That's where we going. That's where we at. But as a collective, the paradigm shift, the remodeling, the rethinking, it has to happen. It is happening, but it's so necessary. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I see it. He used examples that I've heard other people say, and I've actually expressed myself. I remember in early years in school, I was getting in trouble because I wouldn't do certain things for homework. I wouldn't do certain assignments, even in the class. For some reason, at some point in school, and this is just the model at the time, this was the accepted thinking, this was the practice, it was the paradigm. They felt like writing the planets down in the order that they were from the sun in our solar system was the way to go. I don't know if that was called rote, ROTE, where it was just a repetitive organization of writing things down, even with understanding the what number a president was, who was the first president, and some people knew the presidents all the way going back or however that order was. But there was a whole lot of emulating, let's say that, human beings as data repositories. And that was just a widespread model and application at the time. It just was. And it still is in many ways. But there's a paradigm shift taking place. And the cool part of it is that it's not coming from the top on down. Because of the advent, because of technology, the bandwidth, the smart devices, the access, the democratization of the internet, not democratization as a political side or front that you on. No, democratizing, basically making available, allowing everyone to get to it, some parity of the technology that put people in a position where it doesn't matter what the school says. The students, the parents, the friends, the family, we're going to be using and playing with these tools anyway, because you guys have to go through bureaucracy, whatever. You have to get approval. You have to get a plan. No, the paradigm shift is here. The idea that professors, associate professors, teachers were picking a book, right? Let's say they want to teach about, I don't know, social behavior or something in a social science class, social studies class, whatever it's called, right? And they pick this book. You know, this is the book for the whole semester. And it's for 10 classes or the whole grade. School start in September or August. We're going to go through this book. And then we're going to start a new book in January. You stuck with it. You stuck with it. The school system approved it. The professor picked it, whatever. Listen, here's an idea of that shift. Still pick your books, professors. Still pick your books, teachers. Still approve those books. Still approve the curriculum. Still approve the syllabus. Nobody is saying not to do that. But there has to be some level of fluidness. You have to allow that we are selecting the book to start the semester, but individual students will not be restricted to that book. They will not be restricted to that syllabus. They will not be restricted to the timeline to learn it or to go other places and use different tools and resources, so that if they're on their game doing what they do, they can get it. And the ones that might be struggling, just not getting it, there's some fluid, we're going to be fluid with them also. There's going to be additional tools and other resources for them. You should not be stuck with the teacher. You should not be stuck with the book in and of itself, but we do need a starting point. That's the idea. I'm just idealizing it, ideation, whatever you want to call it. But this current paradigm, this is the book, this is a famous author, he's won 3 Oscar-winning and 2 Nobel Peace Prize. So what? So what? You know, I remember my father telling me and my brothers one time, you know, we late going to school. You know, we just late going to school. And he says, you know, you be late going to school. When me and your uncles was growing up, we had to walk a mile, like 3/4 of a mile to get to school. And so we had to get up extra early and we had to walk. And if it was raining, we had to deal with the weather. And I said to my father, I mean, I didn't say it to him. I'm telling you what I thought. So I said it in thinking. There wasn't a SUV as well as a car sitting in the driveway. Y'all didn't get up and walk past 2 vehicles coming out the house that belonged to our family and walk 3/4 of a mile. That was my thinking. In other words, what he was saying don't apply today. That's all I was thinking. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. So, you know how they say it. Yesterday's price ain't today's price. Yesterday's teaching, yesterday's resources, yesterday's tools ain't today's tools. I am so happy that nobody has to sit around and wait to get approval to use the tools. To get approval. You're going to have school systems years behind. These kids, these students or whatever, they're using this stuff, and they should. Because now, the way it's set up, they got to wait. They got to get approval. It's got to be passed. It's got to be this. And then they're going to sit there and tell the kids, don't do this. This not accepted, whatever. Well, what about plagiarism? Plagiarism been going on since people been doing assignments. Just come up with the new policies for plagiarism. Come up with the tools you're going to use to identify plagiarism. Come up with the percentage that's going to be allowed, redefine what plagiarism is, and so forth and so forth. What about cheating with AI? Cheating been around before AI. Cheating was around before the internet. Cheating was around before email. Cheating was around before fax machines. Cheating was around before telegrams. Cheating was around before Morse code. Just stop all this, what about this, what about that? Anything you come up with was around before this. Yeah, but what? But what? That's part of the issue. We spend so much time telling these kids and young adults, don't do this. No, you can't do this. Don't do this. No, you can't do this. And then when they graduate, we say, now go off into the world and be creative and imaginative and leave the world a better place than what it was when you got it. How can you? You done sucked all the damn creativity and imagination out of me because you've been training me on no. And you've been training me on dope. And you've been training me on weight. And you've been training me on you thinking too fast. And you've been training me on wait for the rest of the class because they're mediocre. And you've been training me on wait until this is passed as a law. That's all I'm saying. The paradigm shift. Now here's a school. Check this out. Check this out. I like this. This is pretty cool right here. Young people.
A school in Texas is using AI to teach the 3 R's. No more one-size-fits-all lessons. Janet Shamlian has tonight's Eye on America.
They're pioneering education's new frontier. Every click, every keystroke at Austin's Alpha School is guided by artificial intelligence.
So right now is considered core skills time.
Students like 8-year-old Alina Boyce spend only 2 hours in the morning on science, math, and reading, working at their own speed using personalized AI-driven software.
Right now, at my age level, I'm supposed to be 4th grade.
Okay.
But science, I'm on like 6th, 7th grade.
You are?
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see if you can slingshot this.
Adults in the classroom are called guides, not teachers, and earn 6-figure salaries. Their job is to encourage and motivate.
Can an algorithm replace the expertise of someone like yourself?
I don't think it's replacing. I think it's just working in tandem.
Afternoons are different. Students tackle projects teaching financial literacy and public speaking. Life skills, founder Mackenzie Price says, are invaluable.
What advantage does the learning that you're employing here have over traditional schools?
There is such a huge advantage when students can be met at the level and pace of learning that is right for them.
Price was not an educator before starting the school in 2014. There are now 16 campuses and big backers. The
A laptop. What about the importance of an educator in a child's life?
So our guides are not teaching academic content, but they are connecting. In fact, every week, every one of our students gets 30 minutes of one-on-one concentrated time with their guides. And during the workshops in the afternoons, they are connecting and interacting in a group experience.
That progress isn't cheap. Tuition at Austin's Alpha School starts at $40,000 a year.
How is this applicable to standard education?
We recognize that there is a huge mountain of challenges that come in a large public system. So what I hope that Alpha can be is an example, an inspiration, and help families understand that this model of education is something that can work.
While the school says its students test in the top 1% on standardized assessments, AI models have been met with skepticism by educators who say they're unproven. Though there's no disputing students like Smith Adrian are engaged.
So far, you think what?
Amazing.
Reshaping learning with artificial intelligence at the head of the class. For Eye on America, I'm Janet Shamlian in Austin.
As an individual, don't have a 10-year plan. No one knows what the jobs are going to be in 10 years. Entry-level workers, new grads, they are dealing with what I call a sort of perfect storm. You have all the uncertainty in the macroeconomic environment, but you also have the beginnings of disruption from AI in entry-level work, going after entry-level tasks. And that's all leading to unemployment for young people and new grads being higher than national averages. Gen Z is feeling the most pessimistic about their futures than any other age group. We're going from static career paths that can be confining for a lot of people to dynamic career paths that are going to be exciting for a lot of people. It's sort of Charles Dickens' the best of times and the worst of times, because I really do think as AI plays out, at the other end of it is going to be more options for people as they build careers. And I think better work for humans at work. So,
yeah, I'm going to jump in there because there was a comment that I just penned made by Fearless L1T3R. And Fearless, like I said, thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. But I do want to read this comment. Let me click on it because. So Fearless says, AI allows people to triangulate the correct answer in seconds instead of taking 30 minutes to correlate several tangent points. Absolutely. So in plain English, like in layman's terms, what is the goal when you're teaching? What is the goal? You know, are you teaching me? So an example would be, you know, the triangulation, zeroing in seconds, to echo what Fearless is saying. When I'm stuck on a problem and I'm stuck on an issue or some information, if I'm a student, I'm 7th grade, 3rd grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, first year in college with some student, the person sitting next to me in the class to my left and the individual sitting next to me in my class to my right, if all three of us are stuck at that same junction point, that same point of reference on a particular problem, it might be in a general way that the teacher can provide a solution, and the teacher will, typically. This is the old and current model. That's not as an effective way of doing it. This is where guides come in. This is where tools come in. This is where the resources and the AI come in. You know why? All three of us might be getting stuck at the same point about a particular problem, but if you talk to the individual student, they're misunderstanding the academic challenge, the thought of why they stuck, totally different. Totally different. The one to my right is over here, might not agree with the math. They might be stuck because they're challenging the math based on their understanding of maybe some formula or some theorem or some postulate in math. They're using that to test it against that problem. And right there at that point, it don't make sense to them. So they need to wive that. I'm stuck because I don't understand what I'm reading. It really doesn't have anything to do with me challenging the mathematics of it. I just don't know what I'm reading. But we're stuck at the same point. The one to my left, they ain't studied enough in the prerequisite to understand how to deal with polynomials because they missed the classes on nomials. They don't even understand how to dissect one term, like coefficients and the constants and the variables. So they're missing prerequisites. They're just missing that. Maybe they was out sick. Maybe they just didn't do their homework. I don't understand the English of it. I'm having an English problem. It's really not math. And the one to my right, again, he's advanced in his thinking. He's challenging it. But the teacher will get up there and what? Give a general answer that might apply and free or liberate the problem we're having for not all three of us, but maybe one of us if lucky. Now, where does the AI tool come in? Where does the OpenAI's ChatGPT or the Anthropic's Claude or the Google's Gemini come in for us as individual students stuck at the same point of the same problem in math? We get to articulate and express to that tool, or as you saw in that clip, to the guide, why we're stuck, what our thinking is, what's troubling me about understanding or getting it. We can't do that with the teacher. We can't. And now all three of us can use the same tool or different tools made available to us, can have the same guide or different guide made available to us to take our thinking about our issue on the exact same problem and then learn and liberate and be progressive and move forward. That's some of the benefits. A lot of students go through school blindly, getting passed from grade to grade. Why? Because they're what? Because they're respectful. They're nice to the teacher. They don't cause a disturbance. They will fudge that student to the next grade every time. If you take another child with the same academic challenges that are disrespectful, disturbing they might put them forward too, but a lot of times they fail them. So that paradigm shift, that rethinking, that remodeling, like this school, the clip I just played, they have guides that talk to the students, and the guides give the students direction to AI tools or some automation or some other framework that's made available to them that they can express and articulate their challenges and get the feedback from them. The teacher ain't the know-it-all. We been knew that though. Like, what student don't know that sometimes the teacher is just at their wits' end, or they haven't had enough experience in life, or they just talking about it and they're not doers, or they just haven't been taught, but yet they the teacher. They didn't select the best book for that curriculum, but yet they the teacher, and you stuck with it. So this force feeding of the professor, of the curriculum, of the literature we're going to use and the resources, that it has to be remodeled. It has to be reshaped. There has to be new thinking, the paradigm shift. A new acceptance, the paradigm shift. Think about the planet Pluto. Remember, if you're young enough and you was in school, Pluto, Pluto, was a planet. And if you didn't write Pluto down, you didn't say all the planets in our solar system. At some point, Pluto got voted out as a planet. It's no longer a planet. So I grew up, it's 9 planets. Somebody else grew up, it's 8 planets. Me and my granddaughter talk about planets. She argues with me that I don't know what a planet is. Paradigm shift. Rethinking, remodeling. Pluto no longer met the definition of a planet. It was voted out as a planet. 10 years from now, paradigm shift, rethinking, remodeling in astronomy when it comes to identifying planets, and Pluto could be right back in there as a planet. Here go the crazy part. Anytime we ready, the world of astronomy, the world of physics can come together, and all of a sudden we got 35 goddamn planets instead of the current 8. So this paradigm shift has little to do with fact. It has little to do with truth. It's just the model. It's the framework. It's the accepted wiring. And AI is forcing a paradigm shift, all the way from teachers to students to grants, all of it. Employers, all of it. If you think about the employment side, the job side of it, the business owners, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're doing it and going to do it. And it's not like they're sending an email to the school saying, don't send them to us, because yesterday's entry level ain't today's entry level. There was a time you sounded swift, you sounded intelligent, you sounded exposed to technology when you could go on an interview and say, yeah, I know Microsoft Word, I'm really familiar with the Microsoft suite, I'm strong at Excel, I'm this, that, and that. Well, guess what? You might want to put on your resume, I've been using Excel for 17 years, if that's your thing. But you know who's going to be more impressive than you being able to say you used Excel for 10 years? The guy that comes in there and says, I've been using Excel for 2 years, not 10. Hear me out again. I've been using Excel for 2 years. And you know how he's going to be more impressive to the employer than the guy that's been using it for 10 years? Because if the guy that's been using Excel for 2 years mentions in his resume and talks about it on his interview, be it an in-person or Zoom, that he understands Copilot for Excel, and he uses Copilot for Excel, and he identifies the value of Copilot in Excel, he's going to be more valuable to that employer than the guy with 10 years experience in Excel. And through his interview and the way he speaks about his skill set in Excel, he's just talking about how bright he is. We live in the world of AI, automation. How bright the individual is ain't that impressive no more. It's about the individual being able to represent the appreciation and the value for AI tools, for the resources, to augment, to improve, to make better the tasks or the primary duties they would be assigned or responsible for if given the opportunity with a particular company. Not, couldn't nobody create a better pivot chart than me? That shit over with. If you go on an interview talking about you the best pivot chart creator that ever did it, I don't care if you got 10 years experience, 15 years experience, it doesn't matter. If they hear that you stuck there and I come right behind you with 1 year experience in Excel, just one, or 2 years experience in Excel, and I start talking about how wonderful Copilot is and how I use Copilot, which is the AI for the Microsoft suite, to assist me in creating the pivot charts, the visuals that the C-level people and the other, my direct reports and whoever else wants to see, that employer is going to say, get that dude. Because he already recognizes what we on, the direction of things, the value of the AI systems. We can train him. You can't train the dude that's stuck on his proficiency and his own intelligence. You can't train him. He doesn't even know he's a fucking relic. He's becoming an artifact. They want people with less years of experience, with a current recognition of what's available. That's the person that's going to come across. All right, but let me jump to this job thing. Because unfortunately, we live in a world now where young people graduating from colleges, the unemployment rate for the young people is higher. The unemployment rate for young graduates are higher than the national unemployment rate for this country.
As an individual, don't have a 10-year plan. No one knows what the jobs are going to be in 10 years. Entry-level workers, new grads, they are dealing with what I call a sort of perfect storm. You have all the uncertainty in the macroeconomic environment, but you also have the beginnings of disruption from AI in entry-level work, going after entry-level tasks. And that's all leading to unemployment for young people and new grads being higher than national averages. Gen Z is feeling the most pessimistic about their futures than any other age group. We're going from static career paths that can be confining for a lot of people to dynamic career paths that are going to be exciting for a lot of people. It's sort of Charles Dickens' the best of times and the worst of times, because I really do think as AI plays out, at the other end of it is going to be more options for people as they build careers. And I think better work for humans at work. So all you need to do is have a today plan. And your today plan is, I'm going to learn something new. I'm going to push myself in some new way. I'm just going to keep working on who I am, what I'm good at, where I want to work, and I'm going to apply that to whatever job I find. But no matter where you work right now, you could be CEO of the biggest company in the world, or you could be an entry-level worker doing your first shift. All of our jobs are going to change. So all of us have to do the same thing. All of us need a today plan. At some level, the great equalizer is that we're all in it together, and then we can create a moment of great democratization of opportunity if we get leaders and systems to adapt.
Anish, thank you so much for joining me. I have been wanting to do this story for a long time, in part because I have a 25-year-old college grad who's got a master's and is looking for a job, and his girlfriend who has 2 masters and is looking for a job. Then I keep seeing these stories in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and Bloomberg and NPR about the crisis of jobs for college grads. And I look at my older kids and they never had that, right? They graduated from college 5-6 years ago, and it seemed to have been pretty straightforward for them. So are there some graduates that are suffering more than others? 5-10 years ago, we all wanted our kids to do computer science. Should we now be pushing them to do poetry?
Well, so let's take computer science. That was and remains sort of the poster child of the knowledge economy. It was the job that, especially I'm a child of immigrants, like immigrant communities, all communities were looking to get their kids into that path because it was security.
That's where you were going to make the big money.
Yes. And that was like the right math for what the knowledge economy represented. The knowledge economy is on the way out. We're living that reality. We're entering a new economy. And so you see the headlines of computer science degree holders who are graduating and finding it very difficult to get a job. Our own data, I did a New York Times op-ed last year with this point, 96% of the average computer software engineer's job is susceptible to being done by AI, either immediately or soon. Now, we argued in that op-ed, that doesn't mean that job goes away. It means what it is to be a computer scientist, to be a software engineer changes. We started to see employers saying, if you have that CS degree, do you have a philosophy minor? So you can help me think about the ethical implications of what I'm building. It used to be in the predictable path, I got this degree, now give me that job. And we all knew that like 1 + 1 = 2. That was great if you got the degree. It was not great, by the way, if you couldn't afford to get the degree, if you weren't in a like privileged community that gave you a pipeline to get to the degree, but it was all like known. Now, saying I got the degree doesn't really say much. You've got to say what that means you're going to be able to do. I think retail jobs start to have a lot of value in a way they didn't in the knowledge economy. If you could say you worked a job where you have to show resiliency, adaptability, managing hard well, those are things that employers are looking for. Where work is going, it's really going to be, none of us are our job title or where we sit in an org. We are these individuals with unique lived and learned experiences, unique energy that we bring, unique like resilience we bring. That's what we're going to get hired for and moved around with. And so articulating that is something folks can control. And honestly, I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. The main thing that I'm trying to sort of like shore up is a sense of self and self-worth and ability to handle hard well. I think those 2 buckets of skills are the most durable.
Back to the entry-level jobs. I saw that LinkedIn survey of what, some 3,000 executives saying that 63% of them think that AI will absorb entry-level tasks. So in a sense, is Gen Z just is going to suffer anyway, however much of a good story they tell about themselves, however much, wait staff work they do, however much they manage to connect those narrative dots. Maybe there just aren't going to be those entry-level jobs because corporations are going to give them to AI.
We don't know, but we do know the same percentage in that survey, like literally the same percentage that said AI is going to eventually take on tasks that are currently allocated to entry-level employees, say entry-level employees bring fresh ideas and new thinkings that is valuable to business growth. This same generation that's got this tough time landing a first job is AI native, is bringing a whole new sense of what consumers want and what businesses should do differently as they try to adapt to this new economy. The knowledge economy is on the way out that we've lived in for half a century. A new economy is emerging. When a new economy emerges, and this is when we went from the farm to the factory and we went from the factory to the office, disruption comes first. We're in that. Jobs change. We've got data, 70% of the average job will have changed by 2030. So we're all going to be in new jobs, even if we don't change jobs. The third bit is that entirely new jobs get created. Influencer wasn't a job, 10 years ago. Data scientist wasn't a job 20 years ago. So we haven't even started to see that yet, aside from AI jobs. And then fourth phase, we're in a new economy. So if you're entry level, right now you're at the whim of companies doing this sort of math of how do we transition. Some companies are going to use old math for the new equation and just think it's about shrinking. Others realize we've got to just redo work, up level, entry level, bring these folks in who are going to help us build new business lines and think in different ways. The key to it all is you've got to just keep leaning on your own ability to develop skills and expertise.
Anish, what's the downside for individuals, young individuals leaving college, if we don't fix this entry-level job issue? What are they losing out on? Paint that picture for me.
There's a lot of research on the lingering impacts of a bad start. I mean, just like if you're unemployed for a period of time at the start, that just sets you further and further behind over time, because as you get further along, people want X number of years experience, more than X number of years experience. So it's really hard to start behind.
Do we have any data on how long behind and how much of a
There's different
of a
studies. I mean,
downside
it
there
could be months,
be?
it could be years. It depends on the cohort. So much of this is obviously socioeconomic. And so the children of wealthier, parents have an easier time catching up, have a more, immediate ability to go into entrepreneurship. So a lot of what we're talking about in terms of the vulnerable are two groups. One, people who are going to feel the job disruption from AI first and most fully. Those are people across their career in jobs that have a lot of tasks AI can do, and we can help them figure out how to use the tools to start to move what they do into more and more tasks around their unique capabilities. And people from lower socioeconomic, communities who stall out at the start. But even there, I think there's ways we can piece together a path forward because of new work. Like we talked about, retail, hospitality, healthcare, like a lot of these sectors that are hiring teach you a lot of these skills that are going to be durable across your career. It's not the knowledge economy. Tech isn't the only place you want to work. CS isn't the only degree and pathway you want to take.
Okay, Anish, give me 3 concrete things you would say to a 22-year-old graduating from college, struggling to find a job, part of the rejection generation that is sending off hundreds of applications and not even getting replies back again, or perhaps something you'd even say to their anxious parent.
Thing one, be pro you. A lot of my thinking about AI and work is that I am radically pro-human, which can sound funny to folks, but nothing about work has been human-centric. The story of work has been the story of technology at work, not humans at work, certainly since the first industrial revolution. What we have been training people for, and this predates the knowledge economy, this is even when high school emerges to build managers for factories, has been to be task managers around technology, around machines. We now are going to flip that and put humans at the center of work. So you've got to be pro you. You've got to really understand what are your unique curiosities, what drives you. Don't feel like what gives you energy is something that isn't relevant because the old world of work didn't appreciate it. Really start to understand how you're going to get to a place of no one beats you at being you. The second thing I would say is lean on other people. I mean, we've got new data that shows 2 big things. People are feeling totally overwhelmed and people are turning to each other. We've got, I think, 82% increase in the number of people posting on LinkedIn about feeling overwhelmed. A lot feel like AI training is a second job. But what's interesting in all the memes you're seeing on TikTok of people asking GPT, like, what should I say to my wife? And the wife's like, what should I say to my husband? Is that actually isn't what's happening. People are turning to other people more than AI, more than search engines. And that's really comforting to me. Like the number one source for professionals at work is their network. So thing 2, build your network. And then the third thing I'd say is just learn. Like first thing is empowering, be pro you. The third thing might feel a little crushing having just graduated. You didn't graduate. Like you're not done at all with learning. Like you're not going to not read again. You're not going to not have to sit and learn something new and fail again. That's all going to be forever now. And that's an amazing thing because like the best of life comes at the other end of hard and challenge and pushing yourself. But just start learning every day. Just start building that daily habit. I think if you do those 3 things, week over week, month over month, things will feel easier because you'll feel more in control. You'll be going off your own map. That isn't to say it's not going to be hard, but just know it's going to be hard for everyone. And
there you go. Did you hear what he said? That isn't to say it's not going to be hard. Just know that it's going to be hard for everyone. There's things that we can do. There's things that you can do. There's approaches. There's, philosophical ideologies or thoughts or states of mind or mindsets. So like with me, for many things in my life, I've learned to approach it like a stoic. You know, when you talk about Stoics, if you enter any philosophical schools of thought, you know, I think about Marcus Aurelius, who was a general or whatever, and I think about what is his name? The gentleman who was a slave that later became an emperor, and different people like that, different ideas. Where the Stoics, they're focused on, what can I do? I cannot control my outside world. I cannot control my external, but I can control, have some say on how I process it, my approach and responding to it, and actions that I can take. How can I exact my effort? I think a real good point beyond generalities to something more specific was a comment that was made by, what was that gentleman's name? I think me and Marcus and Phyllis might have responded to it. But he was saying, how do they expect me to have 5 years experience? It's Nature Boy. Shout out to Nature Boy 3200. Nature Boy 3200 says, how do they expect you to have 5 years experience when you can't get hired in the first place? So I'm going to throw this idea at you, Nature Boy. You don't need to get hired to get experience. I'm going to throw that at you. There's a group of young adults that I had the fortunate benefit of being exposed to maybe in the last 18 months, year and a half or something. Yeah, around 15 months. And they actually allowed me to jump on a call with them, one of the parents, the fathers. And this call typically took place on a Sunday morning or a Saturday morning. It was like a power hour. And all of these students, they're in college. They're in college. I think one of them was in college for law. One's in college for IT, like computer information systems or computer information technology or whatever like that. And so that question used to come up. You know, how do I get this experience and I can't get hired? And I used to say to them, you know, and I'll say it to you guys, as uncomfortable, as crazy the thought process might be. You don't have to get hired to get experience. You know, there's different types of experience that you can create, you can generate, you can be afforded to without being hired and being paid as a professional. There's things called internships or externships, non-paid or paid. There's ways that you might be able to do something, and I know you've never heard of this word before if you're under 25. It's a word called volunteer. They have some other word for it now. And I know it seems crazy. I'm not going to work for nothing. Well, if you on that, you just need to look for some other options. But there's other things that you can do. It does not take you to work somewhere that, if you're into technology, to create projects, get a team going and work on some things. Do something for a church. Build out an app. Build out a back-end database that allows them to submit a form. Help them organize their scheduling with a Monday.com. Go down there and teach somebody a few hours a week or something to show them how to use a Copilot when they're using Excel, to show them how to use Copilot when they're using Microsoft Word or PowerPoint. Teach somebody online. You spending 20 hours on Instagram. You sitting there 4 or 5 hours a day swiping, getting 30-second dopamine shots. Use that time and create a tutorial on your different platforms where you're showing people how to use different AI tools, the values of them, the use cases, the business use cases, as well as the personal. You have to get creative. You have to exact your effort, your imagination. You have to work with what you have so that when you get the interview, those things can come out. And I'll tell you something. I'm going to tell you something now. People will recognize, whether you're working for a company or not, if you sound fluent, if you sound informed, if you sound excited, if you are a person that understands or get it, it'll come out. And it will have little or nothing to do with whether you was working at a major company getting that 3 or 4 or 2 years experience or any of that. This is what I'm saying to you. In fact, they will be surprised that you're not working and you haven't worked. But you can let them know. You can express the thought. You can express the idea that, as you guys probably know as employers, fresh grads are faced with a faulting job or economy with the advent of AI, but this is what I've been doing to try to mitigate that circumstances. Here's the things that I was able to do what I'm doing. So if you want to expose yourself and say, hey, I have a Git account. Can I bring my Git account up and show you some projects that I'm working on with some other people? Hey, I have this going. See, it's things you can do. It's like a kid that wants a drum set that his parents can't afford. He'll bang on that goddamn wall. He'll bang on the steps. He'll go in the basement and bang on the floor. It's like a kid that want to draw and he don't have a drawing board. He'll take his crayons and draw on the floor, on the wall, on the pavement. There's things you can do. That experience is experience. That's why I say to people, you learn from people in projects. I say to the young adults, you in school for technology? Yeah. You taking coding and all that? Yeah. What projects are you working on? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, that's what I mean. You ain't doing nothing. You doing what the class says. You're not doing anything beyond the class. You're a coder and a technologist in the class, but when nobody's watching and it's not required, you're not a coder or a technologist. Take that time and breathe life into your future. Put that energy, exact that effort. It'll show up. It'll show up. Too many of us have lived, and we know how that part of the universe works. Okay? It will. Now, Amazon. Amazon.
This morning marks exactly 3 months from Christmas, and companies are already planning for the holiday retail rush. 43% of Americans intend to start their holiday shopping before Halloween this year. That's their intention anyway. We'll see how that goes, according to one study. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady got a behind-the-scenes look at how Amazon is using robots to speed up deliveries. But will those robots lead to job cuts for humans?
When you click buy this holiday season, there's a good chance a robot like this is helping to fulfill your order. And with online holiday sales expected to grow up to 9% over last year, major retailers, including Walmart and Amazon, along with shipping couriers like UPS and FedEx, are investing big in robotics.
So what does all that automation mean for the holiday season? We're in Shreveport, Louisiana, getting a behind-the-scenes tour of Amazon's most advanced fulfillment center.
It's called SHV1, and at more than 3 million square feet, Amazon says it's one of the company's largest facilities.
We have a number of different types of new robotics that we're using to fulfill customer orders.
Is that one of them?
Great example of one right here, a very noisy one right here.
Scott Dresser is Amazon's vice president of robotics. He introduced us to that robot named Proteus, one of almost 1,000 in SHV1.
So does this facility run 24/7?
So it can run 24 hours a day, and the robots we designed to run all day long if they need to. Certainly, as we come into our peak holiday season, which we're already getting ready for, that's something we think about a lot because we will have to run the building almost all day round.
When a customer orders a product, the robots get to work. These ones move the item out of storage. Then, one of the 2,500 employees sorts it while another packs it, before it travels along some of the nearly 15 miles of conveyor belts to get labeled. Meet Cardinal.
Cardinal is lifting packages that weigh up to 50 pounds. And then we can use Proteus to take the container over to the dock. So a lot of it's less about performance, more about making sure that our employees are safe.
The final step here, a human loads the packages onto a truck. Dresser says SHV1 is 25% more efficient than other fulfillment centers.
If you're ordering an order here in Shreveport right before Christmas and you need that by Christmas, robots are going to help make sure we get that product to you fast, safely, and accurately.
He says while the robots are replacing some jobs, they're also creating new ones.
Every time we're able to grow and expand the network, which robotics has enabled over the last decade, we're able to add new jobs, like our robotics maintenance engineers, people that we need in the operation now that we have these new robotics to help us run the building.
While Amazon's revenue has grown, its number of employees has held steady, around 1.5 million since 2022.
You are a public company. You have a duty to your shareholders to maximize profit. At what point does that become more important than ensuring that there's always a human element dealing with something like Proteus?
The thing that we think of most when we're deploying a new fulfillment operation or a new process in a fulfillment operation is how are people and robots best going to be able to do that together.
So man with machine versus machine.
It's always man with machine.
Now, he added that Amazon is offering training for employees whose positions are being replaced and shared those more advanced jobs pay better. When we pressed him on if those jobs could ever be replaced, he said robots, they're always breaking down, they need assistance, and that humans will be needed for those roles.
How'd you feel being there?
It felt very advanced, but it was a little bit.
See, the thing is, it sounds nice, right? It sounds cute. It sounds sexy. Oh, we're going to need the humans. We're going to do that. But do the numbers. Do the numbers, right? So here's my logic. And maybe my logic is off. And maybe my math is even worse, okay? I'll give an example. So there's an Amazon warehouse or any warehouse. And so let's say it's 50 people working at that warehouse. So now business is booming. They bring in a robot. And so they go on the news and they say, hey, look, we kept all 50 people. We bring in this robot. We didn't let anyone go. See, that's the glass is half filled with water. That's what that is. It was 50 people working there. We brought in these robots. We kept all 50 people. See, they not letting people go. That's the glass is half full. Let me give you the glass is half empty. Here we go. There's 50 people working at the fulfillment center. They brought in these robots, and they could have or would have had to hire 50 more people. And there would have been 100 people working at that fulfillment center. But because they brought in the robots, that's 50 people that won't be hired. That's the glass is half empty. In fact, the robots work 3 shifts. So now the 50 people that work every shift, that's 150 people. The robot is working every shift. And because they brought the robot in, that's 50 more people we didn't hire, even though we're telling people, look, we didn't let nobody go. Well, that's 50 people a shift. That's 150 people you're not going to hire. So this idea that people are going to be impressed, that companies bring robots in and they really don't let nobody go, is a smoke and mirror. Because if the company is growing, where Amazon claims it's saving 30 cents per package delivered now. Listen to what I'm saying. Amazon is saying with these robots, they're saving 30 cents per package delivered. It don't matter the size. That means that Amazon is profiting 1/3. If they were getting $120, I'm just using that as simple math, 1/3 of $120 is $40 more. That's what they're getting. Why? If you think about if you work places where they have benefits, compensation, sick days, personal days, and all of that stuff, typically when you're hired, the benefits are about 25% of whatever your salary is. So if you're hired at $50,000 a year for a company that has benefits, 25% of that $50,000 salary is the true cost of you holding that position. 25% of $50,000 is $12,500. So the cost of that company to actually have someone where they're paying them a $50K salary is actually $62,500 a year, okay, for that individual. So that's like 25%. So when you think about Amazon saying, we're going to save 30 cents per delivery, that's like 1/3, close to 1/3 of the cost. So it's not about them bragging, any of these companies, that we're not going to let anybody go. It's about you're not going to hire people. You're just not. Why? You're going to bring the robots in. They're going to work 3 shifts. They don't need sick days, as somebody said. They're not going to file any sexual harassment suits. They're not going to be insured where when they die or stop operating, you have to pay them out. You don't have to pay into their benefits packages. They can't retire at some point and receive the company paid whatever, however it goes. So that's why when people saying, or they're touting or celebrating or putting in your face, hey, we kept all the people. No, you're not hiring anymore. So that means those young adults who come out in between semesters or during the holidays and they can just run out and get these jobs, they won't be there. And as the future move on, they won't be there. And this idea that we're going to train you to maintenance the robots, that life cycle is going to be short. I understand. If you're over 50, you lived a world where computer techs had this long career. If you could build computers, you go to the computer shows and you buy all the pieces and you can build the computer. If you could troubleshoot and fix computers, there was a heyday for that. If you could fix a computer, you could just make money on the side like a car mechanic or something. They had a long life cycle. That's over with now. Why? Because it's cheaper to replace the whole damn computer than it is to pay somebody to fix it. It just is. So this idea that you're going to train people to fix these robots. First of all, let's be clear on this. You can't take a person that was working on the line and give them the skill set to what we might think the perception is of fixing a robot, of repairing a robot. How are you going to take a person that was packaging or a person that was supervising the cart going this way or stacking the boxes in the truck or cut the emergency thing off on the line with that skill set and train them to fix a robot? That's a falsehood. That's a fallacy. That's a misdirection of what's really happening. They don't have any circuit level skill set. They don't have any engineering, network level ideation or exposure. They don't understand EEPROMs, programming language, NAND and AND gates, and how charges work and all of that. You're going to train them to replace components. That's what you're going to train them on. That's all it is. Because how do you jump from that skill set to all of a sudden you at a level where you can fix robots that you had no clue how they was built? Are you kidding me? That's not real information. That's a falsehood. That's a misrepresentation of that. Because if that person that's on the line packaging and supervising the packaging and picking up stuff that fall off the line and counting the boxes and making sure you got the tape and all that could fix robots, as we think about fixing things, they would have never been on that line. They wouldn't apply for that job. It's just not true. So what they're going to do, here goes some tools. This is how you test this component. If it does this, just replace it. That's all they're talking about. Effectively. I'm just saying effectively. I know it's more details to it than that. You got to open this first and you got to shut this off. I get all the low-hanging details, the low-hanging fruit. I get it. But if you think for a second that Amazon is really training somebody to fix a robot, it's just not true. It's not. But anyway, here we go.
Welcome back. Amazon says it will be eliminating thousands of corporate jobs as it looks to further invest in AI. Our Mackenzie Sagalos has more on the areas of the business that'll be most affected. Morning, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So this is the latest chapter in Amazon's multi-year efficiency drive, which is largely focused on hollowing out layers of middle management. Now, the company is cutting 14,000 white-collar jobs, or about 4% of its corporate workforce, with layoffs hitting teams across the business. Employees in its video games, grocery, HR, comms, ads, and devices units were informed of cuts early this morning, but layoffs are expected to touch nearly every area of the business. Amazon's HR chief also suggesting in a blog post this morning that more job cuts are coming through 2026. And if the total hits 30,000, as Reuters reports, this would be the largest corporate layoff in Amazon's history. Now, the company says it is streamlining to move faster and shifting resources to its biggest bets. And right now, that means data centers, chips, and the infrastructure needed to compete in those hyperscaler wars. It's all part of a broader reckoning across the Mag 7. Tech giants are pouring billions into AI while quietly acknowledging that they'll need fewer workers to sustain that growth. Meta's year of efficiency has become an industry blueprint. You've got Google cutting 35% of small team managers in the last year. Microsoft shed 15,000 roles this summer alone. And then Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, he said this June that generative AI will shrink their headcount. Since 2022, Amazon has already cut more than 27,000 jobs, and it's now on pace to spend more than $120 billion just this year on CapEx to compete in those cloud wars. And then in the background, internal documents showing Amazon plans to automate 75% of its operations by 2033, potentially avoiding 600,000 new warehouse hires. So, Carl, the message is clear here. AI may be boosting stocks, but it's thinning out the employment ranks.
Yeah, there was a good chart today out of Goldman looking at hyperscaler CapEx going higher, obviously, and buybacks and dividends as a result going lower. I wonder if you think the news today that you mentioned suggests that maybe consensus on hyperscaler CapEx is still too light.
Well, and that's what we're going to be looking at this week. You've got Amazon reporting on Thursday, Google on Wednesday, and they both have been upping their spend commitments. And there's a lot of pressure going into earnings, given the numbers that we've seen from OpenAI, deals accounting to more than $1.5 trillion. But what I will say is that this morning, Carl, we saw that Microsoft OpenAI news, and part of that commercial agreement that they struck was a guarantee that OpenAI would use $250 billion worth of compute from Microsoft Azure, but no longer does Microsoft have right of first refusal, which means that it's open season in terms of courting OpenAI's business, and Amazon Web Services has yet to provide them compute.
Yeah, in addition to the CoreWeave and Google deals that we've already seen, that's going to get really spicy. Mac, thank you. I'm Mackenzie Sagalos watching Amazon at least today.
A well-known and respected tech CEO, Dario Amodei, who heads a cutting-edge AI company called Anthropic, is raising alarms tonight about AI's potential impact on employment that could soon be felt. While he says AI can lead to incredible advancements like medical breakthroughs and boost the economy, he believes it could also lead to half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years. It's something that's been talked about within tech circles for a while, but rarely so starkly and so publicly. I spoke to him just before air about that and other implications he thinks AI may have on society. Dario, you've said that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20%. How soon might that happen?
Well, let's, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But just to back up a little bit, I've been building AI for over a decade. And I think maybe the most salient feature of the technology and what is driving all of this is how fast the technology is getting better. A couple of years ago, you could say that AI models were maybe as good as a smart high school student. I would say that now they're as good as a smart college student and sort of reaching past that. I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are very much at the center of what an entry level human worker would do. And so it's hard to estimate, exactly what the impact would be. And there's always this question of adaptation And these technology changes have happened before, but I think what is striking to me about this AI boom is that it's bigger and it's broader and it's moving faster than anything has before. And so compared to previous technology changes, I'm a little bit more worried about the labor impact simply because it's happening so fast that yes, people will adapt, but they may not adapt fast enough. And so there may be an adjustment period.
You are running an incredibly important company in AI, and you know this better than anybody, or as well as all the names we know, people, Sam Altman and others who are working, Elon Musk in AI. Why are you raising the alarm? Because it's not necessarily, I would think, in your best interest, because a lot of the messages we hear from, at least publicly, from some AI CEOs and stuff is a little bit more calming, like, these agents are going to be great in your life, and yes, there may be problems, but writ large, this is a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I'm raising the alarm is that I think others haven't as much, and I think someone needs to say it. To be clear, and I recognize it's always a difficult balance, right? I'm aware of my position that I'm building this technology while also expressing concerns about it, and the reason I'm doing both of those things is, one, I think the benefits are massive. And, we need to find a way to achieve the benefits and mitigate or prevent the harms. And, the second thing I would say is, look, there are, as you mentioned, 6 or 7 companies in the US building this technology, right? If we stop doing it tomorrow, the rest would continue. If all of us somehow stopped doing it tomorrow, then China would just beat us. And I don't think China winning in this technology is, I don't think that helps anyone or makes the situation any better.
I do want to read something that Sam Altman, your former boss at OpenAI, said in September. He was saying that AI can cause significant change in labor markets, good and bad. He went on to say that most jobs will change more slowly than most people think. And then he said this, and I want to just read it word for word. He said, many of the jobs we do today would have looked like trifling wastes of time to people a few hundred years ago. But nobody is looking back at the past wishing they were a lamplighter. If a lamplighter could see the world today, he would think the prosperity all around him was unimaginable. And if we could fast forward 100 years from today, the prosperity all around us would feel just as unimaginable. For younger people, I should say lamplighters was actually a job. People went around lighting lamps on the streets. I think a lot of people may not even know what a lamplighter is. But do you think Sam Altman is wrong?
Yeah, so, I think there are some things I agree with about that, and then there are some things that I think are too optimistic. So, I definitely agree that, AI, if we succeed at it, can grow the pie greatly, right? I wouldn't be surprised if economic growth is much higher than it is today as a macroscopic phenomenon, right? That AI allows society as a whole to be more productive. So
let me just say, because you've previously in the past said you've described a future where cancer is cured, the economy grows at 10% a year, the budget is balanced, and 20% of people don't have jobs.
That's exactly what I was getting to, right? Where I agree with all the positive potential. I think that isn't wrong. But I think the quote you just flashed is maybe too optimistic, maybe too sanguine about the ability for people to adapt. People have adapted to past technological changes, but I'll say again, everyone I've talked to has said this technological change looks different. It looks faster. It looks harder to adapt to. It's broader. The pace of progress keeps catching people off guard. And so I don't know exactly how fast the job concerns are going to come. I don't know how fast people are going to adapt. It's possible it'll all be okay, but I think that's too sanguine an approach. I think we do need to be raising the alarm. I think we do need to be concerned about it. I think policymakers do need to worry about it. If they do worry and they do act, then maybe we can prevent it. But we're not going to prevent it just by saying everything's going to be okay.
Do we as a society even understand the potential inequalities that this may amplify? And also the impact just on I have little kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. What do they grow up aspiring to if machines can do pretty much everything better? What does it do to initiative or drive or striving? And I don't know the answer to that, but it concerns me.
let's take those questions one by one. Those do concern me, but I do have thoughts on them. In terms of inequality, I'm worried about this. There's an inherent social contract in democracy where ultimately, the ordinary person has a certain amount of leverage because they're contributing to the economy. If that leverage goes away, then it's hard to make democracy. It's harder to make democracies work, and it's harder to prevent concentration of power. And so, we need to make sure that the ordinary person maintains economic leverage and has a way to make a living, or our society, our social contract won't work. And that's why I think it's important.
During testing, your company's latest chatbot, Claude 4, was capable of what was described as extreme blackmail. Specifically, I understand it threatened to reveal an engineer's extramarital affair when it was told it would be taken offline and replaced. This was a simulation. Were you surprised by that? And what is that? I mean, that freaked me out when I read that. What does that mean?
Yeah. So just to be clear and to put this in context, I mean, this was, as you said, a behavior that emerged during kind of extreme testing of the model. So if you were to make an analogy to, cars, this is like, you deliberately put the car on the iciest road possible, you mess with the brakes, and, you do that so you can see if you really stress test the thing, you can, then you can make the crash dummy blow up. Right. So this isn't something that the model does in practice and actual usage. But the reason we stress test the models this way is, that's the best way to test for and prevent problems in the real world. So right,
icy roads do exist.
Yeah, no, but you know exactly. You want to turn every adversarial condition up to the max all at once. Right. And it's only by testing in that you get the model to not do that in the real world. So I wasn't surprised by these behaviors, but this is an example of how we have to be very careful in how we take control of AI systems.
I mean, the obvious question is, does that pretend AI becoming self-aware? And could that lead to dire consequences?
I certainly don't exclude the concept. We have a couple people who are actually working on this topic. Well, as crazy as it sounds, of do AI systems have morally significant feelings? I would guess that they don't right now. But when you run an AI company, these crazy seeming questions are things that you study. So I would say this is probably not the case now. But again, the field is advancing so fast that I don't think you can exclude even crazy sounding things like this.
What are practical steps people should take to be prepared? I mean, ordinary citizens, me, lawmakers, what do you advise?
Yeah,
particularly lawmakers, I guess, really.
Yeah, well, let's take them one by one. I think for ordinary citizens, I think it's very important, learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting. There's some, better world, at least in the short term, at least for now, we should take it bit by bit where everyone learns to use AI better. And that speeds up the adaptation that is definitely going to happen eventually, but it'll be less painful if it happens quickly. For lawmakers, I would say really be aware of these issues. And, we're trying very hard to produce data on the economic impact, not taking off the table, some fairly radical notions. Like I wouldn't exclude the notion of, levying a tax on AI companies, right? If AI creates huge total wealth, a lot of that will by default go to the AI companies and less to ordinary people. And so, definitely not in my economic interest to say that, but I think this is something we should consider. And, I think it shouldn't be a partisan thing.
Dario, thank you so much. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Anderson.
I know that sounds a little, I don't know if it's confusing. I'm not going to say weird, but that's the CEO of Anthropic, okay? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Anthropic, but that's Dario Amodei, I think. And they have a product called Claude, C-L-A-U-D-E. And here's a clip that I play sometimes when I'm doing this show to give you an idea of a coding assistant. Now, they all have a coding assistant. What do I mean by a coding assistant? Like if you're into coding, you're trying to learn, or you already know how to code, whatever the language is, Python, C#, C, whatever, okay? So a coding assistant. Yeah, this is how far we've come. We have coding assistants. So if you've never coded a day in your life, you just don't even know, there's assistants out here for you. You have a learning tool. And Anthropic has a tool called Claude. And Claude not only will assist you in your coding, it will actually let you know its thinking, its approach about how it's formulating or formatting or even understanding what your request is, what your prompt is. And it kind of walks you through. But I'm going to play this little clip. This is a demo that was done, was this 10 months ago or so, and there's a different version of it out now. But here's an example of maybe one of the engineers and maybe a program manager or somebody, and they're just having this light conversation about getting Claude, the coding assistant by Anthropic, to assist them in troubleshooting or exposing or giving them some guidance about a piece of code that they're talking about. So, this is interesting. Check this out.
Should we be doing like Big Smile or?
No, Big Smile's creepy.
That's sort of what I think. I'm Boris. I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat. I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding, and we want to make Claude better at coding for everyone. We built some tools, one of which we're sharing today. We're launching Claude Code as a research preview. Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app. Let's open it up in an instance of Claude Code. Now that we've done this, Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by reading the higher level files, and then it dives in deeper. Now it's going through all the components in the project. Cool. Here's its final analysis.
So say I was asked to replace this left sidebar with a chat history, and I'm also going to add a new chat button. I'm going to ask Claude to help me out here. We haven't specified any files or paths, and Claude's already finding the right files to update by itself. Claude can also show its thinking, and we can see how it's decided to tackle this problem. Claude's asking me if I want to accept these changes. I'll say yeah. Now Claude's updating the navbar, adding a button and icons as well. Next, it's updating the logic to ensure the saving state works correctly. After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left. Let's check if I can start a new chat while keeping the previous one saved. I'll try out the new chat button too. Great, it's all working.
Now let's ask Claude to add some tests to make sure that the features we just added work. Claude's asking for permission to run commands. We'll say yes. Claude is making some changes to run these tests. After getting the results, it continues with its plan until all tests pass. After a few minutes, it looks like we're good to go. Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds. Claude identified the build errors and is now fixing them. Then it tries to build again. It'll keep going until it works.
Now let's finish everything up by asking Claude to commit its changes and push them to GitHub. Claude creates a summary and a description of our changes. And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
Joining us right
So that's an example of a coding assistant, and there's plenty of them out there, okay? There's a gang of them out there. It's, you know, the thing is, what's important, again, to me, and I think when I talk about the paradigm shift of AI, the jobs, the way we learn, the way that we learn, the way that we earn, the strategies, how we approach it, the school systems, the teaching, all of this stuff, we are going through a paradigm shift. Now, if you talk about how do we make money, you know, everybody's not going to create a company, okay? If you're that type of individual and that's your focus, how do you create an opportunity, or how do you identify opportunity? How do you make it make sense so that you can create your own business or offer some type of service or product through the use of AI and different things like that? There's a plethora, or there's wonderful opportunities for that. But the majority of people, the bell curve of it, the 68% of the normal distribution of those individuals who are going to be faced with, engaged with, make use of, or are exposed to AI tools and automation, robots and different things like that, they're not going to be people who are going to build a business. They're not going to build some new social media platform or any of that. They're going to be workers. They're going to be people who are exacting their effort, who have developed or learned the skill set, who are applying for jobs, looking for opportunities, trying to take advantage of upward mobility within the company that they're currently with, be it corporate America or not. This is it. How are they going to make money? Most of the money that people are going to be able to make through AI indirectly is going to probably be through their benefit plan. If you have a 401k or 403b or some other type of benefit plan, that's probably how you're going to see the money. Why? Because if you've been paying attention, you always hear them talk about the market, the market, the market. The market is just on an upward trajectory. They're even saying now we're in some type of AI bubble that might burst. But the market is just up. It's the best that it's ever been. It's just growing. It's just up and up. So people looking at their 403b or some type of other investment portfolio or their 401k, they see growth in that, even though they might be on the verge of losing their job, being replaced, their role redefined. So you say, man, that sounds contradictory. How is the market growing? How is the market taking off? What is the upward trajectory of the market? Why is that so great? And we can look and see the numbers and it's always green and we are applauding that. And at the same time, people feel vulnerable. People are losing their jobs. People don't have the opportunity or the leverage with their education, their experience no more to take advantage of upward mobility, because the market is not the economy. Those are two different things. When companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, or Meta, formerly known as Facebook, even X, formerly known as Twitter, when these magnificent sevens, when they talk about the Mag 7 or whatever like that, so you talk about Meta, formerly known as Facebook, I think. Then you got Amazon. Then you got Apple. Then you got NVIDIA. Then you got Tesla. Then you got Google. Then you got whatever. As they bring in automation, as they talk about their investment in AI, as they lay people off, as they hire less humans, their stock go up. Why does the stock go up? Because automation, AI, represents an expansion and growth for the company and a reduced labor force for the cost. So the stock goes up. That's what happens. But that stock market is not the economy. So your stock is going up and you're getting laid off. The stock is going up and you have less opportunity. The stock is going up and now they want to pay you less, even though they're going to keep you. It's confusing. It throws you off. But it is the reality. In fact, if you look at the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, or the NASDAQ, let's just take a look at stock ownership.
Also new this morning, the stock market has been rising. Americans have more money in stocks than ever before. Economists are warning that could be a problem, and then a market downturn could hit Americans harder than ever before. CNN's Matt Egan looking into this one for us this morning. What are you seeing, Matt?
Well, Kate, this is a double-edged sword, right? When markets are booming, like they have been, market rallies can really be a very good thing for the economy, right? Each record high can inspire confidence, get people to spend more money, right? Go out to dinner, buy a car, take a vacation. Of course, the problem is that it really does cut both ways because they're also exposed to potential market meltdowns that have happened in the past. And these really are historic levels of exposure. If you look at stock holdings, direct and indirect, like through 401ks and retirement plans, stocks make up 45% of household finances, right? Almost half. That's the most on record that go back to the 1950s. And when you look at the trend here, you can see how this is really, really increased in terms of how much of people's portfolios stocks take up. Look at this. Go back to 1980, it was just 13%. Today, it's 45%. Now, one thing I would note, though, is that this doesn't cut equally, right? The top 10% of households actually own 87% of the stocks, but still, the higher income households, those are the ones that are really keeping this economy afloat. And if there's a market reversal, a downturn, well, they could stop spending. And I think that this really does underscore why it was so critical that that market meltdown that we saw in March and in April over the president's tariffs stopped, right? If it didn't, it could have caused a self-fulfilling prophecy, actually causing a recession. Of course, the president blinked on those tariffs. He paused them for a period of time, and the market's really been off like a rocket ship ever since then. The S&P 500 has gained $15 trillion in value just since April 8th. A stunning figure. I think the bottom line is, Kate, you and I often talk about how the market is not the real economy, but I do think that this record high exposure shows that the market does have a significant influence on the economy, for better or worse.
It's a really good point. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Kate.
This morning marks exactly 3 months from Christmas, and companies are already planning for the holiday retail rush. 43% of Americans intend to start their holiday shopping before Halloween this year. That's their intention anyway. We'll see how that goes, according to one study. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady got a behind-the-scenes look at how Amazon is using robots to speed up deliveries. But will those robots lead to job cuts for humans?
When you click buy this holiday season, there's a good chance a robot like this is helping to fulfill your order. And with online holiday sales expected to grow up to 9% over last year, major retailers, including Walmart and Amazon, along with shipping carriers like UPS and FedEx, are investing big in robotics.
So what does all that automation mean for the holiday season? We're in Shreveport, Louisiana, getting a behind-the-scenes tour of Amazon's most advanced fulfillment center.
It's called SHV1, and at more than 3 million square feet, Amazon says it's one of the company's largest facilities.
We have a number of different types of new robotics that we're using to fulfill customer orders.
Is that one of them?
Great example of one right here, a very noisy one right here.
Scott Dresser is Amazon's vice president of robotics. He introduced us to that robot named Proteus, one of almost 1,000 in SHV1.
So does this facility run 24/7?
So it can run 24 hours a day, and the robots we designed to run all day long if they need to. Certainly, as we come into our peak holiday season, which we're already getting ready for, that's something we think about a lot because we will have to run the building almost all day round.
When a customer orders a product, the robots get to work. These ones move the item out of storage. Then, one of the 2,500 employees sorts it while another packs it, before it travels along some of the nearly 15 miles of conveyor belts to get labeled. Meet Cardinal.
Cardinal is lifting packages that weigh up to 50 pounds. And then we can use Proteus to take the container over to the dock. So a lot of it's less about performance, more about making sure that our employees are safe.
The final step here, a human loads the packages onto a truck. Dresser says SHV1 is 25% more efficient than other fulfillment centers.
If you're ordering an order here in Shreveport right before Christmas and you need that by Christmas, robots are going to help make sure we get that product to you fast, safely, and accurately.
He says while the robots are replacing some jobs, they're also creating new ones.
Every time we're able to grow and expand the network, which robotics has enabled over the last decade, we're able to add new jobs, like our robotics maintenance engineers, people that we need in the operation now that we have these new robotics to help us run the buildings.
While Amazon's revenue has grown, its number of employees has held steady, around 1.5 million since 2022.
You are a public company. You have a duty to your shareholders to maximize profit. At what point does that become more important than ensuring that there's always a human element dealing with something like Proteus?
The thing that we think of most when we're deploying a new fulfillment operation or a new process in a fulfillment operation is how are people and robots best going to be able to do that together.
So man with machine versus machine.
It's always man with machine.
Now, he added that Amazon is offering training for employees whose positions are being replaced and shared those more advanced jobs pay better. When we pressed him on if those jobs could ever be replaced, he said robots, they're always breaking down, they need assistance, and that humans will be needed for those roles.
How'd you feel being there?
It felt very advanced, but it was a little bit strange. You just have these robots moving around, but they have those googly eyes. They're kind of cute.
Uh-oh, anthropomorphizizing?
Yeah,
Is that what the word we learned yesterday?
yesterday.
Saw a face on a robot.
Humanizing, yes.
Yeah. Take those eyes off of there. We got to remind ourselves it's a robot. Kelly, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good luck to those people planning to shop for Christmas before Halloween.
If you're invested in a fund that follows the S&P 500, about 40% of your money is effectively tied to the performance of just 10 companies, most of which are deeply invested in AI development.
The S&P 500 is an index that is made up of publicly traded stocks of the 500 largest companies in the United States. And each one is given a weighting based off the market size of that company.
The S&P 500 is up more than 40% since October 2021, thanks largely to AI momentum. NVIDIA especially has seen massive gains in the past couple of years. It rose more than 230% in 2023 and 170% in 2024. It's now more than 7% of the S&P 500. That means that one company now carries as much sway in the S&P as the bottom 224 stocks combined.
For many people, and I would say most investors in target date funds, a significant portion of your portfolio, particularly equity, is in the S&P 500.
I think investors have gotten so used to the idea that the S&P 500 is a relatively low-risk way to invest, and it's kind of obscured the fact that it's a technology mega-cap fund today.
Others feel this bias toward tech and AI is an opportunity for investors to get ahead.
I think tech continues to lead the market higher, and that ultimately has really changed the game for investors.
So what does this concentration mean for the millions of Americans whose financial futures depend on the S&P 500? The S&P 500 is what's called a market cap weighted index. That means bigger companies have a bigger influence on how the index moves. Investors.
So what does it mean? Let me back this up a little bit. Yeah, I apologize. Let me back that up a little bit. Yeah, so what does that mean for you and me? What does that mean for most people? Most people, they don't directly invest on their own. They passively invest, meaning that they allow their companies and the money, whatever company their company chooses to handle their benefits or their money in terms of investing, the 401ks, the 403bs, or whatever. Only a small percentage of people directly invest and make decisions on which stock, especially daily, whether it's weekly, day trading, whether it's swing trading or some type of long-term investment. They just don't. And they shouldn't, because unfortunately, we live in the world where we're taught early on in our early years of childhood all the way through until we become adults, young adults, and we're out in the world, how to spend money, how to consume. We aren't taught how money works, okay? Only a very small, infinitesimal amount of people or schools even teach kids how money works. And then that reinforcement comes in the household of spending and consuming and spending and consuming and very little saving, very little investing. It's just, that's the society we live in. So when they're talking about the stock market, the majority of people's exposure to it is through some benefit package from some company they're working through. That's just what it is. And they're seeing it go up. They're saying, hey, I'm going to take a loan for myself, or I'm going to draw down on this money, whatever. Because there's a small number of companies that's pushing it. Just a small number, a little more than a handful of companies. Like Fearless says, man, trying to school people on investing is like pulling teeth. Okay. Yeah, I would have to agree. But guess what, Fearless? We don't have to school them on investing, right? Because as long as they working somewhere where there's a 401k and a 403b and they have it going for them, guess what? They already have the benefit of AI and automation and streamlining and all of that stuff because they're doing it too. But again, back to this S&P 500.
If you're invested in a fund that follows the S&P 500, about 40% of your money is effectively tied to the performance of just 10 companies, most of which are deeply invested in AI development.
The S&P 500 is an index that is made up of publicly traded stocks of the 500 largest companies in the United States. And each one is given a weighting based off the market size of that company.
The S&P 500 is up more than 40% since October 2021, thanks largely to AI momentum. NVIDIA especially has seen massive gains in the past couple of years. It rose more than 230% in 2023 and 170% in 2024. It's now more than 7% of the S&P 500. That means that one company now carries as much sway in the S&P as the bottom 224 stocks combined.
For many people, and I would say most investors in target date funds, a significant portion of your portfolio, particularly equity, is in the S&P 500.
Well, I think investors have gotten so used to the idea that the S&P 500 is a relatively low-risk way to invest, and it's kind of obscured the fact that it's a technology mega-cap fund today.
Others feel this bias toward tech and AI is an opportunity for investors to get ahead.
I think tech continues to lead the market higher, and that ultimately has really changed the game for investors.
So what does this concentration mean for the millions of Americans whose financial futures...
Yeah, I agree with you, Phil. It's people aren't educated, people aren't informed. And I can speak firsthand for me and my family and the generations of my family. We weren't educated, we weren't informed. My parents didn't talk to us. I cannot remember. I do not remember my parents. They talked about savings. There was some mention of that. But I do not remember my parents talking to us about how money works, how investment works. And that was because, unfortunately, they come from a place where they were too focused on surviving and providing, and they didn't get it. It's just like they just didn't get it, and it's just a reality. Now, I talk about it to my daughters. I do, because they work places, and even before they worked, I say, look, whatever job you get, try to get a job that has some benefits. And, you're going to learn early on how money can work and how money can grow. And you'll get exposure to a system that, you didn't have exposure to as a kid. It's just the reality of it. Like you said, Fearless, this is the great comment here. Hang on for a second. This is a great comment here. I want to pin this. And Fearless says, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those that understand this earn this. Those that don't understand it, pay it. Albert Einstein. Damn. Albert Einstein said that? Damn, okay. I was getting ready to say, listen to Fearless, man, being fearless. Albert Einstein said that, huh? That's dope, and it's true. Yeah, it's just, when we talk about that, and you talk about different ethnicities and communities and families and societies, it's like words aren't mentioned. Topics aren't discussed. There's no exposure. And it can go on for generations. It's just, it don't make its way in there. And then it does. And then you talk about it. And then you do it. And then it's, it's like what they say, breaking the cycle or adding to it, whatever the case is. It's just true. And so people can learn a lot from that. Like if you're working somewhere and they have 401k and you're not taking advantage of the matching funds or the 403b or whatever, it's like you're just walking past money sitting on the table. Because if you have any plans of working there for any length of time, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, whatever it is, that's money every day, every year, every month that could be put towards your contribution, what you're willing to put in. And then you go back to the formula that Fearless talked about. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those that understand this earn it. Those that don't, pay it. Yeah. And that's a good time for me to shut up and let this finish playing.
Depend on the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is what's called a market cap weighted index. That means bigger companies have a bigger influence on how the index moves. Investors measure market capitalization by taking the number of shares a company has issued and multiplying it by its stock price. Therefore, if investors are driving up a stock's price, that can increase the company's market cap, which will then increase the company's weight in the S&P 500. That's one of the reasons why the S&P 500 has become so heavily driven by AI and tech giants.
Nearly half of the S&P market cap has medium to high exposure to AI, according to Citigroup's estimates. So what that means is that a lot of these companies in the index have put big bets on the emerging technology that's set to come out. The question is, will those bets pay off?
People are really optimistic about these companies, which is driving up the stock price, which is going to continuously increase the market capitalization, which will increase the market weight or the weighting in the S&P 500.
But because of the surge in AI enthusiasm, the S&P 500's performance now increasingly tracks a few very large tech stocks. The median stock in the index has risen less than the top-performing tech stocks.
Over the last few years, the vast majority of the earnings and revenue growth that we've seen in the S&P 500 have come from tech and AI more specifically.
To some investors, that kind of concentration looks risky. but others see it as a sign of strength.
I think it's a great thing because right now the biggest asset in this U.S., when you think about across the country, it's Silicon Valley. It's AI, it's the arms race, that we're ahead of China. That's why you're seeing, even on S&P, the additions continue to be new tech, next gen versus maybe old legacy. And that's a positive as this continues to play out.
The idea behind the S&P 500 was to give investors a broad look at a much more diverse set of stocks to follow an index that way, whereas before you had the Dow Jones, which was just 30 names, obviously much more concentrated, a much smaller slice of the public markets.
So you've seen luminary investors like Warren Buffett of Berkshire Hathaway or John Bogle of Vanguard have touted the strategy of investing in the S&P 500 fund exclusively. If you set it and forget it and just buy and hold the index, you can make money over a long period of time and become rich. There have been ETFs and mutual funds that have started around the S&P 500, and the attraction there is that they mirror the index very closely, and they are low-cost funds that are passively managed so that you're really getting exposure to the big names in the stock market without paying a lot of money.
Investors will often strive for a diverse portfolio to ensure that one stock that has some sort of cataclysmic event that might cause the price to drop by 20, 30, 50% wouldn't have an outsized impact on the value of their portfolio. So having the diversification of the S&P 500, having allocations across 500 separate names, historically would provide for insurance against one name blowing up and having an overly negative impact on your portfolio value.
I think set it and forget it is no longer as applicable if your entire portfolio for retirement is in the S&P 500. Even regardless of what's happening in the AI market, it really isn't well diversified.
The top 5 companies alone in the S&P 500, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Google parent company Alphabet, and Amazon, represent nearly 30% of the index.
And so many people aren't aware how their retirement portfolio performance or taxable account portfolio performance is really dependent upon the success of these 5 companies.
The S&P 500 is still diverse for sure. You still have 500 names that make up the index. It is, however, much more concentrated than it has been throughout most of its history. There's probably some level of truth in calling the S&P 500 just a mega cap tech fund at this point. But when you look at the broader economy now, so much of that is tech and tech related. It's becoming something that is all encompassing. So having an index that is representative of our economy being so weighted toward tech and AI, you could actually argue makes a lot of sense.
But some see this concentration as an upside for investors.
You want the average investor to have more exposure to tech rather than less. I'd rather be owning tech in the left lane of Ferrari going 100 miles an hour than going 45 miles an hour in the right lane with value. I just think tech is where the growth is. That's where the asset values are going to continue to go higher, and you want to be more exposed to AI. And I think these indexes have really created that. We're living in a 4th industrial revolution, and I think the market is starting to reflect that, and it's an exciting time to be an investor in U.S. tech. I think big tech's going to continue to lead this market higher. I think it will spread to mid cap and small cap, but I think it continues to be led by big cap tech. The point is, this is going to spread to the rest of the market, but it starts and it ends with big tech.
As AI continues to spread across different sectors and reshape the economy, investors may need to reevaluate what it means to diversify their portfolios.
For investors in the S&P 500 index and the markets more generally, it pays to have a diversified strategy. So if you're investing in the S&P 500 index in particular, and you're concentrated in that, you run the risk of having losses that might interfere with your personal timeline, say retirement or another investment goal. And you also may feel the urge to react emotionally if the market is down or even if the market's up. So experts always say to have a diversified strategy. There may be times when the S&P 500 does better, and then there may be times when international stocks, value stocks, small cap stocks do better. And so if you have a diversified strategy with other stocks stocks and bonds, you will have a portfolio that may not rise as dramatically, but it won't fall as dramatically with the market's ups and downs.
Financial experts recommend spreading risk across different company sizes, sectors, and regions of the world. That mix typically depends on an investor's time horizon.
Someone's time horizon to retirement, 10 to 15 years versus 30 years, can be quite significant because that allows the investor who has a longer time horizon to take on more risk in their portfolio because they have much more time to recover if things do not go as they would like. So typically, if you're an individual who is 30 plus years to retirement, we're going to focus primarily in stocks or equities. We're going to focus probably more on a higher international allocation, but with that comes a higher level of volatility and risk. We may have more allocation to tech because it does typically have higher long-term performance versus if someone is 10 to 15 years from retirement, we still will have equities and stocks, but we may do something a little bit more defensive. And by defensive, I mean maybe not all in tech and growth, but maybe having an allocation to more value-based companies, more traditional stock-like equity performance like a Johnson & Johnson, or more of the consumer staples or utilities, or stocks that provide more dividend income that offer more stability but still gives you some long-term growth.
This strategy starts with knowing what you already own.
It's important for investors to understand of the ETFs and mutual funds they have, what is my current exposure to AI? And if I buy stocks out of that, am I comfortable increasing my exposure in that significant of a way? I think people just see sometimes funds or ETFs as like a blend of the portfolio, not realizing that they could be building more concentration and less diversification on how they purchase individual stocks.
Another way to lower concentration risk is to change how you invest in the S&P 500 itself.
The easiest way to maintain exposure to the S&P 500, but to lessen the overall exposure to tech and AI would just be to go with an S&P 500 equal weighted index exchange traded fund. The difference there being instead of each member being weighted by their market cap, each one is weighted the exact same. So you don't get these outsized influences from a handful of large names or one sector that is leading the returns. Being in the equal weight index certainly has its drawbacks when you have a bull market like we're experiencing now, where the largest names are leading. So you will miss some upside there. However, it does give you some level of reduced exposure in the event that the largest names are the ones that crack and go down.
Artificial intelligence.
Job. Artificial intelligence.
Job.
Artificial intelligence.
You've heard the AI warnings.
Every technological revolution affects the job market.
AI could cost some humans their jobs in the near future.
But AI is also creating some new jobs, specifically one. So I decided to apply. Job title, prompt engineer. Responsibilities, writing text commands or prompts to get the best answers out of a generative AI large language model, like ChatGPT. Pay up to $250,000 a year. To figure out exactly what a prompt engineer does, I decided to apply to be one at Hebbia, a New York-based AI startup. Wish me luck.
Hi, Swetha. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. I have wanted to be a prompt engineer since as long as I can remember.
All right, fine. The company was in on this little experiment.
It's really interesting that you say that because the role actually didn't exist until maybe a year ago.
Yes, prompt engineering is a totally new type of job because, well, large language models, or LLMs, like ChatGPT, only hit the scene a year ago. And if you've used ChatGPT, prompt engineering is actually pretty easy to understand. You type in your prompt, instructing whatever you'd like the large language model to do. The model then returns an answer, but sometimes that answer is unwieldy or not what you wanted. The better the input, the better the output.
For really one of the first times ever, we've been able to expose a pretty complicated piece of technology to someone that doesn't know how to code, to someone that knows how to talk to these models in a highly instructive, highly clear way. And that person is the prompt engineer.
So really, it's a translator.
That's exactly what it is. You're translating between the machine and the human.
Seems like something I could be pretty good at.
I think so too.
But what's a good prompt, and how do you learn to write them? Well,
I went back to school. And by school, I mean a Coursera class. Look at that. 100 and 100.
Prompts aren't just a one-off that you give to the large language model.
In his 6-week prompt engineering for ChatGPT class, Dr. Jules White, a professor of computer science at Vanderbilt University, teaches you how to structure sentences to get the desired output from the bot.
You seem bored by this, browser.
There's the persona, or role prompt. For instance, act as an assistant helping a financial analyst. You're instructing the LLM to take on a persona. There's the new information prompt. This is where you feed the model new data it might not know about. Say, here's the transcript from the Microsoft earnings call. Please summarize the mentions of Bing. And you get a summary. Hebbia's Matrix app actually does all of this. It allows financial institutions and other businesses to upload or access huge data sets, filings, earnings transcripts, calls. Then it uses AI to find answers, so people don't have to manually go through it all. And that's what Swetha gave me as a prompt engineering assignment.
So in this case, let's say that you are doing an analysis on earnings calls for a public company.
I did a pretty good job at writing those prompts, but there was another part of the job I wasn't prepared for: coding. In some cases, a prompt engineer may have to code the queries into the tool itself, so Hebbia's clients can use them with a single tap. It was about that time that I knew this probably wasn't my next job. Plus, I was a little worried about how long this job might be a job, which I decided to bring up in my interview with the CEO.
Joanna, nice to meet you. As these models get better, is prompt engineering going to be necessary?
At the end of the day, you'll still need people to tell them explicit instructions. Even in programming, where machines are perfect at understanding code, there's still a job for people to go back and forth.
So, what did I learn today? Well, getting a job as a prompt engineer is harder than I thought.
Still, anyone who wants to successfully work with AI tools and elicit the best answers from them really should learn some of these prompt writing skills, even if your next job title isn't officially prompt engineer.
Joanna, enjoyed meeting you too. After some deliberation, we will not be continuing the hiring process here. Wishing you the best in your search. Yeah, rough.
Amazon's new robot, Vulcan, doesn't look like a person or move like one.
This is the robotic gripper. This is the hand. These are paddles that can squeeze the item.
But it's doing a job that until now only people at Amazon could do, stowing thousands of items into bins.
Our hands are one of those most amazing parts of our bodies. And it's that physical intelligence, that physical AI that we're trying to give to the Vulcan robots.
While other robots rely on cameras, Vulcan is Amazon's first robot that's able to feel the items it touches, meaning it can handle way more items than past robots, choosing and placing them accurately.
So on a single shelf, you might be able to create a certain size space, maybe for a dog toy, but not for a basketball. The robot is doing that assessment.
So as Amazon empowers some of its 750,000 plus robots with more and more skills like ours, is Vulcan the robot that could finally eliminate the need for Amazon's human workforce?
There may be a reduction in workforce, but no, the workers will still be needed and the workers will be more efficient.
We went to Spokane, Washington to get the world's first look at Vulcan, fully in use on the warehouse floor, and ask its lead creator exactly how it works, why it's a game changer, and what's stopping robots from replacing all the people at Amazon warehouses like this one.
So the warehouse is 2.6 million square feet. It has 2,500 full and part-time employees.
Those employees are handling 3.5 million items every week here, with a lot of help from thousands of robots. Amazon says globally, robots help with 75% of all orders.
Amazon is one of the most advanced robot users in the world. Their robot warehouses are an astonishing thing.
There's some 5,000 robotic drive units here, ferrying packages around and tall yellow bins filled with items.
Instead of a human being going to get the product from the shelf comes to the human being.
Except for some drive units, most of Amazon's robots, including Vulcan, operate behind a fence.
To make sure that everyone around them is safe.
Robotic arms like Cardinal, Robin, and the newer Sparrow have been moving items and packages around in Amazon warehouses since 2021. But those primarily rely on cameras for detection and suction for grasp.
So we give the robot a sense of touch using a sensor that measures force in all 3 directions.
Aaron Parness spent 10 years developing robotics for space at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory before joining Amazon in 2019. Now he leads the team that developed Vulcan. When the idea first came up, he thought it was impossible.
There was a recent PhD graduate who was trying to get the robot to stow items into the fabric pods. My first impression was, oh, how naive. The real world is going to teach this new grad that robots can't do these things.
Then the team came up with the Gripper with a special sensor and some key movement capabilities.
Like sweeping the items to one side. And I had this pivot from, this is never going to work, to, oh my gosh, this is the future.
The final result, Vulcan, is a 3-part system. An employee puts an item from these yellow bins onto a conveyor where it's picked up by the first part, a moving robotic structure called a gantry.
Which is a robot that moves horizontally and vertically. We'll take that bag of Skittles and put it into our buffer wall. It waits there until the robot makes a match. So the robot brain is looking for an opportunity where it can create enough space to put that bag of Skittles.
Next, it's picked up by this robotic round foam disc.
We affectionately call that the squash turner. So it reorients the item, kind of like it sounds. Things like books where you want the titles facing out, or things where you need to align it so that it'll fit in the space.
Finally, the item is picked up by the Gripper.
It has conveyor belts built in, and so the item feeds forward and backward. So the Gripper has a sense of force on its grasp axis as well. So we don't squeeze a bag of Skittles as strongly as we squeeze a physics textbook.
That precise amount of pressure and torque is determined by an AI-powered sensor. This is the sense of touch that until now, experts say hasn't been put into commercial use in robotics.
The other thing that's super cool here is this guy. It's an extended sort of spatula, and the force sensor, the thing that we're feeling the world, sits right behind here, right on that spatula.
This new ability to adjust pressure means Vulcan can handle up to 75% of the 1 million unique items in inventory here in Spokane. Amazon's Sparrow robotic arm can handle some 60% of items, while Robin and Cardinal only manipulate packages.
We're also using generative AI to predict how the items are going to move. So if I push on the t-shirt, is it going to compress? Versus if I push on the bowling ball.
Vulcan's final step, finding the perfect spot to stow the item, adds some major efficiency gains for Amazon.
One of the use cases we have for AI is predicting how much space we can make in a bin, and then taking the right item that maximizes the filling of that predicted space.
So a bit like Tetris.
It is a bit like Tetris.
There is one robot you won't see all over the warehouse floor. In 2023, Amazon announced Digit, a humanoid robot by Agility Robotics that it's testing to help organize and move totes. In 2024, CNBC saw Digit being tested, but it's a long way off from being deployed at scale.
These robots don't need to be limited by a human form. They could be better than us. So why not have wheels? And that's the question, is why are you putting legs on the thing? Why are you making it a humanoid form when there are better shapes?
Vulcan, meanwhile, is not at all humanoid.
Does Vulcan represent a moment where robotics have gone from gimmick to real-world application?
To me, it doesn't matter if the robot has legs or wheels or it's bolted to the floor. I think the thing that makes the robot useful is having that sense of touch so that it can interact in high contact and high clutter environments. That's the tipping point for me, and I think we're right there, and it's so exciting.
Amazon says Vulcan operates at about the same speed as a human for now, but it also doesn't need to rest.
We have downtime for maintenance and repairs and those kinds of things, but the robot is able to operate, 20 hours a day.
Which begs the question, why wouldn't Amazon replace all its workers with robots?
If you build a terribly complicated automated system and it breaks, then everything stops. Taking out the last human is so expensive. so disruptive. It would be a huge investment and an enormous risk.
Instead, Amazon says Vulcan will create more jobs that are higher skilled, saying it spent more than $1.2 billion on free training to upskill 350,000 of its workers in the last 5 years.
The new jobs are going to be in maintaining and operating the robots, in installing and building the robots.
I think it will be an increase in more interesting jobs and a decrease in the dull, the dirty, and dangerous.
Humans and robotics will need to be working closely together.
In her 16 months at Amazon, Carrie Freitas-Hardy has moved from picking to working with the robots, helping when they run into issues.
It would be many decades off to have them just come in and take over. So at this point, it's more exciting, if you ask me, to see the growth potential, because that is where it does increase jobs on the backside.
Freitas-Hardy says she's not making more money in her new role. But Amazon does have a free mechatronics and robotics apprenticeship program, which it says typically leads to pay increases of about 40% in new roles like those at a fulfillment center in Louisiana.
There are 10 times more robots than you would find in a building like we're in today. They have the same 2,500 full-time, part-time workers that we have here, but 30% more of those jobs are high-skill technical jobs.
One reason Vulcan can't replace people is that it only handles items up to 8 pounds, and certain shapes like round objects are hard to manage. But it does move fast, which is why it'll remain behind this fence.
Because we want to go super fast at stowing items, the robot's moving quickly, and so it is much safer just to keep it behind a fence.
The robotic drive units on the floor with workers are controlled by QR codes and radio signals coming from special vests worn by workers like Freitas-Hardy, so they know to slow down and avoid her.
So our pods are moving at quite a little bit of a pace, and you do not want to get run into by a pod. It could drag you around the floor. So again, safety is key here.
In fact, one of Vulcan's key objectives is to improve worker safety by stowing and picking in the less ergonomic high and low shelves. Limiting workers to mid-height shelves, the so-called power zone, could lower the chance for worker injuries. Amazon has long struggled with injury rates far higher than those at other warehouses, although Amazon claims those rates have improved significantly.
It's all day long and repetitive motions. I'm up and down the ladder, I'm squatting, I'm lunging. I hurt my knee because I was personally doing some bad body mechanics. I know that as a picker, if I had an innovation like this where I could have stayed within my power zone, my days would have been just so much easier.
One of our key metrics we look at is safety. So what percentage of the stows is it doing to the top 3 or 4 rows where the employee would have to reach overhead? We have a plan for that metric to get to 100%.
The hardest part of doing this job, I would say, is the repetitiveness.
Stower Daniel DeMaio has been at Amazon more than 11 years.
I expect everything to be fully automated within 10 years. I mean, absolutely, the way technology is going, and it has to be because of customer demand, I'm sure.
But at least for now, experts say fully automated warehouses without humans aren't coming anytime soon.
We used to call them dark warehouses, dark factories. We don't tend to talk about those anymore. Humans are so flexible. There's so much that a human can do that now very much we think about how can I bring in robots without having to make my factory dark.
At one point, there were rumors of fully dark warehouses that were all automated, 24 hours a day. Is that still in the future?
No, not at all. Like, I don't believe in 100% automation. If we had to get Vulcan to do 100% of the stows and picks, it would never happen.
So if jobs won't be eliminated, what is the big ROI for robots like Vulcan?
Product returns are incredibly high, and product returns are incredibly expensive. Some of them will be because the wrong thing was put in the box. And if you can reduce that, that's a real cost saving straight away.
For now, Vulcan is only in 2 warehouses, this one in Spokane and one in Hamburg, Germany, and it's processed about 500,000 orders. Existing robotic arms like Robin have sorted about 4 billion packages. Amazon wouldn't disclose how much it cost to develop Vulcan, but it says it took 3 years and a team that's grown to 250 people. Ann Parnas says Vulcan is a huge business opportunity.
But Vulcan can interact with the world in a more human-like manner, and that gives us a lot more process paths that we can use automation to bring down the cost that our customer pays and the speed with which we can deliver those products to our customers.
Meanwhile, the front page of the Wall Street Journal has some new reporting on the wave of white-collar layoffs, with major companies like Amazon, UPS, Target announcing cuts, slashing thousands of corporate roles. In their statements, companies cited in part growing pressure to operate more efficiently and to embrace the use of artificial intelligence. So, Jim Vandehei, that brings us around to your piece with Mike Allen, looking at how an AI job apocalypse unfolds in front of us, and it does seem to be accelerating, especially yesterday with that news from Amazon of 14,000 jobs cut, and then explicitly writing in their statement about the role of AI in the cuts.
Yeah, I think it's hard for viewers and readers to realize, to sort through all the news and like really seize on what matters. I cannot stress to parents, to students, to anyone who's in a job that could be imminently affected by AI, what a big deal this is. You have all of these companies basically saying they're either laying off employees or that they're dramatically slowing hiring over the next year because of automation and because of AI. At the same time, you had this company, Mercor, a couple days ago, raise money at a $10 billion valuation. It's a 2-year-old company started by and run by 22-year-olds who were college roommates and then dropped out not long ago. What that company does, and the reason it got such a high valuation, is it basically pays doctors and lawyers and other professionals to train AI to basically do their job, so that companies can then do the work of humans using robots or using artificial intelligence. This is unfolding very fast, and maybe it's not as bad as the naysayers say. There's no doubt. I've not found a single CEO that I have talked to in the last 6 months who's not told me privately that they are dramatically slowing hiring or not backfilling jobs when people leave or considering layoffs specifically because of AI. This should be the only topic that Congress is thinking about and talking about. I don't think most workers realize what's happening. In our piece, we linked to this report by Microsoft that was done this summer that shows you all of the tasks and all of the jobs that are most vulnerable. If you're in one of those jobs, or if your kid is going to school and considering those professions, you've got to be thinking about this. You have to be thinking about, how can I do that job if artificial intelligence can do it for free or do it better? And I don't think politicians are leveling with the American people. They're not talking about the extent of what's going to happen over the next 3 years. That doesn't mean AI couldn't be a massive boom like other technologies over a long horizon. But in the short term, it's really hard to see how a lot of people aren't going to end up struggling and trying to find a new job, especially if you're entry level coming out of college.
Jim, you're so right. We're watching politicians and podcasters, other people fighting and debating over the dumbest things right now.
Oh my God.
This is an existential threat to working Americans, for middle-class Americans. It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
It's AI. It's robotics. You start talking about robotics with leaders of a lot of these tech companies, and they will talk about, basically it's sort of a space race for robotics and what country is ahead of the other country. So you've got white collar workers getting hit, blue collar workers getting hit. And Mike Barnacle, I remember in 1992, Bill Clinton's campaign being saved from the Jennifer Flowers scandal by him going into the snows of New Hampshire and explaining to those people that were suffering from factories closing, post-industrial rot that was brought on from the information age revolution and then the tech revolution. We're going to get those jobs back. That was 33, 34 years ago. Politicians in either party haven't gotten those jobs back for those working Americans. The factories have closed. They're not coming back. And if they do come back, they're going to be run by AI and robots. And yet Washington, D.C. is just not doing anything about it.
Joe, one of the most critical things that Jim just alluded to, that he just talked about,
is if you're at home and your children are in college or whatever, and they're training themselves educationally for a specific series of jobs or a specific profession that they're interested in, will that profession still be there when they graduate from college? And the after effect of that is what you just raised. Are we confident that the United States Congress has a significant membership, a percentage of membership, of its membership, that realize the threat of AI?
They have no idea.
That's the point.
All they look at are the people that are contributing money from these monopolies in Silicon Valley. It's all they, and if you ask them to like even talk about AI, they go, well, we can't beat, China may beat us. They have no idea. They're clueless. They've been clueless for 30 years. Again, about, how do you help communities, whether it's in New Hampshire, whether it's textile mills in South Carolina, whether it's, factories all across the Rust Belt up and down New England that have been shuttered for decades. They have no answer. And now the biggest 1-2 punch is coming to working Americans, and they're fighting about the stupidest things imaginable and focusing on the stupidest things imaginable. And yes, I will put a ballroom at the White House and a $40 billion bailout of Argentina near the top of that list. But talk about, Mika, kids.
Yeah.
Kids that are coming out of college. I say kids, young adults coming out of college. How things have gotten so much bleaker today than they were even 5 years ago because of what Jim's talking about, because of AI.
No, I mean, kids are putting out applications that they spend hours on, and they'll get an AI response. This is the beginning of, I think, what you said, the existential crisis. It is going to be a generation of young people with no jobs if we're not careful, with nowhere to go. It's frightening.
And Willie, we can't say we haven't been warned. It's one of the things that Jim Van Dyke's done so well in Axios. They're talking about this, but I'm surprised more people aren't talking about the coming wave of layoffs.
Yeah, and we get the executives you're talking about who run these tech companies show up, once a year, once every couple of years. They take their hits on Capitol Hill. They run circles around some of the members who, as you say, don't really understand the issue. They go back to business and, by the way, now get massive tax cuts and subsidies to continue doing what they're doing, effectively unregulated. Jim, one interesting byproduct of all this, though, is a rethinking of what a good education is, of what good career training is. There was a report put out that these very AI companies are going to need 130,000 electricians in the next couple of years, for example. So people thinking differently about what education means. How am I educating myself? How am I preparing myself for the future?
Yeah, and this is why leadership matters. It doesn't actually have to be this way. So I've done a bunch of phone calls over the last 2 weeks with Chamber of Commerce in some of the biggest cities. So from Phoenix to Des Moines to Pittsburgh. And a common theme in a lot of these cities is that they actually have jobs that have been open for a while and they can't fill them because they don't have people who live there who have those skills. So one of the things Congress could be doing is build some kind of database, make it very clear about what type of jobs are open, where are they, what type of education do you need? If you don't have that education, how could you get the skill training to do it? I bet you the AI companies would be glad to help even fund that, because a lot of those jobs are either AI specific or they're dependent or adjacent companies like energy companies, chip companies, or data companies. And so what Joe was saying about the lack of understanding among a lot of members of Congress about AI, in some ways it is criminal because it is one of the biggest topics of our generation. And there are things that lawmakers could do, and they don't necessarily have to cost people. And I think people are being misled by the fact that the stock market is booming. Unless you are directly invested in the stock market or you have a robust 401k, you're not benefiting from a big stock market. So yes, people who are in the stock market, I'm benefiting from it. But if you don't have enough money or you don't have a 401k, who cares what's happening to the S&P 500? It's making rich people richer. It's not helping the people who are about to have their health care premiums go up or might need that SNAP payment that's about to expire. That is the role that Congress could play in this, but they just keep doing weird things when you could be looking at the most substantive thing unfolding in real time. Joe, you're right. You know ahead of time it's coming. Yeah. They're telling you.
Yeah.
It's there.
There are two Americas right now, and you have a GDP that is fueled a lot by what you're saying, the top 1%, and even the stock market, Mika. You got the Mag 7, the Magnificent Seven, fueling so much of the stock market's growth. You take out those 7 companies, most of them monopolies, the stock market's not close to where it is right now.
No. And again, it comes down to jobs. Millions of jobs ultimately are going to be lost as we go into the future here. And what is Congress going to do? It's a very uncertain time.
Welcome back. Amazon says it will be eliminating thousands of corporate jobs as it looks to further invest in AI. Our Mackenzie Sagalos has more on the areas of the business that'll be most affected. Morning, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So this is the latest chapter in Amazon's multi-year efficiency drive, which is largely focused on hollowing out layers of middle management. Now, the company is cutting 14,000 white-collar jobs, or about 4% of its corporate workforce, with layoffs hitting teams across the business. Employees in its video games, grocery, HR, comms, ads, and devices units were informed of cuts early this morning, but layoffs are expected to touch nearly every area of the business. Amazon's HR chief also suggesting in a blog post this morning that more job cuts are coming through 2026. And if the total hits 30,000, as Reuters reports, this would be the largest corporate layoff in Amazon's history. Now, the company says it is streamlining to move faster and shifting resources to its biggest bets. And right now, that means data centers, chips, and the infrastructure needed to compete in those hyperscaler wars. It's all part of a broader reckoning across the Mag 7. Tech giants are pouring billions into AI while quietly acknowledging that they'll need fewer workers to sustain that growth. Meta's year of efficiency has become an industry blueprint. You've got Google cutting 35% of small team managers in the last year. Microsoft shed 15,000 roles this summer alone. And then Amazon CEO Andy Jassy, he said this June that generative AI will shrink their headcount. Since 2022, Amazon has already cut more than 27,000 jobs, and it's now on pace to spend more than $120 billion just this year on CapEx to compete in those cloud wars. And then in the background, internal documents showing Amazon plans to automate 75% of its operations by 2033, potentially avoiding 600,000 new warehouse hires. So, Carl, the message is clear here. AI may be boosting stocks, but it's thinning out the employment ranks.
Yeah, there was a good chart today out of Goldman looking at hyperscaler CapEx going higher, obviously, and buybacks and dividends as a result going lower. I wonder if you think the news today that you mentioned suggests that maybe consensus on hyperscaler CapEx is still too light.
Well, and that's what we're going to be looking at this week. You've got Amazon reporting on Thursday, Google on Wednesday, and they both have been upping their spend commitments. And there's a lot of pressure going into earnings, given the numbers that we've seen from OpenAI, deals accounting to more than $1.5 trillion. But what I will say is that this morning, Carl, we saw that Microsoft OpenAI news, and part of that commercial agreement that they struck was a guarantee that OpenAI would use $250 billion worth of compute from Microsoft Azure, but no longer does Microsoft have right of first refusal, which means that it's open season in terms of courting OpenAI's business, and Amazon Web Services has yet to provide them compute.
Yeah, in addition to the CoreWeave and Google deals that we've already seen, that's going to get really spicy. Mac, thank you. I'm Mackenzie Sagalos watching Amazon at least today.
A well-known and respected tech CEO, Dario Amodei, who heads a cutting-edge AI company called Anthropic, is raising alarms tonight about AI's potential impact on employment that could soon be felt. While he says AI can lead to incredible advancements like medical breakthroughs and boost the economy, he believes it could also lead to half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to 20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years. It's something that's been talked about within tech circles for a while, but rarely so starkly and so publicly. I spoke to him just before air about that and other implications he thinks AI may have on society. Dario, you've said that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20%. How soon might that happen?
Well, let's, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But just to back up a little bit, I've been building AI for over a decade. And I think maybe the most salient feature of the technology and what is driving all of this is how fast the technology is getting better. A couple of years ago, you could say that AI models were maybe as good as a smart high school student. I would say that now they're as good as a smart college student and sort of reaching past that. I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are very much at the center of what an entry level human worker would do. And so it's hard to estimate, exactly what the impact would be. And there's always this question of adaptation. And these technology changes have happened before, but I think what is striking to me about this AI boom is that it's bigger and it's broader and it's moving faster than anything has before. And so compared to previous technology changes, I'm a little bit more worried about the labor impact simply because it's happening so fast that yes, people will adapt, but they may not adapt fast enough. And so there may be an adjustment period.
You are running an incredibly important company in AI, and you know this better than anybody, or as well as all the names we know, people, Sam Altman and others who are working, Elon Musk in AI. Why are you raising the alarm? Because it's not necessarily, I would think, in your best interest, because a lot of the messages we hear from, at least publicly, from some AI CEOs and stuff is a little bit more calming, like, these agents are going to be great in your life, and yes, there may be problems, but writ large, this is a fantastic thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I'm raising the alarm is that I think others haven't as much, and I think someone needs to say it. To be clear, and I recognize it's always a difficult balance, right? I'm aware of my position that I'm building this technology while also expressing concerns about it, and the reason I'm doing both of those things is, one, I think the benefits are massive, and we need to find a way to achieve the benefits and mitigate or prevent the harms. And the second thing I would say is, look, there are, as you mentioned, 6 or 7 companies in the U.S. building this technology, right? If we stop doing it tomorrow, the rest would continue. If all of us somehow stop doing it tomorrow, then China would just beat us. And I don't think China winning in this technology is, I don't think that helps anyone or makes the situation any better.
I do want to read something that Sam Altman, your former boss at OpenAI, said in September. He was saying that AI can cause significant, in his words, significant change in labor markets, good and bad. He went on to say that most jobs will change more slowly than most people think. And then he said this, and I want to just read it word for word. He said, many of the jobs we do today would have looked like trifling wastes of time to people a few hundred years ago. But nobody is looking back at the past wishing they were a lamplighter. If a lamplighter could see the world today, he would think the prosperity all around him was unimaginable. And if we could fast forward 100 years from today, the prosperity all around us would feel just as unimaginable. For younger people, I should say lamplighters was actually a job. People went around lighting lamps on the streets. I think a lot of people may not even know what a lamplighter is. But do you think Sam Altman is wrong?
Yeah, so, I think there are some things I agree with about that, and then there are some things that I think are too optimistic. So, I definitely agree that, AI, if we succeed at it, can grow the pie greatly, right? I wouldn't be surprised if economic growth is much higher than it is today as a macroscopic phenomenon, right? That AI allows society as a whole to be more productive. So
let me just say, because you've previously in the past said you've described a future where cancer is cured, the economy grows at 10% a year, the budget is balanced, and 20% of people don't have jobs.
That's exactly what I was getting to, right? Where I agree with all the positive potential. I think that isn't wrong. But I think the quote you just flashed is maybe too optimistic, maybe too sanguine about the ability for people to adapt. People have adapted to past technological changes, but I'll say again, everyone I've talked to has said this technological change looks different. It looks faster. It looks harder to adapt to. It's broader. The pace of progress keeps catching people off guard. And so I don't know exactly how fast, the job concerns are going to come. I don't know how fast people are going to adapt. It's possible it'll all be okay, but I think that's too sanguine an approach. I think we do need to be raising the alarm. I think we do need to be concerned about it. I think policymakers do need to worry about it. If they do worry and they do act, then maybe we can prevent it. But we're not going to prevent it just by saying everything's going to be okay.
Do we as a society even understand the potential inequalities that this may amplify? And also the impact just on what, like I have little kids, I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. What do they grow up aspiring to if machines can do pretty much everything better? What does it do to initiative or drive or striving? And I don't know the answer to that,
Yes.
but it concerns me.
Let's take those questions one by one. Those do concern me, but I do have thoughts on them. In terms of inequality, I'm worried about this. There's an inherent social contract in democracy where ultimately, the ordinary person has a certain amount of leverage because they're contributing to the economy. If that leverage goes away, then it's hard to make democracy. It's harder to make democracies work, and it's harder to prevent concentration of power. And so, we need to make sure that the ordinary person maintains economic leverage and has a way to make a living, or our society, our social contract won't work. And that's why I think it's important.
During testing, your company's latest chatbot, Claude 4, was capable of what was described as extreme blackmail. Specifically, I understand it threatened to reveal an engineer's extramarital affair when it was told it would be taken offline and replaced. This was a simulation. Were you surprised by that? And what does that, that freaked me out when I read that. What does that mean?
Yeah, so just to be clear and to put this in context, this was, as you said, a behavior that emerged during kind of extreme testing of the model. So if you were to make an analogy to, cars, this is like, you deliberately put the car on the iciest road possible, you mess with the brakes, and, you do that so you can see if you really stress test the thing, then you can make the crash dummy blow up.
Right.
So this isn't something that the model does in practice and actual usage. But the reason we stress test the models this way is, that's the best way to test for and prevent problems in the real world. So
right,
icy roads do exist. Yeah, no, but you know exactly. You want to turn every adversarial condition up to the max all at once. Right. And it's only by testing in that you get the model to not do that in the real world. So I wasn't surprised by these behaviors. But this is an example of how we have to be very careful in how we take control of AI systems.
Does it? The obvious question is, does that pretend AI becoming self-aware, and could that lead to dire consequences?
I certainly don't exclude the concept. We have a couple people who are actually working on this topic. As crazy as it sounds, of do AI systems have morally significant feelings? I would guess that they don't right now, but when you run an AI company, these crazy seeming questions are things that you study. So I would say this is probably not the case now, but again, the field is advancing so fast that I don't think you can exclude even crazy sounding things like this.
What are practical steps people should take to be prepared? Ordinary citizens, me, lawmakers, what do you advise?
Yeah,
particularly lawmakers, I guess, really.
Yeah, well, let's take them one by one. I think for ordinary citizens, I think it's very important, learn to use AI, learn to understand where the technology is going. If you're not blindsided, you have a much better chance of adapting. There's some, better world, at least in the short term, at least for now, we should take it bit by bit where everyone learns to use AI better, and that speeds up the adaptation that is definitely going to happen eventually, but it'll be less painful if it happens quickly. For lawmakers, I would say really be aware of these issues. And, we're trying very hard to produce data on the economic impact, not taking off the table, some fairly radical notions. Like I wouldn't exclude the notion of, levying a tax on AI companies, right? If AI creates huge total wealth, a lot of that will by default go to the AI companies and less to ordinary people. And so, definitely not in my economic interest to say that, but I think this is something we should consider, and I think it shouldn't be a partisan thing.
Dario, thank you so much. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Anderson.
Just a few weeks ago, Target had a bunch of their employees come here to downtown Minneapolis to their headquarters. They had these team building exercises. It was a huge back to work initiative. And then now today we're learning that they're going to be basically laying off 8% of its workforce. How do those things, how are they compatible?
These are significant cost cutting initiative by Target. Look, Target is under enormous pressure from new competition, from existing competition, from other types of market forces, inflation, pressure put on tariffs, specifically goods it sells like electronics and apparel and toys and things of that nature. It struggled with 11 consecutive sluggish quarters and stagnant growth. So these cost-cutting measures are really necessary for the company to sort of improve the bottom line on the cost side of the ledger, and then beginning to invest in real initiatives to increase its revenue.
Yeah, and speaking of increasing its revenue, I was reading about Target that they've lost, their shares have fallen 65% since they were in 2021. I know competitors are out there like Amazon, namely, really. Why has Target kind of lost its foothold that it seemed like it had just a few short years ago?
Well, clearly there's been a lot of backlash amongst the DEI situation, which has cut into a lot of their profits and their revenue. Okay, it's had to deal with new competition. It's had to deal with Amazon and Walmart really upping their games with respect to optimization and last mile delivery. Even things like store performance and the in-store experience, which the new CEO cited as major areas, goals to improve the in-store experience for customers. All of that is true. And in addition, you can't ignore the enormous impact that inflation has had. Consumers don't have the type of discretionary income they've had a decade or so ago. And that's really cut in to Target's business model.
You talk about those DEI initiatives. For those at home that might not know, what were the initiatives that they put in place, and why do you think that those initiatives ultimately affected their bottom line?
Well, Target became one of the early lightning rods for folks to mobilize around this move away from DEI, which, by the way, is the trend in most corporate boardrooms today. But with respect to being a major retailer, I really felt a lot of the brunt of that pullback from advocacy groups that were very concerned about Target's high-profile retreat from DEI. And the other factor here is just automation, okay, and the role that robotics is playing with its main competitors, Walmart and Amazon. Okay, Amazon plans to automate roughly 75% of its operations. Okay, so there's enormous pressure for Target to incorporate more robotics, more automation, things like inventory management, last mile inventory, logistics, etc.
What do you mean when you say automation? I think that's a term that I have a rough idea as to what that could mean, but you talk about robotics and whatever, are you talking about actual robots packing packages and shipping them out without a human ever touching a box? How does automation work?
Yes, I mean, the modern day fulfillment center is highly automated, from packaging, but also inventory fulfillment, but also a lot of the AI that's replacing a lot of the corporate positions at companies like Target and Amazon. Incorporating artificial intelligence to do real-time inventory management to get products off the shelves to the consumer in the least costly and the fastest way possible. Now, all of that is resulting in a move away from labor-intensive offices into more artificial intelligence. And it's really a triple whammy. It's not just the corporate head office and the actual stores, but also distribution centers. I think we're going to begin to see more automated payment systems, things that Target already has, but I think you're going to see even more of that in the months and years ahead as this pressure becomes unrelenting to compete not just with Amazon and Walmart, but other startups entering the marketplace.
John, the incoming CEO of Target, said that there are too many layers and overlapping work happening at the company. What do you think he meant exactly by that?
I think when you talk about redundant cost structures, it's duplicity of corporate functions, and that's one of the major reasons why CEOs do major cost-cutting initiatives to cut redundant staff. And now with the new successful precedents of other companies utilizing artificial intelligence, there becomes a real case study and models for Target to really model this cost-cutting initiative after. The message really for the economic development community is twofold. Number one, this will actually enhance the labor market for existing companies in the Twin Cities that are looking to scale up and hire highly skilled workers. It's also an upskilling opportunity for technical colleges to really retrain workers for things like HVAC and plumbing, even industries like drones and advanced manufacturing that are increasingly using robotics and automation. The state workforce program, the Smartify program, I suspect will be a major force to integrate a lot of these laid off workers back into the Minnesota workforce.
Yeah, and you mentioned Amazon and automation earlier. It's not just Target that's laying off workers. Amazon, while they may not be laying off workers per se, they're saying that they're not going to add workers. They want to increase their product sales by double by 2023, or pardon me, by 2033, without adding a single American job. How can Amazon do that? Not add a single U.S. job and double the amount of inventory that they already have going on right now?
Amazon really has been the industry leader with robotics and automation. But at the same time, Amazon is investing in billions of dollars in new capital intensive projects throughout the U.S. with Amazon Web Services. That's creating development and construction jobs coast to coast. It's creating networking and hardware and software jobs coast to coast. So it is creating brick and mortar jobs. We're seeing more of those jobs, high paying jobs with Amazon Web Services, as well as other industries Amazon continues to be a transformative force in. Things like healthcare, banking and finance, transportation, and film and multimedia.
John, it wasn't even too long ago on this very show that we were talking about Amazon building brand new warehouses here in Minnesota. It was going to bring in tens of thousands of jobs here to the state. And now we learned about this information. So how does Amazon go from maybe saying that several months ago, or maybe even a couple of years ago, to now kind of taking this stance of, hey, we're actually not going to be adding actual American jobs to that, but we still want to increase the product inventory that we have going out?
I think Amazon has been one of the largest private sector employers in the U.S. over the past few decades. We suspect it'll continue to do that, but it has to respond to market forces, global market forces, financing rates, inflation, tariffs, all of those things. These are temporary pullbacks that companies like Amazon and Target will do, but you like to think it's for the long-term health of the company, and it'll result in other investments in high growth areas. With respect to Amazon, some of those high growth areas that I just mentioned.
John, would you say that the in-store experience is dying here in the United States? I mean, I'll speak for myself personally. If I'm getting toothpaste or paper towels or soap or whatnot, I'm going to go to Amazon and have that delivered. I'm a Prime member. I'll have that delivered to my apartment in a day. You go to Target and you might be even paying more for those same products, and then you got to lug it to your car, lug it back. It's a whole process. Do you think that in-store experience that Target really kind of bills itself as and prides itself on, you think it's dying? The days weren't so long ago when I was a kid, and my mom, you go get Target popcorn and the icy, and it was a whole thing. The whole in-store experience was a thing. You think that experience is kind of going away here?
Yes, it is. So, for the in-store retailers, brick and mortar retail, it's about experience-based retail. And I think the Target CEO really echoed that, needing to reinvest and reimagine what the in-store experience is like for the Target consumer. Okay, more and more sales are being done online. This is especially true with respect to food and beverage products, also pharmacy products, okay, which account for roughly 15% of all retail sales today are done online. It's projected to be closer to 30% by 2040, maybe even more than that, given all the radical advances that we see happening with artificial intelligence and streamlining those last mile delivery systems. So yes, the in-store experience needs to be improved for brick and mortar retailers to be competitive. The big buzzword is, experience-based retail. There's no reason Target can't be an industry leader in that, just as it was a decade or so ago.
John, I'll leave you with this. Amazon has all these plans to double the products that they want to put out by 2033. Is there a world where maybe Target Corporation doesn't exist by, I don't know, it's 2025, 15 years, 2040? I mean, do you think that could happen, that they could just go out of business altogether by then?
I don't suspect that at all. I mean, I think despite the 11 consecutive quarters of sluggish performance, Target continues to be a global leader. It has a very loyal global consumer base. It has a very smart executives and its C-level suite. I think it's responding to some temporary concerns, market forces. We expect them to correct this. Cost cutting is a necessary step. It's a painful step, but one that companies must do to remove redundant cost structures and have the capital to invest in new revenue creating initiatives.
This is something that the companies all across the board have been doing since the pandemic era, what they call overhiring. A lot of these companies saw the growth in how people were relying on tech during the pandemic. When they were home, they were obviously ordering a lot more from Amazon because they didn't want to go to the grocery store if they were at-home workers. And the company hired to accommodate that. And now they don't need as many people. But I heard your earlier point, Carol, about AI. I think that's part of it. But I also think that part of it is when these companies go through periods of opportunity where they see a lot of growth, they're seeing that trend line and they're hiring for the future. We're seeing it right now with AI. These companies are building out data centers. They don't know if they're actually going to need all of that capacity long term, but they better make that deal today or else they might not have it when they need it. So we do see a lot of anticipatory investment from these tech companies over time that sometimes they need to pull back on. In big tech, we haven't seen as big a pullback as we have in the past few years since the pandemic. It's really been a change in the culture, this drive for efficiency, for reducing bureaucratic bloat. And it's not just a line they're throwing out there. We are seeing my colleague Matt Day wrote a really interesting story I encourage everyone to read about AWS and how AWS was at the forefront of cloud, really inventing the market. And in the era of AI, they have fallen back in preference for startups. They had that big outage we talked about last time I was on this show. And some of the employees are attributing that to bloat, to this bureaucratic culture, too many people working on the same things and things not getting done fast enough. So I think, although I hate to see people lose their jobs, I think that is where a lot of this is coming from, the idea that we need these companies in the age of AI to be working faster to try to catch their competitors.
I see a headline like this, Sarah, and I immediately think back to the prominent other headlines that I saw in the last week about big layoffs or mid-sized layoffs at a tech company, Meta Platforms, laying off 600 people who work in AI, and then Target retail, not necessarily tech, but Amazon straddles that, right? And we don't know the details of these layoffs yet, but Target to cut 1,800 roles, 8% of its headquarters team. Taken together, is there a story with these three headlines?
Well, I think that the Meta headline and the Amazon headline are certainly related because they're all attributed to this idea of trying to move faster, to cut a lot of the, maybe unnecessary workforce, maybe workforce that they do expect one day will be augmented by AI tools or are already starting to be augmented by AI tools. But like we've said before, we don't know if the AI tools are actually making people more efficient. That right now it's more of a hope that will be the case. Certainly in coding, it's had a big role. I'm not sure, because we haven't been able to confirm the report just yet, I'm not sure if these are roles in coding. When it comes to Meta and AI, it's really interesting because they are still shuffling around the leadership and therefore the direction of this very expensive super intelligence team that they pulled together over the course of a few months earlier this year. And it seems like that is something that could give the potential of a slowdown for that company, but a lot is riding on Meta's AI efforts. Both companies, Amazon and Meta, I think we are going to have a lot to learn from this week in their earnings, which are coming Meta on Wednesday, Amazon Thursday. So I think that is going to be very key.
Yeah, totally agree with you that I feel like the earnings this week are a big deal to see that those AI investments are paying off. Hey, in the meantime, we're watching very closely what's going on with Qualcomm. They don't report until November 5th, but I'm looking at a stock, Sarah, that is up 12% at its highs, was up nearly 22% today. And this is after unveiling some chips and computers for the AI data center market. We know this is something that has made NVIDIA just on fire and at the center of the AI universe. What do we know about Qualcomm?
Well, they already have a major customer for these chips in the form of Humane, the Saudi company. And so I think that is giving investors a lot of hope that this can not only give them a very strong position in the AI growth as an alternative to NVIDIA, but also help make up for some of the revenue lost by Apple, who was a major customer, going to in-house chips. So I think they see it as very positive for Qualcomm. Of course, this chip is also getting a lot of buzz for its ability to hold quite a lot of DRAM memory. So I think, anytime that someone can make inroads in chips versus NVIDIA, the stock market is going to reward it, but we'll have to see if they're able to take on some of those big tech customers over time, or what their customer base is going to evolve into if this becomes a big part of their portfolio.
Yeah, time will tell. I was looking at our BI analyst in the Ian King story, basically saying, it's too soon to call this a serious challenge, right, to NVIDIA's dominance. Even modest share gains, though, in the over $500 billion AI accelerator market could translate into billions in incremental revenue. Right, even this pie is so big, and it just seems to grow at this point, Sarah, that even a piece of it, or a decent piece of it, it could be a lot for Qualcomm if it all plays out.
No, absolutely. There's so much data center build out happening right now and happening over the course of the next few years. I think we're going to continue to see these multi-billion-dollar deals across the U.S. and around the world. So I think that any player that can get in on that build out it's really significant, and I think that the time is really now. Chips don't last very long once they are unveiled. They maybe last 3 to 5 years before they're obsolete. So I think for those deals that are in the making in the moment, we're very interested to see what Qualcomm's gonna cook up.
Let's do a deep dive into AI. Artificial intelligence growing at lightning speed. College grads and young workers wonder what the technology means for their careers. And according to a report from Wired, economists at Stanford University say they found the strongest evidence yet that AI is starting to eliminate certain jobs. So it's a good time to bring in Will Knight, senior writer for Wired and author of the AI Lab newsletter. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's break this down. Tell us about this new research and what jobs AI will take.
Yes, thanks for having me. So this report is really interesting. We often hear people say that certain jobs are going to be eliminated, or there's going to be widespread unemployment, but actually there's been relatively little data to back that up. So this looked at payroll data for several years, ever since ChatGPT came online, and it shows that rather than specific types of jobs, it's particular categories of jobs and certain types of workers. Mostly less experienced younger workers. So this makes sense because tools like ChatGPT can automate some of the simplest tasks, the kinds of things you might have like an intern or a junior person do in certain industries. So in places like coding or customer support, those are areas which are most sort of vulnerable to AI.
Let's talk about the good side of this, okay? It's not going to take all jobs. AI could actually create opportunities, and where might we see those?
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's important to note that another thing that they found was in some cases, people saw, even in those industries, saw their job opportunities increase sometimes because there are new roles for people to oversee AI and make sure that it's not making mistakes. So then now, one of the things is we don't know how things are going to pan out in the future, but this does suggest that there may be new categories of work. And the economists behind this recommend that what we need to do is start to think about maybe better ways of having AI and humans work together. So they recommend, additionally to this report, the idea of having benchmarks that measure how well humans and AI can collaborate. And that may encourage companies to develop new types of jobs and exploit new opportunities. There may be whole new businesses that could emerge from that.
Yeah, that leads to my next question. So with all this research in mind, where should young students and workers actually direct their focus to prepare themselves for an AI future? I know that's a big question.
It's a big question. It's a difficult one. I wish I knew. I wish I could say this was the safe place to go, because I think a few years ago we all thought coding was going to be difficult to automate, and we're seeing more advanced things like math and science. AI can tackle those. So I think that the message I would say is to try and use these tools, to explore them and see how they can benefit you. I think one of the big questions we're going to face as a society is how to make sure we're still educating people so that they're really, really expert and can oversee and use these tools and maybe be more expert than them, even while they're using them. So I think you've got to embrace them. And I think that the message is overall, we just need to keep an eye on what's happening.
Definitely. Will Knight, thank you for your insight. Let's chat again soon. Appreciate it.
Some AI chip names weighing down the NAS today as the market digests Marvell, Dell, and NVIDIA's earnings results from earlier in the week. And the Gen AI story, not just moving shares, we're learning more today about how the tech is reshaping the workforce of some of the biggest names in tech. Our Mackenzie Sagalos digs into why in today's Tech Check. Happy Friday, Mac.
Hey there, Carl. So researchers at Stanford are using ADP payroll data to track how AI is reshaping the workforce with a live dashboard showing those trends in real time. And right now, the hardest hit are workers under 25 and entry-level jobs most exposed to AI, fields like coding, customer service, and accounting. Now, the team told me that cutting these roles doesn't just hit young workers, it disrupts the entire employment chain. That same pressure is now showing up inside big tech. Our Jen Elias obtained leaked audio from an internal Alphabet meeting revealing that the company has quietly cut 35% of its small team managers over the past year. CEO Sundar Pichai was heard stressing the need to be more efficient as they scale to compete on nearly every front in the AI race. Now, cutting bureaucracy means faster decisions and quicker product cycles, what Yale's Tristan Botello, who studies organizational behavior, calls the great flattening, basically reducing those layers between top execs and builders. Now, that push is happening across the Mag 7. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg has spent the past 2 years stripping out managers while ramping AI hiring, and Microsoft has cut more than 15,000 workers this summer, partly targeting those middle ranks. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy is pursuing a similar shift, with Morgan Stanley estimating as many as 14,000 management roles could go, saving them $4 billion. And then here in Silicon Valley, I spoke to former Google HR chief Laszlo Bock, and he told me that hyperscalers are clearly cutting staff to fund their in-house chips and top AI talent. Remember, guys, those all-star-like comp packages can reportedly hit $1 billion per person.
I think that's incredible. Where's the pipeline of talent coming from?
On the AI talent side, I actually talked to Laszlo about exactly that. And he said that, 10 years ago when he was working under Eric Schmidt, they had already identified the 200 people. And this is a finite list of those capable of building LLMs and managing them. And then it became a strategy of how to recruit them, going to the same conferences and waiting till they have a bad day to swoop in and get them. But to your larger question about what's the pipeline for people to eventually lead the company, that's the big question here. Because if you're cutting those entry-level roles and then with existing managers, you're kind of stretching out what they're capable of doing by augmenting their tasks with AI tools that make them more efficient. Perhaps with one manager, you can do the work of what was previously being done by 3. We're starting to see these bigger efficiencies come in present day, but there is a question of who are they going to hire in 5 years from now to lead these teams?
Yeah, I mean, the easy view is that it displaces entry level, but if you're going after the comp, you definitely want to sort of target higher levels of management where the dollar bills are larger. Incredible story, Mac. Have a good weekend.
Well, now for nearly 40 years, spreadsheet mastery has been a rite of passage in a multitude of entry-level jobs, from investment banking to private equity to consulting, and that may be about to change thanks to AI. I welcome this, Leslie.
Yeah, because you were a spreadsheet cruncher.
No, but I wasn't very good at it.
You were an Excel monkey?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it for 5 years before I joined CNBC, and I always was way slower. Do you know what? Not just than my colleagues, than my late great older brother. He was a machine on it, and it just always annoyed me.
So for some people, it literally clicks. When
Yeah.
I started in business school, I literally bought a Excel for Dummies book, read it. Still, I'm terrible at Excel. But just within the last month, here's some good news. There's been a slew of AI product launches that aim to take on Excel or Google Sheets. One of them, called Shortcut.ai, went viral when its Excel agent was unveiled in late July. The technology can build a discounted cash flow model from scratch in minutes. The CEO, Nico Christie, told us that Shortcut is already serving thousands of paying customers at thousands of companies, mostly through individual lower-level employees.
The work that you do tends to be very time consuming, and I wouldn't say menial, but repetitive. And what you'd rather be doing is doing what the associates and managers do at these firms, which is mostly reviewing the work that takes more time to do. So now that we can have AI that can actually do 4 hours of work in 20 minutes, it's a no-brainer in terms of ROI and making the switch over.
Christie said that ROI unleashed a battlefield in the race for superhuman Excel agents. Shortcut's parent company, Fundamental Labs, has raked in more than $40 million in funding from Prosus Ventures, Andreessen Horowitz, and First Spark, to name a few. OpenAI just invested $14 million in something similar called Endex. General Catalyst just seeded another company called Paradigm, and Google and Microsoft have been quickly rolling out AI features to defend their spreadsheet turf. So far, none of the agents, though, are 100% perfect. They still require human oversight, especially in scenarios with legal or regulatory or compliance implications. But the technology is improving by the day, and it's expected to have broad ramifications for Wall Street talent, as well as bottom line efficiencies. And guys, this has all really just exploded in the last month.
It's super exciting and makes your life better and should make other people's lives better in certain ways. Those that actually have to do the job, it will make your life easier. But there's those who won't get the job because there won't be a job to do.
Right. And I asked Christie about that. I said, is this going to just completely supplant the entry-level workforce in all of these industries? I mean, we're not just talking about investment banking. We're talking about consulting. We're talking about private equity. We're talking about accounting. I mean, he said 2 billion Excel users that are proficient with it, that use it every day for their jobs.
But I have a bigger point, which is this kind of highlights a broader question of, does AI now just arbitrage away kind of all the potential different views on a stock or in the market? I mean, if AI builds the spreadsheet and the model from which then the whole of the sell side base their kind of forecasts, aren't we just kind of all going to converge on the same thing? I mean, maybe we already have that now because the biggest stocks are covered by so many people and you get the consensus forecast, but it's going to happen
but
like
they're
that.
going to give you ranges, right?
Yeah. And I think
it's all going to be a range, and someone's going to have to decide, I'm picking the low end of this range, I'm picking the high end of this range.
But I'll step back from this. I still remember in my early days when you had to build your own model. That was like what you were told. And yet you could have just picked up any one of the 28 sell-side analyst models and used that initially. But what does it actually really come down to? I am going to put in a bigger input on AI sales of this company than most others because I believe in the big themes.
Right.
So again, it's so interesting, like the amount of time and energy that goes into all this, and really do we then does it really make the difference, the underlying model versus getting those big themes right?
Well, I think, it all comes down to the prompts that you give the AI and tell it to look for certain assumptions and pull this 10K and compare it to this 10K. I mean, you still as a human, you have to instruct it to do what you want it to do.
AI is not, and so I tell my kids this all the time, AI is not like a mind reader. The prompt actually does matter. If you have a view, you tell it the view. If you don't have a view, it will come up with its own view. I agree. If nobody has a view and you just are literally saying to the AI, what do you think? Yes, you will get to that point. If everyone has no agency over themselves whatsoever, we will all come to a median in the middle of some sort, some average. But hopefully you have some agency in your life and you're not just going to listen to whatever the AI gremlins have decided.
So I basically agree with that. I kind of put it a different way, though. I think the people who take more agency over the next 5 years and rely on AI less will do better. Because I think it's just going to speed up arbitraging away the consensus.
We'll take a random walk down AI Street, perhaps, and we'll find out the answer.
I also think in human development, and I think this is really relevant for kids, you develop your intelligence much more by reading and thinking yourself. And again, the people growing up that embrace AI less, I think, will just generally grow their intelligence more. So I think there's a counter trade here of embrace AI less, and you might go further.
Well, we'll find out.
I'll take the other side of that coin for now, but anyway.
Should we be doing like big smile or?
No, big smile's creepy.
That's sort of what I think. I'm Boris. I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat. I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding, and we want to make Claude better at coding for everyone. We built some tools, one of which we're sharing today. We're launching Claude Code as a research preview. Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app. Let's open it up in an instance of Claude Code. Now that we've done this, Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by reading the higher level files, and then it dives in deeper. Now it's going through all the components in the project. Cool. Here's its final analysis.
So say I was asked to replace this left sidebar with a chat history, and I'm also going to add a new chat button. I'm going to ask Claude to help me out here. We haven't specified any files or paths, and Claude's already finding the right files to update by itself. Claude can also show its thinking, and we can see how it's decided to tackle this problem. Claude's asking me if I want to accept these changes. I'll say yeah. Now Claude's updating the navbar, adding a button and icons as well. Next, it's updating the logic to ensure the saving state works correctly. After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left. Let's check if I can start a new chat while keeping the previous one saved. I'll try out the new chat button too. Great, it's all working.
Now let's ask Claude to add some tests to make sure that the features we just added work. Claude's asking for permission to run commands. We'll say yes. Claude is making some changes to run these tests. After getting the results, it continues with its plan until all tests pass. After a few minutes, it looks like we're good to go. Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds. Claude identified the build errors and is now fixing them. Then it tries to build again. It'll keep going until it works.
Now let's finish everything up by asking Claude to commit its changes and push them to GitHub. Claude creates a summary and a description of our changes. And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
Joining us right now, though, at the table, this is not gray at all. An exclusive interview with OpenAI's CFO, Sarah Fryer, at the table. It's nice to see you. We talked to Sam just about 2 weeks ago now when ChatGPT 5 launched. There was a little bit of consternation in the week since about sort of what is going on with the model, some shifts in the model. I will say that it seems like it's gotten a little bit better from some of the problems that first emerged right out of the gate. Have you been experiencing this?
So, I mean, I think with any launch, when you have 700 million weekly active users, you start to find people are very opinionated. They've come to love their ChatGPT. And frankly, as we've released things like memory, it's become more and more your ChatGPT. But as we've come out of the gate, we're seeing actually acceleration in Plus and Pro subscriptions. That's a good sign. People are seeing a lot of value. And we're seeing really nice momentum in the enterprise, great momentum with developers.
Well, that's where I was going to go. Coding and developers. Some people have tried to describe this as an anthropic killer. And so I want to understand what you think has happened in the last week. I know Cursor's obviously taken this on and has made it its default.
Yes.
But what are you hearing and what kind of reaction are you getting from the coding community?
So developer outcome was actually great. I think our numbers were up something like 50% just week over week on the number of tokens and so on being used. What we see is tokens in particular for agentic behavior and so on almost doubled. Reasoning, which is what I get really excited about because that's a place where I think we've really extended our lead, was up 8x in terms of usage of the reasoning components of the model. So,
okay, so tell me about this. Sam has a dinner, I believe out in San Francisco.
He does.
And he says at the dinner, though, this is the famous dinner in the last week, where he says that there could be an AI bubble that's taking place. Do you believe there's an AI bubble? And I say that in the context that there's apparently a secondary sale of some of your private stock that some of your employees may be trying to sell at a $500 billion valuation.
So first of all, I think what Sam said and what I fully agree with is we think AI is the biggest thing, the biggest era that we've seen to date, right? Those of us who've had the benefit of living through the internet era coming upon us, mobile era, AI is bigger than all of that. And I don't think any of that is slowing down. You look at infrastructure builds and so on, which you all care about, those stocks. In terms of can there be moments where people invest in things that don't come to fruition? Absolutely. Happens in every era. And I think that's what Sam was saying, is that there will probably be investments made that are not the best of investments, but we still feel like the AI era is upon us and that we're leading the pack.
Let me ask you something, actually. As somebody who thinks about that, there's a lot of people who are trying to create startups, AI-related startups, and just other startups. And what kind of moat anybody is going to have around any kind of business in the future, given that arguably, if this works as well as it's supposed to, I should be able to build anybody else's company and break through tomorrow.
So I think a couple of things. When I talk to VCs in particular, I always ask this question because they're thinking about their portfolio. And so what I look for in an investment around AI right now is, number one, are you solving a real problem? It sounds really trite, but sometimes I think people try to solve problems that don't really exist in the world. Second, is there a true business process that's quite complicated? I think in a lot of cases, people are looking for the shiny, bright object, but there's a lot of just hardcore, like in my world, like finance, that now can be done agentically with really complex business processes. And then do you have access to data that is unique? I think the stat is something like, it's a good ChatGPT question, 90+% of the world's data sits behind closed doors. It sits in university settings and company settings and so on. And so can you access that in an appropriate way? That's what I think builds competitive moat. But I do think that we're moving into this world, I call it of abundance, where you're right. Like if I want planning software as a finance person, I don't need to go buy off the shelf anymore. I can build internally the best planning software for OpenAI. Now we still work though with companies like Salesforce. For example, you asked about GPT-5. They were one of our real reference customers. They're using it for Agentforce. And so it's a good example where even the world of enterprise software, they're grabbing hold of this, and I think the leaders will lead by continuing.
Okay, let me ask you a
deploy
data
it.
question, because people have also talked about if you have the data, that can be a super valuable component part. I had long thought that Google should be the winner of this whole ball game because it has my email, it has my calendar going back almost 2 decades practically, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. And yet, one of the things that's happened even in the last couple months now is you, ChatGPT, and by the way, Anthropic and others, can effectively port in to that same data stream. Now, so there's 2 questions. One is, should Google be allowing anybody to port into that data stream? That's what the customers are demanding, so they think they need to do it. I don't know if you would do it. And B, if that's the case, it may very well be that this idea that data is the sort of gating factor. Data will always be the gating factor, but it may be that those who have the data are going to have to open it up to everybody.
Yeah, look, I think when customers say it's not Google's data and it's not, any software data, it's my data, right? This is what I've done with my employees, with my customers, and so on. So we've all built connectors in. It's actually been one of the reasons the enterprise business has been so strong. If you look at our business in the last 6 months, what's really outperformed, ChatGPT has been amazing on the consumer side, but what's really outperformed what I see is enterprise and API. And that's connectors happening. Because again, as people come to work, they expect to be able to do an enterprise search and for it to be able to go look inside of my Slack and my email and my calendar and so on. So it's making it incredibly valuable. And then as we look forward, I think what you're starting to see is memory getting overlaid on top of that. It starts to really understand who I am, both as a professional or as an individual, and you connect that data to what I am and how I like to search. It's blowing open the search market. I think we've gone from something like 6% share overall to 12% in 6 months. And I think that underestimates, by the way, because when you are doing a conversational search in ChatGPT, you probably go back and forth 5, 6 times. That doesn't count as 5, 6 searches, which is what Google would count as. It counts as 1. So I think we're really underestimating how much bigger search is becoming, but how much share we're taking.
Can I ask you a big sort of economic question? We were talking about the Fed and how the economy is going and everything else. And one of the things that's happening is whatever you think is happening with tariffs and everything else, the economy is absorbing a lot. In large part, I would argue, because of the AI boom, the amount of money that some of the big companies, Microsoft, Google, and others, and yourselves are spending on CapEx, and it trickles into the economy in so many ways, whether it's in construction or electricity or engineering or energy or real estate, all of it. This it's either a gold rush or a sugar rush. And how long you think that build out really lasts? Because it may take several hundred people to build a data center, but it only takes 5 or 10 to operate it.
I think we are so in the early inning. I think a lot of prognosticators want to call it like we're on the sugar rush. We're not. It's more like the railroads or the build out of electricity than anything I've seen. The internet, it turns out in hindsight, was actually a relatively CapEx light build out. And so I think we are just getting started. Now we have to do a lot to figure out how to make data centers more efficient, to think about new ways to power them. But in terms of AI, it is voracious right now for GPUs and for compute. The biggest thing we face is being constantly under compute. That's why we launched Stargate. That's why we're doing the bigger builds, as you see, with Microsoft, but with Oracle, CoreWeave, and so on. And we are just getting started.
This is a story about needs and wants. Sometimes what we need may not be what we want. We need more productivity from AI, but we don't want young college graduates going unemployed. And at least some of us may not want our local communities transformed by the building of all those data centers we need for AI.
Warrenton is a tiny town, 10,000 people. Picture Norman Rockwell picture Mayberry and Andy Griffith.
Cindy Burbank lives in Warrenton, Virginia. She took us to what would have been a data center.
Down this, we did pathway is the 42-acre site that Amazon purchased to build a data center on.
Without data centers to process, store, and distribute information, we don't have AI. With everything from internet search,
we are on an exponential curve, and a relatively steep one,
to drug discovery and approval.
It's going to propel the biological research, AI, in unprecedented ways.
To reap all the benefits AI has to offer, global data center capacity is expected to grow at a rate of 15% per year, and even that may not be enough to keep up with demand. Christine Wood is the data center practice lead at Burns & McDonnell and consults with companies building data centers.
Power is becoming the long pole in the tent to be able to find a data center site. And so it really starts with that, is the power puzzle that we're seeing associated with the data center sites.
But supplying all that power can cause disruption to the communities where data centers want to be located. Not everyone wants a data center for a neighbor.
We're situated about 45 miles to the west of Washington, D.C.
Carter Neville is a native of Warrenton, Virginia. He has been the mayor of the town since 2019.
We are heavily dependent upon our meals taxes, and our largest meals tax provider is Chick-fil-A. We are very fortunate to have, as residents, very low taxes in terms of real estate taxes. And so pretty much our largest employer is the school board, followed by the hospital and Walmart.
Warrenton's data center journey began in 2023 when the town council voted to consider an Amazon data center on a 42-acre site.
On the upside, to provide a significant amount of revenue, which we are desperately in need of. Our infrastructure is aging. We're behind the 8 ball in a lot of our improvements needed to our water treatment and wastewater treatments, especially. We have parts going back that can't even be produced anymore. Parts dating back to the 1950s, and we're in desperate need of upgrading that facility for the safety of our community.
But even the economic benefit couldn't outweigh the town's concerns.
Our frustration was the fact that we were being kept in the dark. Then finally, a year and a half later, we learn about it because Dominion is proposing these massive transmission lines. And that is what was like throwing a match onto a powder keg. The citizens exploded. And at first against the transmission lines in Dominion, and then they learned it was tied to the data center. Then we learned from our neighboring jurisdictions what data centers were and the impacts they had. A lot of noise, huge energy generation, monster size to dominate your landscape, and bringing transmission lines and other problems. We did a Freedom of Information Act for the town records. How many people spoke up or wrote in support of the Amazon data center? How many opposed it? And the result was, I'll show you this number, 2,389 of our citizens, our residents, took the time to oppose the data center. They came to the town council meetings, they wrote emails to the town council and so forth. Only 11 people here wanted that data center to happen. And yet we were ignored because Amazon had cut a deal with our elected officials before we even knew about it.
As the opposition grew, it got very, very heated. It got very, very emotional. I think that there was a lot of information that was selectively put out to the community. And so by the time it came to a vote, it was a very divided community. And I'm grateful for the council members that had the courage to do what they believed was right.
Last month, Warrenton's City Council voted unanimously on a zoning change that effectively bans data centers altogether. Among the citizens' concerns is the amount of power a data center needs, which would eat up their own access.
I think the biggest concern, and the one that the industry itself really needs to address, is the energy usage. That is just huge. And that is something, as I've pointed out to many people, the data centers are coming. Whether one community says yes or no does not ultimately impact the demand on energy. The industry and the energy producers have got to figure that out. They've got to find a better way of providing that energy without hitting the ratepayers like you and me.
15 years ago, a 12 megawatt data center was a huge data center. Now with AI, what we're seeing on the development side is more than a gigawatt on the campus. And to put that in real terms for you, I'm sitting in Dallas. Dallas
takes about 3 gigawatts to 5 gigawatts, depending on the time of year, to power the entire city.
One alternative to drawing the needed power from the grid is small modular nuclear reactors, but even they may not be enough to keep up.
When it comes to AI data centers, they are an order of magnitude more power hungry than the data centers we are used to since the internet age.
K.R. Sridhar is the founder and CEO of Bloom Energy, which just signed a deal to provide power to Oracle for its infrastructure data centers. In the United States, is there an overall approach to addressing that enormous demand for power?
Today, it is a scramble for that AI data centers. Collectively, they're investing more than $600 billion just this year. That's the publicly uttered commitments. That's mind-boggling, right? Almost $2 billion a day to feed this beast.
Sridhar's Bloom Energy was created to do just that, provide clean energy on site, eliminating the need for transmission lines and traditional power generators.
The world is completely digital dependent. Not having power, even for a millisecond, is not an option because critical life functions depend on it, like a surgery happening in a hospital, for example. So we said, power needs to be extremely reliable. You cannot get that redundant reliability at very high nines unless you have on-site power. If you're going to have on-site power, because you're going to be breathing that air when you're sitting in your office or when you're in your bedroom, by definition, it needs to be clean. And it needs to be very efficient, and it needs to be quiet. So this is the principle on which we founded Bloom Energy.
For the citizens of Warrenton, Virginia, finding that optimal solution of providing data center power in ways the community can tolerate has been elusive. But that has real fiscal consequences for the town.
We are so revenue strapped, but we're facing about $91 million of investment in our wastewater and water treatment plants. And so, that money is just going to have to come out of debt unless we find revenue streams. Our streets are cracked. We have things that are falling apart, and we're just kind of trying to keep the lights on.
Amazon declined to comment on the status of the Warrenton data center. For now, the fate of the project will have to be decided by the courts.
There's a March hearing date on that. There's a citizen group that challenged it in court. And so we are waiting to see what that decision is in March. And I believe that Amazon has probably moved on. But I do expect that, if they remain, if the courts favor the town and Amazon, that they will eventually build there. But as of now, I'm not sure where it stands.
The transformative power of AI means that we need to have it. And that means we need to have data centers, even with their enormous power demands. The question now is where they will go, and whether we can find ways to make them the good neighbors that people in towns like Warrenton, Virginia, will welcome.
Okay, hi. So, my name is Boxy, and it's been a while since I made a new video.
I first heard about YouTube when I was in high school.
Hey, it's Fred! I went to a party with Daniel, and he kissed me.
Just kind of wondering, what is that?
I have this really vague memory.
They have really long trunks.
I believe it might have been the first YouTube video ever.
It was, and featured trunk enthusiast and YouTube co-founder Javed Karim. And it ignited 20 years of liking, commenting, and subscribing. 20 million videos are uploaded to YouTube every day, and the site's estimated to account for about a fifth of all internet traffic. In the US, people spend more time watching YouTube on TV than Netflix, Amazon, or all of Disney's TV networks and streaming services combined. But the world's central repository of video content is now taking a risky gamble, while also facing its first real competition in years.
The biggest threat for YouTube is that someone could come along and do what they did 20 years ago.
And so, with novel threats knocking at its door, can a wealthy, grown-up YouTube still keep its kids engaged?
You're still here.
YouTube has a knack for survival. Should humanity accidentally deploy a planet-wide exit strategy, Earth may well just be old Nokia phones, Twinkies, and YouTube servers. And it has youngsters to thank for that.
The vast majority of teens consume YouTube content every single day. Most of the products that were popular when I was a teen are either extinct or they're for the boomer generation at this point.
Just imagine MySpace or MSN Messenger holding prime real estate on billions of our home screens.
The site was founded in 2005. Sharing video online was just beginning.
YouTube provided this really easy way for people to just seamlessly share these little moments that might have once been stuck in sort of home video land.
Within a year, YouTube was serving 30 million videos a day to 9 million people a month, with about 30,000 new clips being added every 24 hours. Broadband internet, advances in video compression software, and tools like Adobe Flash combined to help YouTube become the internet's preferred way of broadcasting itself.
One of their major reasons for the success their first year was that people could embed it into MySpace, which at the time was incredibly popular.
Although that made hosting and serving up video files expensive.
One of the founders put up a pretty major bill on his personal credit card.
It had also caught the attention of some deep-pocketed businesses at a pivotal stage in their own evolution.
Google was very worried they would become obsolete if they did not have a social media component to their business.
So it snapped up YouTube for $1.6 billion, enough for the founders to pay off their credit cards, go back and look at some more elephants, and have change to spare. And change really is the operative word here.
This was the beginning of this sort of user-generated internet.
So what had Google actually bought? At the time, a big viral success story was Brie Avery, better known as the character Lonely Girl 15.
Hi guys.
It tapped into what YouTube did best.
I don't really know how my parents would react to this.
She was sort of talking to the audience as if they knew her.
And countless other young people achieved cult status doing the same, including Boxy, aka actress Catherine Wayne.
I was like, I'm not trolling. I am Boxy, you see?
The old tastemakers that had kind of determined what would be in vogue, that was starting to change, and YouTube really catalyzed that shift.
Not without some irony and costly legal crises, though, thanks to YouTube's belly full of copyrighted material from those old tastemakers.
And they interpreted it this way that, listen, if someone's going to ask us to take it down, we will, but until then, we're going to keep it up.
That soon came to a head.
It's the latest round of charges and countercharges in Viacom's billion-dollar copyright infringement lawsuit against YouTube.
Viacom ended up accusing YouTube and Google of knowingly putting up that copyright and making money from it.
After 7 years of back and forth, the companies eventually settled. Still, YouTube needed to convince the rest of the industry it was legit. What it did changed the direction of the platform for the next decade. And so began Act 2. Amid the Viacom ordeal and with a global music scandal still in recent memory, Google rolled out something called Content ID.
And that effectively is a piece of software that can detect when copyrighted material shows up in a video, and then it gives the owner the ability to either remove that video or make money from any ads that appear on that. And sort of overnight, that system basically let YouTube coexist with the record labels, with Hollywood studios, with TV networks. And we saw this major shift where they were willing to go to YouTube, in part because they saw a commercial pathway.
And a lucrative one. Over the last 5 years, YouTube ads consistently made up 10 to 11% of all Alphabet's revenue, which has roughly doubled in that time from $183 billion to $350 billion in 2024. That year, YouTube ad sales hit $36 billion, almost as much as Disney, Paramount, Fox, and NBC Universal combined. But back to our timeline. In 2010, YouTube introduced the next key feature that would lead to all that.
They built this format called the skippable ad, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but now we're all familiar with this, right?
Skippable ads incentivized marketing departments to create compelling promos that people wouldn't want to ignore.
Whether you own one donkey or dozens, we can help protect what matters most.
And then this.
When I grow up, I'ma be a supermodel.
In 2012, YouTube made this seismic change in switching over to prioritize what it's called watch time.
This disincentivized clickbaity videos and encouraged users to upload stuff people actually wanted to watch.
Beauty vlogging, makeup tutorials became really popular, video game live streams.
And that's in part why podcasts are really popular on YouTube. People put it on in the background and just keep it on for hours and hours.
The total amount of time people spend watching short clips remains significant, but more time's now given to videos 20 minutes or longer than all the little ones put together. Come to think of it, we should probably have padded this video out a bit more. Have a cat on a keyboard. In its second decade of life, YouTube's enduring popularity with younger audiences brought about new obstacles.
One of the most infamous crises they had to deal with was New Year's Eve 2018. Logan Paul at the time was one of the biggest YouTubers in the world and had gone to shoot this series in Japan.
This forest is also known as the Japanese suicide forest. I should have never posted the video. I am sorry.
YouTube toughened its content policies after this, but vetting the 20 million uploads it says users make each day is notoriously difficult.
There's been, in the mid-2010s, terrorism content on YouTube that people found was being advertised against, and that's just not something that any advertiser wants.
You saw a major boycott of advertisers at the start of 2017 around content moderation issues.
Most returned after content rules were tightened further and non-compliant videos were removed more quickly. But YouTube now exists in a political era, at least in the US, where aggressive moderation is less popular.
Their trust and safety teams have been really hit hard by layoffs in recent years.
YouTube and Google are both trying to have a lighter touch, not really moderate so heavily.
They'll need to deal with those industry-wide responsibilities while maintaining the unique loyalty of YouTube's users and the 20 billion videos they've uploaded, and do so in the face of unprecedented competition. That will define how YouTube will do from here on out, in its third act.
YouTube has many existential threats: regulatory pressure, misinformation, antitrust issues,
and the new elephant in the room.
The massive repository of videos that YouTube has built up through the years has become this incredibly valuable asset to train AI models.
It doesn't allow other companies to scrape its data, but it kind of gives some wiggle room that Google itself could be doing the scraping for its own AI model.
And so it's a real moral dilemma. You know, in some extreme cases, people think of it as stealing.
And so now there's a real fear among some creators that they have unwittingly armed artificial intelligence to replace them.
Google DeepMind has developed a video generation AI model. And so you type in whatever thing you want to see in a video, and then the AI model will generate the actual content.
Or possibly just vast quantities of junk, so-called AI slop.
And, you know, as that takes over platforms like Google Search and YouTube, it is a challenge for the platforms to wade through more of this stuff.
Although the jury's out on whether this is bad for YouTube.
Fundamentally, it's an advertising company. And if there's more AI content on there, there could just be more advertising.
Talk to people inside the company. Their explanation here is that they are building these AI tools for creators that are going to be incredibly beneficial to them.
Things like translation and dubbing, which can help creators reach foreign audiences.
The words I'm saying right now could be instantaneously in Spanish, in Mandarin. 而且不仅如此，他们还会用我的声音说话，就好像我是一个以普通话为母语的人一样。
But for anyone unhappy
people. That is what has kept it at the center of the conversation for so long.
There's a former executive at YouTube that told me this. It was these 3 different stages that every company goes through: joke, threat, obvious. In YouTube's first years, it was kind of seen as a joke. It was dogs on skateboards. It was a ragtag team. It was not taken very seriously. Then its next evolution was becoming this threat, a threat to social media companies, a threat to television in Hollywood. Then it entered a 3rd phase where it is obvious. It's just there. It is the sleeping giant of modern media.
But to keep it that way and defy the metaphorical warheads of politics, AI, and TikTok, YouTube needs the future Lonely Girl 15s and Boxies of the world to trust it. They formed the bedrock of the platform's success, and for the first time, they no longer need to stay subscribed.
I think that's about it. Bye.
We are in the Plex. This is the center of Google. Gosh, it's hard to remember life before Google. It changed literally everything. How we live, how we work, how we communicate, how we get literally anywhere on a googly colored bike. Google has been the front door of the internet for over 2 decades. And now there are so many doors. Google may not be the first place you go for answers anymore. So what are they going to do about it? Hello.
Emily, so good to meet you again.
Good to see you again. Thanks so much for having us here.
Likewise. I'm glad you chose a sunny day to come on campus.
Sundar Pichai is at a pivotal moment. He's the CEO of Google and its parent company Alphabet, rising to the top after proving his mettle as a talented product leader and peacemaker. He runs a tech giant that functions more like a micro-country, overseeing businesses as consequential as YouTube, DeepMind, Cloud, and of course, Search. Pichai has been carefully crafting a strategy that infuses AI into every corner of the business. That deliberate planning was met with a surprise from longtime rival Microsoft and OpenAI, whose chatbot seemingly knocked Google off its perch and challenged its cultural relevance. ChatGPT set off a code red at Google and an industry-wide fever pitch over AI not seen since the dot-com boom. But for Pichai, the frenzy is just part of the long game.
I saw it's your 20th anniversary.
That's right. It was last week. It crept up on me.
Are you coffee or tea?
I'll go for coffee. How about you?
I'm gonna have a green tea. Does it feel like you've been here for 20 years?
Not quite. Yeah, time flies by. You know, I had my kids right when I started Google too, so the whole thing just flew by.
Google is famous for those out-of-the-box job interview questions. Do you remember any of yours? Like, did you have to figure out how many golf balls fit in a school bus or something like that?
Thank God, no. I remember very, very clearly. I interviewed on April 1st, so it was April Fool's Day, 2004. There was rumor, I didn't know whether it had actually happened, but Gmail apparently had launched. So all my interviews were about Gmail. People wanted to know what I thought of the product.
And it definitely wasn't a joke.
They actually launched it, yeah. But I never allow no products on April Fool's Day. I think it's too confusing.
You just had a blowout quarter. The stock jumped more than it has in a long time. Did that feel like a little bit of vindication, or, as they say in cricket, was that the bat talking?
In many ways, felt we worked very hard to set up the company for that. In 2016, one of the first things I did as CEO was to say the company should be AI first. To me, we are just getting started in the beginning of what I think would be an extraordinary decade of innovation, and so I'm incredibly excited about it.
AI has been around for decades, but it seems like everything is happening everywhere all at once. How do you make sense of the frenzy and the scale?
All tech cycles are this way, right?
But this one feels different. It feels bigger, is it?
It is bigger. We still have long ways to go, but we are in the early stages of that. And so, you're going to feel that excitement, that frenzy, but I think we are prepared for it. So you kind of roll with the flow, you embrace it.
How are you and your kids experimenting with AI at home?
We use Google Lens for homework. I don't want to get him in trouble, but the class allows you to do that. But sometimes he asks me for help on math. I don't know, sometimes I'm lazy and I pretend as if I'm thinking, but I'm also using Google Lens to kind of figure out the answer.
You grew up in Chennai,
Yeah.
in India. What was it like at the kitchen table? Like, what got you here?
My parents always emphasized, learning and knowledge. And it's what, in some ways, Google with its mission, always resonated very deeply with me. I felt this quest for learning, knowledge, etc. is what the company is about too. I grew up in a middle-class family. I perceived our life through the arrival of gadgets. We waited 5 years for a telephone. It was a rotary phone. But when it came to our home, it changed everyone's lives. I remember getting our first television and suddenly being able to watch sports. I used to bike a long way to school, but there was no gear in the bike and I had to go uphill. But then after many years, I got a bike with gears and I'm like, wow, this thing what a dramatic difference. I never took technology for granted. And so that's what, always been optimistic about how technology can make a difference.
You've been CEO now for a decade. How have you changed in that time?
I think the main thing is when you've done it for a while, you get to understand patterns. So you're running into something, but there's a sense of deja vu. You've seen it before. And so I think that helps you kind of pattern match and deal with it more effectively. But a lot of this is, at this scale, you have so much coming at you. There's a lot of noise, and most of it doesn't matter. So the ability to separate the signal from the noise, pay attention to the few things that you need to pay attention to, and I think I've gotten better at that over the years.
I heard Sergey is back and working a bit on AI. What is the involvement of Larry and Sergey these days, and what advice are they giving you?
I talk to them regularly. Sergey is actually spending more time in the office. He's literally coding, and some of my fondest memories over the last year is sitting with Sergey on large screen looking at loss curves as we train these models. I think one of the advantages they have is they're not caught up in the day-to-day. And so sometimes when I have conversations with them, it allows all of us to step back and look at the bigger picture, which I think is incredibly important when you run something at this scale.
The decisions Pichai and Google make influence how billions of people get information. And the nature of how users do that is starting to change in the age of AI. This seems like a threat to Google, except the core technology being used by Google's competitors was invented by Google itself. Google researchers invented the transformer, literally the T in GPT. Do you wish you capitalized on that louder and sooner?
We use transformers in search. That's what led to large gaps in search quality compared to other products. So we've infused transformers across our products. We have a chance to do that better with generative AI and with the Gemini series of models. And there's going to be more breakthroughs in this field. But what is more important is we are driving that progress.
And if the new Google is only going to be more and more AI, AI is super helpful sometimes, but sometimes it's still deeply wrong. Where do you draw the line?
I think part of what makes Google search differentiated is while there are times we give answers, it'll always link to a wide variety of sources. We've had answers in search now for many, many years. We are just now using generative AI to do that.
So the links will live on.
Yes, and I think it'll always be an important part of search. There will be times when they want quick answers. My son is celiac, so we did a quick question to see whether something is gluten-free. We just want to know. But often it leads to more things, and then you want to explore more. I think understanding that, meeting all that needs is part of what makes search unique.
Some leading computer scientists have said search is getting worse, more SEO spam, etc. Do you see their point?
Anytime there's a transition, you get an explosion of new content, and AI is going to do that. So for us, we would view this as the challenge, and I actually think, there'll be people who will struggle to do that, right? So doing that well is what will define a high-quality product, and I think it's going to be the heart of what makes search successful.
You make a ton of money on ads next to the links generated by searches. If a chatbot is giving you answers and not links, and maybe more answers than links sometimes, are we in the midst of an assault on Google's business model?
So we've always found people want choices, including in commercial areas. And that's a fundamental need. And I think we've always been able to balance it. As we are rolling out AI overviews in search, we've been experimenting with ads. And the data we see shows that those fundamental principles will hold true during this phase as well.
The images that Gemini initially generated of Asian Nazis and Black founding fathers, you said that was unacceptable. If you look at any pictures of the founding fathers, you're seeing old white men. People are calling this woke AI, and it's not just happening here, it's happening across the industry. How did the model generate something that it never saw?
We are a company which serves products to users around the world. And there are generic questions. For example, people come and say, show me images of school teachers or doctors or nurses. We have people asking this query from Indonesia or the US, right? How do you get it right for our global user base? Obviously, the mistake was that we over-applied, including cases where it should have never applied. So that was the bug, and so we got it wrong.
Would you say it's like good intentions gone awry?
In this particular case, yes, right. I think we are rightfully held to a high bar, and I think we clearly take responsibility for it, and we're going to get it right.
How concerned are you about AI-generated content ruining search? For example, the AI-generated selfie of the tank man in Tiananmen Square. It shows up in Google search results, but it never happened.
The challenge for everyone and the opportunity is how do you have a notion of what's objective and real in a world where there's going to be a lot of synthetic content. I think it's part of what will define search in the next decade ahead, right? People often come to Google right away to see whether something they saw somewhere else actually happened. It's a common pattern we see. We are making progress, but it's going to be an ongoing journey, right?
You've got AI systems that are running out of training data. You've got companies turning to AI-generated data to train their models. Aren't there risks to that?
Yes, I think that, through it all, are you creating new knowledge? Are these models developing reasoning capabilities, right? Are you making progress in the intelligence of these models? I think those are the frontiers. We need to prove that, you can do that by using these techniques.
Is LLM technology nearing a plateau?
I would be surprised if LLMs are the only thing we would need to make progress. We are investing a lot of computing and resources, our AI researchers' talent, in driving the next generation set of breakthroughs.
It seems when you look at the big picture, like Google missed the big moment and ChatGPT took it.
A new artificial intelligence program called ChatGPT made its debut online.
It's as revolutionary as the internet.
The topic of today's big take is also Microsoft and its big bet on AI and how it just kind of leapfrogged over Google and no one kind of knew about it until now.
If you could go back, what would you do differently?
To be clear, I take a long-term perspective and say, when the internet just first came about, Google didn't even exist then, right? So we were in the first company to do search. We were in the first company to do email. We were in the first company to build a browser. So I view this AI as, we are in the earliest possible stages.
Your leadership style has been described as slow and steady and cautious, sometimes maybe too cautious. And you're often compared to these other tech leaders who are moving fast and breaking things. How would you describe yourself?
Look, the reality, I think, is quite different. One of the first things I did when I became a CEO was to pivot the company sharply to focus on AI, as well as really invest more in YouTube and cloud to build them into big businesses. I think the larger the company is, you are making fewer consequential decisions, but they need to be clear, and you have to point the whole company to that. part of that at times involves bringing the company along. You build consensus because that's what allows you to have maximum impact behind those decisions.
I mean, any leader in a position like yours has to be willing to hear the criticism, and I'm not going to make you read the mean tweets like they do on late night, but I do have a few. Where is Google running things through legal? Google doesn't have one single visionary leader, not a one. Do you think you're the right person to lead Google?
Look, it's a privilege to lead the company. You know, people tend to focus and in this micro moment, but it is so small in the context of what's ahead. And, you know, when I look at the opportunities ahead across everything we do, and for the first time, all of that as a common leverage technology with AI, you know, I'd put a lot of chips, at least from my perspective, on Google.
So can you walk through campus without getting stopped?
It's definitely been nice to walk and see people, you know, so I enjoy it a lot.
I see a dinosaur statue in the distance, which I think is a good reminder. Like, how much do you worry about becoming a dinosaur in a world where technology is moving so quickly?
I mean, in technology, I think if you don't innovate to stay ahead, I think that's the inevitable fate of any company.
No dinosaurs.
No, well, they were great, but you know, you don't want to have the same fate.
How much has this AI moment forced you to move and think differently? Because it does seem like you're playing defense sometimes.
We've been preparing for this for a while. You know, a lot of the foundational breakthroughs in the field came from Google. So to me, this moment has been, over the past year, really channeling the company to meet the moment.
There they are, the I/O tents.
The I/O tent. For one time a year, we get to pretend as if we are on a concert stage, except we are speaking about technology.
So Google I/O is sort of a state of the Google Union. What is the key message this year?
It's less about, you know, particular product, more about the journey we are on, the vision we have for how AI can transform our products and how we can bring it.
Alphabet used to be thought of as this collection of moonshots, but a lot of those projects have been spun off or folded back into Google or shut down. How should we think about Alphabet today? What is the new Google?
When we think about both across Google and Alphabet, the underlying bet is the same. You're going to invest in deep technology and computer science and apply it to solve problems for people. So I think that part doesn't change. When you take big, large-scale bets, by definition, you're not aiming big enough if you don't have a few failures.
When you go back to the S1, Google said, we're not a conventional company. You can spend 20% of your time on personal projects. Google created this bottoms-up culture where everyone has a voice and it's super transparent and the perks are great too. But did it go too far? Like, did it become an entitlement culture?
Part of what makes Google unique is, I think, there is a culture of vibrant, open debate. And so I think it's super important to preserve that. I think we're also a company where employees have many ways to speak up, and I think that's made the company better.
Google, Google, you can't hide. Google, Google, you can't hide.
You recently fired Google employees who were protesting this contract with the Israeli government for cloud services. It seemed like a distinct change in tone for a company that's historically welcomed all kinds of views. Why did you take this stand?
I think when we have cases, including in this case, where a few employees, cross beyond what's in the code of conduct and disrupt the productivity of the workplace, or do so in a way that it makes other people feel uncomfortable, I think we have to take action, and that's what we are doing. It has nothing to do with the topic they are discussing. It's about the conduct of how they went about it. Over the past years, through the pandemic, the company has grown a lot. There are a lot of new people. I view, particularly in this moment with AI, the opportunity we have ahead of us is immense, but it needs a real focus on our mission.
There have been multiple rounds of layoffs. Why take this approach? Why not cut once and cut deep?
We are reallocating people to our highest priorities. There are cases where you're simplifying teams, You're moving people to focus on newer areas, removing layers so that you can improve velocity. So that's why we have taken the time to do it correctly and well.
Microsoft is obviously making huge investments in AI as well. OpenAI, Inflection, Mistral. We've reported that their OpenAI investment was actually in part because they were worried about Google and wanted to catch up. How do you feel about the competition?
I've always held a view if you're working in the technology space, there is a lot of competition. We see it all the time. The way you stay ahead is by innovating relentlessly. It has to be true all the time. It's happening at a faster pace, but technology changes tend to get faster over time. So it's not surprising to me at all.
Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella has had some fighting words.
I hope that with our innovation, they will definitely want to come out and show that they can dance. And I want people to know that we made them dance. And I think that'll be a great day.
Who's really choosing the dance music?
I think one of the ways you can do the wrong thing is by listening to noise out there and playing to someone else's dance music. I've always been very clear. I think we have a clear sense of what we need to do.
So you're listening to your own music.
That's exactly right.
Google is facing a ton of regulatory pressure in the US, abroad, over your dominance in search, video, ads, the App Store. Some other big companies have split themselves up to focus on their core. Has Google thought about that?
A lot of our products integrate in a way that provides value for our users. So I think that is important. Part of what allows us to compete in the Google Cloud market is the investment in AI we undertook because of search is what allows us to take that and compete hard against other larger companies like Amazon and Microsoft in cloud. So I would argue that the way we are approaching it drives innovation, adds choice in the market.
What do you think is the future or potential of AI-powered hardware, and what will Google's role in it be?
I think with AI, you get a chance to rethink that experience over the next few years. I still see the center of where the AI innovation will happen in smartphones, followed by glasses, right? That's how I see it.
Last time we talked, you told me China will be at the forefront of AI. How should policymakers factor that in to their decisions?
I think over time, we need to develop frameworks by which we achieve global cooperation to achieve AI safety. I know it sounds far-fetched now, but we've done it in other areas like nuclear technology and so on, to some extent. I think we're going to need framework like that. And so I would expect over time, there needs to be engagement with China on important issues like AI safety.
Artificial general intelligence. What does it mean to you? Do we get there, and when?
It's not a well-defined phrase. It means different things to different people. But I think if you define AGI as AI becoming capable across a wide variety of economic activity and being able to do it well, I think that's one way to look at it.
So Google's going to get us to AGI?
We are committed to making foundational progress towards AGI in a bold and responsible way. And so, I will focus on the effort to do that and do that well.
You've said there's even some things about AI that you don't understand. Will AI always be somewhat in a black box?
I have a little bit of a counterintuitive view there. I think, humans are very mysterious too. Often when people explain why they did things, they're telling something, it's not entirely clear. Today, we can't make sense of many complex systems. AI will give us more insights and more visibility into many complex things.
When I asked OpenAI CEO Sam Altman why we should trust him, he said,
you shouldn't.
Why should we trust Google?
I share the notion that you shouldn't blindly, that's why it's important to have systems in place. Regulation has a part to play. It has to balance innovation. But as these AI systems get more capable, it shouldn't just be based on a system of trust people or trust companies.
We've talked a lot about the opportunities. What is the biggest threat to Google's future?
I view for all companies, particularly at scale, the biggest threat is not executing well.
Is there a healthy dose of paranoia, like not becoming Stan the T-Rex out there?
I think that, there's a part of me which is always internalized. I think the old Andy Grove phase, only the paranoid survive. That is important, and I think this moment is no different.
Are we going to look back on this LLM era and laugh? Like, is this going to all look so basic and rudimentary?
I hope we do, because that shows, my kids aren't impressed by touch screens or the fact that they have this extraordinary amount of computing in their hands. So similarly, there's no reason we won't scale up our computing 100,000 times in a few years. So yes, I hope some of this looks like a toy in the future. I hope it is that way. Otherwise, we didn't do our job well.
Thank you so much. That was so awesome.
She's more difficult than AI to deal with, right?
Oh, man.
Fox Business Alert now to the story of the day. NVIDIA. Wall Street started the session kind of with a chip on its shoulder, sending shares of the AI chip king as low as $176. But right now, the stock is creeping its way back, and a few minutes ago actually came within striking distance of turning positive. Right now it's down about 0.75% to $180. This after the company posted a beat on both the top and bottom line, missed slightly on key data center revenue. That number came in at $41.1 billion, just short of the $41.3 billion estimate. But that is still a staggering year-over-year surge of 56%. Overall revenue in Q2 came in at a record $46.7 billion. That is also up 56% from a year ago. Q3 revenue guidance coming in at $54 billion. Keep in mind that outlook includes zero sales to China of NVIDIA's H20 chips. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang is kind of in the hot seat, balancing the needs of shareholders with the desire of the Trump administration to control chip exports to China and make money off NVIDIA's sales. The leader of America's first $4 trillion company is ready to talk about it. Jensen, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, Liz. Great to see you.
Good to see you, too. Listen, at $46.7 billion, you broke your sales record, and you expect to do it again, right, in the third quarter? Your sales guidance, $54 billion, is above Wall Street estimates. I need to know right off the bat, what customer demand are you seeing right now that gives you that confidence?
We are at the beginning of the AI revolution. And the last year, extraordinary progress was made in AI. AI can now reason, basically think, do research, use tools, solve problems. That's the reason why ChatGPT has become so good. Because, you ask it a question, and it goes off and thinks about it, does research, does things for you. It's incredible. And so we're seeing AI going into every industry, from, of course, the clouds, the enterprises, industrial with robotics and automation, and, of course, self-driving cars. Just everywhere we're seeing AI adoption really, really growing fast. Now, at the core of our business, we launched the second generation of the revolutionary Blackwell architecture. It's the first of its kind type of AI supercomputer. This is the second generation of Blackwell. We call Blackwell Ultra. The code name is GB300. Everybody calls it that. And we ramped $10 billion worth of GB300 in the first quarter. And next quarter we're going to ramp really, really hard. So we've got a lot of build out to go.
Yeah, it sounds like the fire is really hot. I mean, your second quarter earnings though did show, and everybody's talking about this, so we got to bring it up. Zero H20 chip sales to China. Even though earlier this month President Trump reversed that ban on those sales in exchange for a 15% cut of your China revenues. And then the forecast for this quarter assumes again zero H20 chip sales to China. Are you guys just being conservative, or have you seen orders from China come to a halt?
We haven't seen orders yet, but we're hoping for orders. H20 is really a fantastic product still. The price performance, its cost efficiency, and its ability to generate AI tokens is really terrific. So I fully expect, and I hope for, POs for H20. America, being able to have the world build AI and build software on the American tech stack helps America win. And President Trump understands this. And I'm very grateful that he approved the licenses of NVIDIA H20s for Chinese customers that are not on the entities list. And so I'm hoping we're now free to be able to sell to them. When the orders come in, we have some H20s built for this coming quarter if the orders come in. And so whatever comes in as a bonus on top of our guidance. And our guidance, as you know, is already quite significant.
And when those chip orders do eventually come in, quite frankly, I'm surprised you say that you haven't gotten any orders yet. But when they do come in, what kind of numbers, what kind of revenue do you foresee for that?
The AI market in China is probably about $50 billion to us. Several quarters ago, we were running umpteen billion per quarter. And then when H20 was banned, it went to zero. And so my hope is that we'll be able to go back and address a significant part of that $50 billion. And it's growing, just like the United States is growing. And the rest of the world is growing in AI. So the China market is definitely growing really fast, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you've made it clear you're eager to sell not just the H20, but even the Blackwell, your most powerful chip, to China. Have you had that conversation yet with the Trump administration?
I've started to have the conversation with them. I think that the conversation will take a while, but President Trump understands that having the world build AI on American tech stack helps America win the AI race. And he wants American technology all over the world so that the whole world is built on the American standard, like the US dollar is, the global standard. And so I'm very optimistic about it. I don't know the time frame for it, and we'll continue the discussion with him.
Let's say he says okay, but demands the same as he's demanded for the H20, and that's a cut of those revenues. I mean, has this precedent been set and you'll be forced to say yes?
I don't know that it's forced to say yes, but ultimately, it's in the best interest of the world, of our country, for us to be able to sell in China. Have China's AI companies and AI researchers build AI on top of the American tech stack. And so whatever it takes to get it approved for us to be able to sell in China is fine with us. And we just want to make sure that the American tech stack is the world's global tech stack.
I get the motivation, and it may be fine with you, but is it fine with shareholders? I mean, you've got shareholders. What if they start asking, say, for example, whether it's the White House or NVIDIA who gets to decide how much of the profits you make stay with the company?
These things have a way of working itself out, like pricing, as with all things. Ultimately, the more we sell, the better it is for America, and President Trump understands that. And so I'm delighted that we have H20 licenses approved, recognizing at all times that China has more and more alternatives. Their local companies are very competitive. This is a country with extraordinary skills and extraordinary capabilities, and manufacturing, as you know, is their home court advantage. And so we do not ever underestimate them. And so the sooner we get back in there and compete for a share of that marketplace, the better.
Listen, overall, you've got the kind of problem other companies are going to have, and that is demand far outweighing supply. Are you still there? I mean, we're hearing that for every one Blackwell chip, there are 10 different orders for them. Is that about right? And where are you in the supply balancing out with demand scenario?
Well, we did $46 billion, as you mentioned earlier today. And over the course of the next 5 years in this decade, I estimate probably about $3 to $4 trillion of AI factory infrastructure will be built out. Out of a gigawatt data center, for example, the gigawatt data center is like $50 billion all in. Out of that, about 30 to 35 billion of it is computing and networking and all the type of computing gear that NVIDIA provides. And so NVIDIA's opportunity within that $3 to $4 trillion within this decade is quite significant. So we're in the beginning of this build out, and so we have many years of growth ahead of us.
And it looks like it. I get that, but OpenAI, Sam Altman, you've partnered with him in the past, and you're doing so, I believe, with Stargate. But he mused recently that there is a bubble, and that basically would suggest that spending on AI cannot continue at this torrid pace. Do you see a bubble? Are you with him on that?
I see a very different picture. In fact, OpenAI is doing incredibly well. They just had their first $1 billion month. This is a company that was in generating revenues not so long ago, just about 18 months ago. And so it's extraordinary growth. In fact, if you take all of the AI natives companies, and there are so many of them that are doing well, Perplexity, Cursor, Abridged, so many. I mean, the list goes on. Of course, Google Gemini is doing incredibly well. Elon's Grok is doing incredibly well. And so there's so many different companies that are doing great in AI. This year, we estimate about $20 billion of AI native AI revenues from $2 billion last year, a tenfold increase in 1 year. And don't forget, AI has only been generating revenues for about 2 years. So in only 2 years' time, it's now $20 billion. You know, and that's just one. We see AI in enterprise as a result of open source models. We see AI in science with digital biology. We see AI in robotics and industrial manufacturing. There's so many new factories are being built all around the world. So we're seeing AI everywhere.
Jensen, NVIDIA just unveiled, this is the futurist part of it, the Jetson Thor chip. This is the so-called robot brain that will enable people to train robots, to develop them with so much more compute power. And eventually, we want to know how you see robots eventually, I guess, making decisions without human prompts, and where does this eventually take us? I'm asking you to put that futurist hat on.
Everything that moves will be robotic. Every car, every tractor, every excavator, of course, there's going to be robotic manipulators in factories, robotic movers for moving inventory around. There will be robotic humanoid robots that are very general purpose. We're going to see robotic systems of all different kinds. They're going to be in hospitals doing robotic surgery. They're going to be in factories building things. They're going to be in farms doing agriculture. It's just incredible, the number of robotic systems. Every single robotic company or industrial company will have two factories. There's the factory that builds the machines, and then there will be a factory that does the AI, that processes the AI factory, to create the brain that runs in the robot. And so NVIDIA covers the entire spectrum of computing for AI, everything from the cloud to enterprise on-prem to robotic systems. And so it's going to be a really exciting future. And we're going to have all kinds of machinery to help us do things.
And that would mean that it's helping people have more free time. You talk about productivity gains. So that really becomes the big question. How do you envision our world changing? Do we start to see every country go to a 4-day work week because productivity gains from AI have been so meaningful? Do you see the chatbots become people's friends so dating apps go away? In your mind, what are those future prospects?
I have to admit that I'm afraid to say that we are going to be busier in the future than now. And the reason for that is because a lot of different things that take a long time to do are now faster to do. And I'm always waiting for work to get done because I've got more ideas. Most countries, most companies have more ideas than we know what to pursue. And so the more productive we are, the more opportunity we get to go pursue new ideas. I fully expect GDP to grow. I expect productivity to increase. I actually expect us to have more things to do. It is probably the case. And Liz, I'm hopeful for that day too, so that we have 4-day work weeks and so that we could, spend more time on the weekends with family and get some reading done and do some traveling. And, nothing is better than that. We came from a world of 7-day work weeks, and now we're in 5-day work weeks. And every industrial revolution leads to some change in social behavior. But I expect the economy to be doing very well because of AI and automation, and I expect us to enrich our lives. Life quality will get better, of course, over time. Some jobs will go away. Many jobs will be new and invented. But one thing for sure, every job will be changed as a result of AI.
Jensen, it's a fascinating time, and people should take note of NVIDIA's position in all of this, but also where we go in the future. Thank you so much for joining us.
Liz, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft are all slashing middle management, part of a broader shift in how tech operates in the AI era. Mackenzie Sigalos joins us now with more. Mackenzie, this is so interesting just in terms of organizational structure for these tech companies and kind of what makes them more nimble in this AI race.
Hey, good morning, Leslie. So building on your reporting on this exact topic earlier in the week, I spoke to the team at Stanford that's tracking real-time payroll data from ADP, and they found that the jobs most exposed to AI, like coding and accounting, have seen a 13% drop in employment for workers under 25. And losing that bottom rung, they say, is a warning sign of disruption that's moving up the ladder. And we're already seeing that show up in big tech. CNBC's Jen Elias learned that Alphabet cut 35% of its small team managers in the past year, a shift that's echoed at Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft. Mark Zuckerberg has long pushed to cut bloat, and at Amazon, Andy Jassy said the corporate workforce will shrink as generative AI tools take hold. He also told employees there were too many pre-meetings for the pre-meetings and ordered a 15% boost in the ratio of individual contributors to managers. A Yale professor studying the corporate organizational behavior calls it the great flattening, where the goal is fewer layers between top execs and the people actually building product. Google's former HR chief under Eric Schmidt tells me that hyperscalers are likely cutting staff to fund chips and they're very pricey AI engineers, but he also warns that gutting entry-level roles now will leave a hollowed-out pipeline and a shortage of managers later. Leslie?
Mackenzie, it's all really fascinating. There's a great book that I read earlier this year called The Geek Way by Andrew McAfee, and they talk about these principles that some of the most successful tech companies have employed in order to be successful in terms of their organizational structure, one of which is ownership and kind of giving employees more control over their daily lives, cutting out some of the middle management. And I just wonder, as we think about some of these companies and how they're shifting the way they think, they've gotten really big and successful because they've employed some of these principles. Do you feel like those are now changing as a result of the technology and just the ultimate pressure and CapEx spending and everything that's happening? It needs to be even more flat and nimble than kind of the structure that's gotten them the success so far.
So with Alphabet, it's almost been this boomerang effect where under Eric Schmidt, he introduced something called the Rule of Seven, where you couldn't be a manager unless you managed at least 7 people. That was designed with a view to basically spread them out so they didn't become bureaucrats, spread them a little bit thin. So they aggressively strayed from that. And we're seeing that show up with the kind of cuts that they're making in the past year. But to your larger question, is it a shift in technology that's behind this rethinking of the org chart? And it really is a combination of factors. I mean, this began in 2023 during Mark Zuckerberg's year of really returning to efficiency, something that Wall Street has rewarded the stock for after a punishing stretch. And that was about expediting the decision-making process, really looking to compress that layer that separates the top executives who are making decisions from people who are actually building the tech. And now the people that they're hiring, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these advanced AI engineers, they want to, to really connect them with those who are in a position to expedite product decisions in this expedited race. And so some of the decisions at Amazon, for example, looking to compress that ratio of managers to individual contributors, Morgan Stanley says that could lead to 14,000 cuts in management roles under Andy Jassy.
Yeah, I feel like one day it's going to flip and it's going to be the managers overseeing like 7 AI agents or AI bots, and there will be no just kind of player employees.
Back to School Week continues here on CBS Mornings, and a tricky subject today, the rise of artificial intelligence in classrooms. Advocates say it's going to be a helpful tool for kids and for teachers alike. Others say it discourages kids from thinking on their own. Critically, that is. Nancy Chen spoke to teachers and a tech executive about what's next, including a new partnership that could launch a fresh chapter in education.
I put 2 books in there, and it puts it into a podcast. And it's literally 13 minutes of information about the Boston Tea Party.
Jerome On uses AI tools every week in his 5th grade Ridgewood, New Jersey classroom.
You have to find what works for your students.
Has it changed the way you approach teaching?
Absolutely. They're reading a book and ultimately listening to it at the same time. Mm-hmm. So when I play the audio.
Have you ever heard of a party where like the main event was chucking something super valuable right into the water?
Ong says he teaches what AI is and where it falls short.
Like if you keep at it and say, no, you're wrong, eventually AI will say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And doing that with your class can show you that AI isn't really as smart as you think it is.
It almost sounds like you're teaching AI literacy in all of this too.
Right.
Artificial intelligence is top of mind in most fields, and many educators have been teaching themselves how to use it. But this summer, Microsoft, OpenAI, and Anthropic announced a first-of-its-kind plan to train hundreds of thousands of members of the American Federation of Teachers, or AFT, the nation's second-largest teachers union.
What really drew you to this partnership?
I think if we're going to make AI work for students, for kids, we need to listen to teachers.
Microsoft President Brad Smith.
It can, I think, change the way teachers work in ways that empower teachers, gives them more information, makes it easier in terms of preparing for classes, thinking about how to put together lesson plans.
In one recent survey, teachers reported saving an average of nearly 6 hours a week with AI. But critics cite cheating concerns and Microsoft's own research, which showed a self-reported decline in critical thinking skills when AI was not used responsibly.
We have a huge opportunity to learn from the last 15 years in, say, social media. None of us appreciated what could go wrong. Let's go into an AI era with our eyes wide open.
This is a way to get profits.
Former high school teacher and AFT member Lois Weiner says teachers would be better served by more support within schools than by an alliance with Silicon Valley.
There is so much drudgery in the job. But the answer to that is to improve the conditions of teachers' work.
Does this do that?
Absolutely not.
How would you respond to those who say that education should be left to the teachers and not to tech companies?
I think education must be left to teachers. Those of us in the tech sector need to provide the tools and empower the school boards and districts and teachers so they decide how to put those tools in practice.
Ong says if AI is already here,
let's try to figure this out to help our kids continue to learn and grow.
This $23 million investment will go toward virtual and in-person trainings right here in New York City. The union's president said the connection between a teacher and their kids can never be replaced by new technologies, but if we learn how to set common sense guardrails, teaching and learning can be enhanced. It is remarkable how far we've come since ChatGPT launched back in late 2022, and now you have surveys showing as many as nearly 85% of teachers are using AI in some form in their classrooms.
I like the common sense guardrails.
Yeah, and teaching is hard, and if it can save them time, I'm all for it. I just hope the kids can, still learn to think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nancy, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We've all seen what artificial intelligence can do on our screens, our itty-bitty screens, generating art, carrying out conversations, helping you write things. It won't be long, though, before we can see what AI does around in the physical 3D world. Gartner Research believes, in fact, by 2030, 80% of us will be engaging in some way with an autonomous AI-powered robot every single day. Yeah. We met an MIT professor who's leading the way in developing these machines and to find out what's actually possible right now and is it safe?
Good morning.
If you want to be amazed,
can you see my face?
Or maybe a little alarmed.
Yes, I can see your face.
Consider the brave new world of robots. Some are almost reassuringly human, while others a little freaky. But guess what?
The robots that we have today are primarily demonstrations.
Daniela Roos leads MIT's famed Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab. She explained how, for all the hype out there, researchers are actually still figuring out the artificial brains these machines need to navigate our physical world.
It's not so hard to get the robot to do a task once, but to get that robot to do the task repeatedly in human-centered environments where things change around the robot all the time, that is very hard.
So despite how easy science fiction has made it all seem, The science reality of Rosie the robot
Bring my slippers, please. Atta girl.
is still a lot more like Ruby here.
Ruby, can you make some lemonade, please?
A humanoid robot bought off the shelf and then painstakingly trained to complete what only looks like
Not bad. Not bad at all. Look at that.
a simple task. Whoa.
We collect data from how humans do the tasks. We are then able to teach machines how to do those tasks in a human-like fashion.
Great.
So Ruby, let's pour a glass of lemonade for Tony. Yeah, it's a bit messy.
Not bad. Not bad.
While our human brains come preloaded with all sorts of talents for the physical world, Roos's students have to teach the AI even the simplest of moves, wearing sensors like these.
So you can tell like how tense they're holding something or how stiff their arms are, and you can get a sense of the forces involved in these physical tasks that we're trying to learn.
So this is where delicate versus strong gets learned.
So this robot, Ruby, learned to scoop from you wearing that.
Exactly.
Elsewhere in the lab, Roos explained how today's existing robots are often way more limited than you might think.
The robots we have in industrial settings essentially do the same thing over and over and over again. We are interested in having robots do more for us.
This robot arm, for example, has grips that in the future may be used for household chores or in medical settings. But even when AI is helping design and build it, the finished product might give you a newfound respect for the human hand.
And so here you see the gripping operation. And then you need to have another degree of freedom that can push the syringe down.
This is like the thumb.
That's the thumb, exactly.
Okay. The future, though, is always on the way.
So I like to think about AI and robots as giving people superpowers. So with AI, we get cognitive superpowers. So think about getting speed, knowledge, insight, creativity, foresight. On the physical side, we can use machines to extend our reach, to refine our precision, to amplify our strength.
And you should rest assured, Roos tells us, there's a simple idea for handling the risks.
When we talk about robots in the home, people immediately think of the Terminator, the robot turning on humanity. I imagine myself 20 years from now trying to fall asleep in a house with multiple autonomous robots, and I don't know if I sleep as peacefully as I do right now.
All the machines we build have the red button. So if you're not happy with your machine, you just push the red button and that stops the machine.
Okay.
AI and robots are tools. They are tools created by the people for the people. And like any other tools, they're not inherently good or bad. They are what we choose to do with them. And I believe we can choose to do extraordinary things.
I love that. I love Daniela Roos. She's really building the future there, and she's doing it in a responsible way. That CSAIL lab at MIT is very impressive. And you don't like the red button?
She makes it sound like the red button is easy. All you do is push a button. Haven't you pushed a red button and it didn't do what you wanted it to do? Yes, I have.
If MIT's building...
Sometimes you hit leaving meeting, and that doesn't work.
That's true.
Your face is still sitting up
point,
there.
Gil.
I'm going, I'm trying to say body.
Listen, iRobot and movies like iRobot and Ex Machina, they scared the daylights out of me. But this piece showed me that we are not that close to those types of robots.
We really aren't.
Which gives me a peace of mind.
The physical world is complicated for robots.
There we go. All right, good stuff, Tony.
I would rather believe that I'm a spiritual native rather than a digital native. I know who I am, and then I can then deal with whatever else that I need to deal with from my point of view. And that is what that connects us, all of us. We are all human beings. Korean, Malaysian, wherever we come from, we are all humans. And that is the glue that connects us. And if you lose that glue, then you begin to think of yourself in segmentation way, and this is where the problem of education is all about. And I'm very glad to see that everybody said, no, let's not just talk about STEM, let's talk about STEAM, for example. Where's arts, where's management, where's ethics? We cannot deal with science without all these things. So bring this back together, Adam, is what I think education is all about. It's not new, but we need to go back and repurpose education for what it is meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's have everyone's comments on this first. Kostya, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've been thinking for quite a while about this section. How can I, in 1 minute, summarize what is the purpose of education? And I think planting the seeds of the critical thinking into our brain is probably the simplest way to describe it, because we are born with very animalistic instincts in our brain. So it works in quite a few circumstances, but there are cases when we really need to demonstrate that we are human beings, and this rational thinking and critical thinking is really what distinguishes us from any other species. But that has to be brought into you. So you have to be educated to have this rationale in your brain. And I think that's the major purpose. And of course, as any neural network or machine learning, you still need data to predict the next step, and that's what is also required. I would generally avoid mixing knowledge and education together, but actually some knowledge are also important to provide this critical thinking apparatus into your brain. And the last one, I think, curiosity. So just bringing curiosity into yourself. So there was this beautiful video that where as human beings we're fundamentally curious. That's true, but actually I think it's encouraging further curiosity is a purpose of education as well.
Thank you very much indeed. So very nicely, the three of you have introduced the heart and society and the mind into this discussion. All of these need to be taken into account when talking about this. Young, you are a chemistry teacher dealing with a very highly selected group of students.
Right.
So much like the students who are with us in the room today, a very talented, successful bunch of students. How do you approach it, and how do the comments that have been made so far relate to how you approach your students?
Yeah, all right. It's creativity, passion. They are commented about creativity, right? Passion, challenge. Since the head of Shinseung also commented challenge, importance, right? So all right, and today I wanna give importance on the resilience and confidence. It's also.
Resilience and confidence.
Resilience and confidence. I'm chemistry teacher, right? So look at the chemistry word. Chemistry word can be divided by 3 words, right? Chem is try. Try is very important, right? Important challenge, right? So we have to try. Students have to try and fail. Through those experiences, they can overcome, right? They can overcome, they can develop their resilience. As I think knowledge is also important, creativity is also important, but as I think resilience is very, very important because they can try again, right? They can develop their resilience, they can be confident, right? So actually, probably some people ask me, you asked me, right, yesterday, they are so young, right, to develop, to overcome the failure, but teachers should be there, right? Yeah, we can help them, we can support them to overcome their failure, and then the experience can develop resilience and finally confidence. Yeah, actually, proud have their own time to bloom, right? So teachers can wait for them, and they can develop their resilience, and they can be confident. And also we will provide, actually our school is a kind of pioneer in the kind of high school. We are the first school for the science gifted students. So we actually provided many programs, right? Kind of research, Can I talk more? Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
maybe in a minute.
Yeah,
because I want to give everyone a chance.
Yeah.
But yes, your pioneering approach, teaching people that failure is okay, and I love the idea of allowing them to bloom. That's something, Lynn, coming back to you, that education doesn't often feel as if it allows students to bloom in their own time. It's too pressured.
You're right. And it goes back to the very beginning of schooling, when we were trying to sort of manage and organize massive numbers of young people. And so we sorted them by age and we sorted them by grade, without a whole lot of attention to the fact that there are, multiple diversities in any group. You know that from your own families. Your brothers and sisters are going to be very, very different from you, even though you grew up in the same environment, with the same parents or family. So the idea that our brains continue to develop throughout our lives, that learning is a developmental process and it doesn't happen on a particular schedule, that there are folks who are sort of quick out of the blocks as learners, and others who are more of a slow burn and need a bit more time, not because they have, quote, special needs, but because they're different kinds of learners. Schools are just not designed and have not been designed to accommodate the human being as a learner. Schools have been designed as managing organizations to get people through, sort of a schooling experience to an end goal, which is a diploma or a degree. So I'll connect to Liz Cho again when she started out with all those wonderful rhetorical things that people say about what education should be, and we say it all the time. Those words are not new to any of us. But living up to those words continues to be a challenge. And part of that challenge is connected again to that sort of ranking and sorting, where fundamentally we have yet to truly enact a deep belief that every child is a learner, is capable, and is worthy of a good education. Enough love for every child is not happening yet in our society. And we make our decisions based on that, how we spend our money, where the best teachers go, how schools are resourced, the list just goes on. So I think there's a lot of reckoning that we need to face.
Does anybody want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point, that unfortunately over the years our schools turned into NHS GPs. They don't really provide care. They provide just a barrier between you and the health care. So they just provide this selection pathway and then just kick and try to sort people out rather than provide education, not even knowledge. So that's and that's been a tradition for many years, and I think it has to be changed in the future.
I'd like to come back to the idea of reform. Somebody talked about reform. What sort of reform are we talking about? From my point of view, I think education has shifted a great deal because of the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s. Schools and universities now, to me, is no more than a factory. It's just how people produce goods. We are one of those products. We are called products anyway. And you are supposed to be marketed somewhere. And this is where I think the whole idea of education has shifted. I think we need to go back to what education is all about. And this reformation is something that I think we need to think back. And I talk about repurposing because education, when it started to be a better human being. How do you create a better human being in a society? School is about a small society that we learn how to function with before we go into a larger society. That's almost like a real lab. How do you function in a school, which is a society that you need to practice whatever you learn to be a better human being, to create a balanced society, to create peaceful and harmonies. But if you don't do that in schools, then the moment you go out in a larger society with a lot more challenges, you will not be able to function. And the pandemic tells us this very, very clearly. Most of the schools have to close. Most industry have to close because we are not able to cope. There's no resiliency. The coping mechanisms in terms of emotion, for example, are not there. So suicide rates are going up and all the other things that we know about. The next pandemic I'm worried about will be your mental health. Until and unless we deal with mental health as part of education, it's not something that you're going to sidestep or push it aside because it has no economic value, and therefore you don't teach them. It will come back and haunt you. So the whole idea of reformation, I think, needs to be very clearly understood of where we need to move and to lift up human being in a very dignified way. I agree with Lynn. How do you level up society at the end of the day? If that fails, then I think education has failed in the general sense.
Salutary words. Thank you. Okay. Resilience again. I'd love to get some comments from the audience. Most of you are either in education, looking at all the wonderful students in front of us, or involved in education, or are educators. Does anybody have a question or comment? Raise your hand and wave it so that I can see, please. Anybody? Here's one. Can we have a microphone? Grace is running towards you with a microphone. Here we go. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you for all the panelists for the good comments on our education. And I can agree more to Lynn's comment that education should act as an equalizer, but recently is acting more like a de-equalizer. So I want to ask that, recently in Korea, we are facing the problem about the education for the gifted. So what do you think, which way is better, educating everybody in every same direction, or segregating the people, classifying them as where they are gifted and give the education separately?
Thank you very much for the question. So that's a difficult one, which many people have wrestled with. Do you segregate people out?
So I think that dichotomies are always problematic, right? So this kind of, do we do the same for everyone, or do we single out folks? And I think that there's in between. So I think that one thing that we failed at doing is sort of providing a fundamental quality education for everyone. So just beginning with that premise. The second is this idea of personalized education. That's become something that we talk about a great deal. So how do we create classrooms, schools, and educational experiences that allow students to follow their curiosities? The fact is that classrooms don't allow the exploration because there's a timetable and a curriculum that one must deliver and get through. There's a conversation about who's gifted. That's not a conversation that I'll enter in today, but I do want to ask the question, how do we measure giftedness? And isn't it surprising who ends up being designated as gifted typically is someone who is more upper middle class or middle class, male, and in a US context, white. Isn't that a problem? That should cause us to ask that question. So I think that there are examples everywhere around the world in schools and classrooms and teachers who are providing that kind of thoughtful, rich, exploratory, and rigorous education. So the question is, how do we learn from those examples? They're everywhere. And the second is, how do we scale up? And the third is, do we really have the will to support that for everyone?
Thank you. Young, we were talking yesterday about, you were telling me how with your gifted students, you have this lovely metaphor of snorkeling. You allow them to...
Yeah, right.
Explain that to everyone.
Okay. Actually, knowledge is so vast, like the ocean. So imagine yourself snorkeling in the ocean. If you just deep dive and explore every area, and eventually we'll run out of breath, right? So what can you do? We cannot explore everywhere, right? So we have to scan the surface, and we have to find out the spot interest us, right? It's education exactly same, right? At first, we have to scan the surface. So we have to provide many areas to students, and the students should have freedom to select their major, their interest, what they like, and then they can probably deep dive and immerse themselves, and they can passionate and creativity. So that's why I want students should be exposed to many research activities, many international exchange programs, and some elective courses, many elective courses, and then they can be probably a trigger. It can trigger curiosity, read question, more creative, more passionate. Okay.
So yes, it seems to fit perfectly with the purpose of education being to find what triggers one's curiosity.
Well, I think they just coming back to that very important question. So I think the big problem here is that when we talk about education, it's not the same about as when we talk about schools and universities, because schools and universities are not only giving the function of education and providing knowledge, they're also giving the functions of social lifts, of great equalizers and so on. And as and those are competing functions. And if you keep providing these controversial demands to our schools and universities, we keep getting these strange results that we have. Rather than equality, we get inequality from the education.
Thank you. But are they conflicting demands, Jules? Do you think that you can cover both?
I think we can have both. I think we need to balance. Life is about balancing. Okay? So when you go to one extreme and leave the other extreme, then I think this is where the problem starts. I begin to believe now, after the pandemic, that school has been too much on livelihood, or education has been too much on livelihood. Everybody wants to come to university because you want to be successful in a certain way. Somebody say this is success, a celebrity or whatever, fame and names, yeah. But we forget about life altogether. So when the pandemic comes, you do not know how to organize our life. When we are locked down for a week, we can manage. But 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and more after that, we do not know how to manage life. We do not know how to deal with ourselves when you're alone. The whole problem of now is about loneliness. Despite all the networks that we talked about, loneliness is the biggest problem. And how does this connect? You've got all the networks, you get all the the likes and whatever it is that you're used to, but yet loneliness is a problem. And how do you deal with this? I think we need to come back to this balance, Adam. How do you balance livelihood and life? You know you have got so much in livelihood, but what is your life? Some successful people, sometimes their lives are very miserable. People who are economically not well off, their lives sometimes are better. They are more happier. They are, they're cheerful. They don't grumble so much. So to get this balance and to bring it back into education, and I do agree that education is not just classroom. The whole world is about education. You are here, it is part of education. So how do you broaden this the perspective that everywhere you go, you learn? I come here, I learned a lot, and I see all the things that have been done. So learning is a process that goes on 24 hours, 24/7. How do you deal with this? I think this is what I think the issue for the future.
Can I ask a provocative question? So just in the long run, how your students are doing? How many are, so in comparison with the regular school? So
it's difficult.
How many of them are CEOs, I don't know, or professors, or job
So actually, our education purpose to nurture well-rounded individual, actually for society, but it's like Nobel laureate. It's a special purpose. It's like Nobel laureate.
Let's cut that. So.
But actually, initially we try to nurture young people to be the. Actually, it's honestly, it's Nobel laureate. Really, it's science. Nobel laureate.
Nurturing laureates.
Scientists. Yeah, and then finally they can contribute to society, right? It's as society, but now we wanna make them happy, right? It's individual happiness is very important, right? Mental health, like that. So actually, we wanna nurture some kind of. It's the first I commented well-rounded individual, right? So they can less stressed and much happier. right? Much happier and also creative, and they can also function in the society, right? It's very ideal.
That's your idea.
But
Okay.
yeah,
It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to measure how people have done, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Let's have another comment, please. There's a lady here, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can we turn the microphone on? Thank you, Grace.
Hello, thank you so much. I have a question for Professor Costa Novoselov. And as I know, you have visited a lot of countries and you must be experienced a lot of educational systems. And which one were the best or maybe the most impressive, remarkable? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for this question. I don't really, it's difficult to say, but I think I can tell you from my experience at least. So what I'm really grateful for my life, that I had a chance to try different things. At a certain moment, I actually pretty much quit the university. I had my own construction business. I was earning money for some time, and then actually good money. But then I was lucky that I tried it, and I figured out that that's not what I want to do in life. And you really need to try to in quite not being already adult, because when you are 16, 17, that's very difficult. And coming back to that question, I think it's really important to have a try for many different things. And in this sense, there's liberal art education in US, when you have this first year of just exploring things. I mean, okay, some people explore different things, so they just so beer and all the other just types. But a lot of students actually explore different courses and select the direction of education during this year. And I think this is a very nice example of very good education.
But you became you had a construction business, and then you became a Nobel laureate at the age of 36.
Yeah.
So something in your education, presumably in Russia, gave you incredible confidence that you sort of at least knew who you were. You moved fast.
Well, that's but that's actually exactly what nothing can push you to move fast. It's part of yourself. And this self-motivation is extremely important. And when I hire my PhD students, of course, I look at their background and knowledge, but self-motivation is probably the dominant characteristic. So if they're not motivated, if they're not curious about themselves, I won't be able to drive them. And that's what really helped me, that I really tried many different things, and I definitely knew for sure that science and condensed matter physics is exactly what I want to do.
Mm. In a way, that's the gift, isn't it? The gift is to discover.
But it's very difficult to discover it when you are 17. So it's really, you really need to try different things.
Mm. Mm. In the little time we have remaining, does anybody want to pick up on that? Jules?
But to try different things, I think, is what education is all about. You do not know who you are until you try a variety of things. It's just like food, you know. If you're just used to one food, you think that's the only thing. But when you try a variety of food, then you know which one you like. And you can then channel your interest. And this is where I agree with you. This self-motivation is something that is very crucial in driving you. So you don't have somebody else to supervise you. You supervise yourself. And that's what education is all about, I think.
And something that I was reflecting on when we named the panel, the purpose of education, it's strange because the meeting is called The Future of Learning, and everybody likes learning, but a lot of people don't like education. So finding out what you like is, for many people, a complete failure with education. At the end of the day, they haven't liked it at all. What do we do about that? Lynn, would you like to?
So I've been thinking about this whole idea of interest and finding out what you like. And I completely agree with my fellow panelists that there isn't enough sort of exploration and experimentation in schools that enable young people to try things out. Quite often you're trying things out for the first time at university level. And sometimes, you know, you take the beer route because you've never had any experience sort of being thoughtful about your own education. But I want to talk about motivation as well. And sometimes we think of motivation as something that's sort of imposed from the outside or something that some learners have and some don't. But I want you to think about a young child, a 5-year-old, who is completely engrossed in something for hours. They say children can't sit still. Well, they can sit still for things they really want to do. If you think about someone learning how to skateboard, have you watched young people learning how to skateboard for hours on end, falling, and getting up? That's motivation. So motivation is connected to this desire to attain something that you care about.
It's true. In the case of my teenager, though, it's probably spending hours looking at their telephone doing this. That, unfortunately, is all we have time for on this panel, but it's been a lovely start to the day. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, and thank you for the questions. We'll have more chance to have the audience participate later in the day. In a short while, Lynn is going to moderate a panel following on from this one on the important question of equality. And to set the scene for that, I'm going to invite Anna Daddio, who is a senior policy analyst at UNESCO, to give an introductory talk in which she'll also touch on the question of how the digital revolution is changing education. But for now, to all my panelists, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, welcome everybody to the final day of South by Southwest EDU. It's been a fantastic week. Everybody been enjoying themselves, feeling inspired. I'm super delighted to be moderating this conversation with the fabulous Sinead Bovell on AI and the future of education. Just by way of a bit of background, Sinead and I have known each other since the Clubhouse days. Was anybody on Clubhouse? You know, that audio app that was highly popular, one of the bright spots of COVID. And we had the chance to meet very much virtually, I guess, and get deep into conversations around AI, the future of AI in society, AI avatars, and really a sort of a precursor to the conversation that we're having today. So it's my absolute honor to be in conversation with Sinead about this topic today. So a little bit about Sinead. Actually, who follows Sinead on social media? Yeah, a lot of hands. She's got a massive fan base. It was hard to get to this stage, actually, with people kind of coming up to her and saying how much they admire her work. Well, just in terms of her professional perspective, Sinead is a strategic foresight advisor and the founder of WAY, which is an organization dedicated to preparing businesses and the next generation of leaders for a future shaped by advanced technology. She advises C-suite executives and senior leadership across governments and global corporations on emerging and exponential technologies. And she's an 11-time United Nations speaker, and she has delivered formal addresses to presidents, royal families, and Fortune 500 leaders on topics from synthetic biology to artificial intelligence. And today she has advised, very relevant to this conversation, 16,000 educators, government officials, and policymakers on redesigning education for the age of AI and emerging technologies. So let's dive in. So we've heard a little bit about AI and the future of education and a number of different talks this week. Sinead, tell us what it is to be a strategic foresight advisor and your lens on AI and the future of education.
Yeah, and thanks for having me, and thanks for coming to this session and for that warm welcome. So I think, education is the bedrock for a healthy democracy and for a functioning society. And it's not just essential for things like economic mobility and economic security, but fairness as well, and for well-being. I believe there's no such thing as a state that over-invests in children's future. An investment in children is an investment in national interest, right? So you want to foster an informed and adaptive citizenry that can not just safeguard the future, but thrive in it, especially a future that's going to be as complex as the one children in school today are entering into, which will be shaped by quantum computing, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, commuting back and forth to space. This is an incredibly complex world they'll be entering into. So the more that they can understand it, the more we can support them in that journey, the better equipped they are. And that's an investment in a country's economic security, in our collective health and well-being, and our overall security and national security interests.
Goodness, so couldn't be a more pressing topic. And before we dive into some of the kind of finer points, where would you say, taking a step back, like where are we at this moment with AI?
Ooh, so if I were to say where we are, I mean, it's very, very early. Maybe it's 1992, the internet has dropped, companies are experimenting. We know it's maybe going to be a big deal, but there's still a lot of doubt. Some people are also kind of playing around on it. But we have yet to fully comprehend the way it is going to fundamentally transform our world. The Googles, the Apples, the Amazons of the future, they have yet to be invented, but they're coming. And artificial intelligence, it's also a general purpose technology, so similar to something like electricity. Think of how pervasive electricity is. We don't even think about it at all. It's so foundational that it's moved into the background. So we will soon be streaming artificial intelligence the way we stream electricity. That is going to be a fundamentally different society to live in. And these general purpose technologies, they take time to get so entrenched in society. But you know when it's reached that point, because when people can't access general purpose technologies, whether that's at a country level, certain neighborhoods, we deem that wildly unethical. Who doesn't get fair access to the internet? Who doesn't get access to electricity? That is the path artificial intelligence is on.
So if artificial intelligence is going to be this general purpose technology and fade into the background, what does AI in education look like now? Like, how should educators be considering AI in education, given that it will be in the background, but today we're at this very early phase?
Yeah, so I think that there are kind of three pillars that are related but distinct in terms of how we should be thinking about AI in education. The first pillar is safe adoption for kids and for learners. So this means equipping kids with the tools to navigate artificial intelligence, because they're going to be on these tools at home regardless. They have supercomputers in their pockets, supercomputers on their iPads. So giving kids the skills to utilize these tools safely. So that's conversations like AI isn't your friend, right? Your chatbot isn't something that you tell secrets to. This is what we do or don't share with artificial intelligence. And this is also how you ask it good questions and validate its answers. So that's pillar one. Pillar two is, how do we more urgently adjust what we are teaching in school, or just the formula for what happens in the classroom versus what happens at home, knowing that kids are going to be leaning into these technologies at home to do homework and to complete assignments. The third pillar, and this is where I think we are rushing into, but this is actually the long-term game, is how do we fundamentally redesign the entire system of education for the age of artificial intelligence. But what seems to be happening in this moment is we are kind of merging all of those pillars in a sense of urgency. And this leads us to deploy AI in schools for the sake of feeling like we need to meet the moment by bringing AI into the classroom. And there are a lot of technologies that aren't ready. So I think we focus on pillar one, giving kids the tools to use these tools safely if they're going to be using them on their phones. We slightly adjust what we're teaching to account for cheating in homework, but it's much more at the departments of education, the ministries of education level to take this longer term lens and fundamentally redesign AI or school for the age of artificial intelligence.
Great. So I think we've heard this week a number of different ways that educators are experimenting with AI, different pilots, different ways of going about it. Like, is now the time to be, so it sounds like we should be teaching it and educating about it. Is now the time to be experimenting with it in deeper ways?
Yeah. So, teaching it, it's more so AI is a hard skill. So that should be happening. Experimenting with it, yes, we need to be running these pilots. We need to be gathering the data as to what's working and what's not, but it has to be in very, very intentional ways, and not just assuming that we can just throw in an AI tutor somewhere arbitrarily and that's going to be sufficient. And making sure that we're not running social experiments that jeopardize learning outcomes for the sake of just feeling like we need to quickly meet the moment. So yes, I think that these experiments, they're vital, they should be happening, but they need to be very, very intentional and very, very controlled.
I know that you're working with Fortune 50 companies in this space and advising them on how to navigate AI and education. What are some of the data points and the advice that you've been giving them?
Yeah, so it's been really, really interesting to look at some of the data that's coming through. And of course, we're still very, very early in the age of using artificial intelligence in education. But there's one clear trend that stands out. So I'm gonna walk us through a study that I find particularly helpful. And this was done by the University of Wharton, the University of, I believe, Pennsylvania, and Budapest British International School. And it implemented artificial intelligence in math classes. So there were a few math classes in the high school, and they broke the class up into 3 groups. The control group, which is just your traditional doing homework problems with your textbook. The GPT base group, and this is the students that got uninhibited access to artificial intelligence, and then the GPT tutor group. So these are students that got access to an AI that has been designed to just guide them through problems, give them hints, but not the answers. All students got the base lesson for math together, and then they broke out into their respective groups and their respective tiers of AI access or not. So the study showed that when it came to the practice problems, the children that got uninhibited access to AI did 48% better on the practice problems than the control group. The students that got access to the GPT tutor did 127% better than the control group. But when it came time to actually test students without access to AI and do the final post-unit test, the kids that got the uninhibited access performed 17% worse, so AI harmed the learning outcome. And the children that got access to the AI tutor performed at the same level as the children that didn't get access to any artificial intelligence. And so the conclusion of the study was that generative AI harms learning outcomes. But then there was a second study that happened at Harvard. And of course, we have to control for the fact that self-directed learning is a little bit different at a university level. And clearly, if you're getting into Harvard, there's also some kind of higher order thinking that you're able to do. But that aside, it was a physics class, and they broke the physics class into 2 groups. The control group, which is the students that went to the traditional lecture with the professor. Then they broke out into peer groups and worked with one another and their peers and had instructor-led guidance on solving problems. The second group had no in-class lessons at all. The entire process was done with AI, but they specifically designed the AI to be self-paced, going with the student's needs, to provide immediate feedback whether the student was on the right direction or off the right direction while they're doing the problems, to provide motivation, and to really take all learning best practices and implement it into that system, and continue to adapt how it tested the child based on how they were evolving and doing the problems. When they did the general test after those 2 experiments, the kids that went the pathway of artificial intelligence performed twice as well as the peers that didn't get access to AI, and they were more motivated and more engaged. And so what we can learn from just those 2 kind of isolated studies is that you have to adapt the entire ecosystem, right? It's akin to inventing electricity, but only swapping out where the steam engine was and putting light switch there, not building out the entire assembly line and rethinking about how we design the system. That's step one. Step two, immediate feedback is absolutely vital in AI learning outcomes. Gone are the days, if we're going to incorporate artificial intelligence, where we wait for the unit test or midterms or the end of year exam to see where students are. Artificial intelligence needs to be able to extract the data in real time. This is how somebody is adapting, or this is how they're falling behind. And AI needs to provide that feedback, or else we lose visibility into how well things are happening. Self-paced learning is also vital. So if you go back to the high school, everybody had an hour and a half to learn the math problem. So whether you were working with your textbook or working with AI, that hurt people that were doing the AI method, and it helped people doing the traditional method. So kids need to learn at their own pace, and the system needs to be able to adapt in real time. So those are just a few of the key takeaways when we think about AI in education. But that's why this is a longer term redesign, and that redesign should not fall on teachers. And that's one thing that I think we need to really make clear, that this moment shouldn't fall on teachers. They already have way too much on their plate. This is something for government, department heads, and those designing curricula more broadly. And I think we're getting that wrong.
Right, yes. I had the opportunity to sit on a few panels yesterday, and there was definitely, a very understandably irate educator who was like, we had COVID, we're in an underprivileged area, we've got so many pressures, and now we have AI to learn, and we have to do this 2-day course, and then the pilot ends, and then we've got to go and do another 2-day course, and AI is the last thing that we need. So it sounds like there is a right way to do it, and there are definitely ways that can be harmful. And some of those right ways involve a lot of structural redesign of how students actually engage with AI.
Yeah, this is like the institution of education we need to approach differently. It's akin to asking the accountant to redesign the concrete and the bricks. That's not what we should be doing. And I know that we had talked about a school that you had been tracking, so I think it could be helpful to share some of the insights there.
Yeah, absolutely. People familiar with Alpha School in the room? A few people. Actually, the CEO spoke yesterday, and I was very keen for this conversation because I'm actually also starting to work in this space and possibly with them too. And they are an incredible school that has redesigned learning in the way that kind of Sinead has described, as sort of from the ground up, and kind of reimagined how learning happens. And what it is, it's a 2-hour learning process where like all the hard skills, all the knowledge that you need to learn at school happens in a 2-hour period with an AI tutor. And the experience is entirely personalized and adapted to where that student is at. So if you walk around the classroom, you'll see different students working on completely different math problems, let's say. And as it's understood what that student is interested in, the math problems become kind of contextualized within topics that they love. And so, critically, and again, sort of going back to one of the best practices or, mandatories in AI being successful in schools, there's real-time feedback and performance on performance of that child. They can see their own performance and actually start to own that journey for themselves. And they get everyone into the 99th percentile, no matter where they've started in their journey. So I think that's a fascinating way to look at it. And I think that besides those 2 hours, so the point of getting all of that work done in those 2 hours, and some people are able to, some students are able to accomplish more, double in those 2 hours, and some on the higher performing end 5 times more. But the critical part is freeing those students to focus on life skills, on EQ skills, on kind of developing their own human ingenuity, And so I feel like that is, from all the research that you've discussed, just an amazing example of what's happening today.
Yeah, totally. And that's kind of the moment we're in, right? We're in pilot and experimentation and innovation, really a redesigned zoom out wide lens, in some ways taking risks, but it should never hurt the learning outcome, and it should never be a burden to teachers, and both of those things need to be true.
Absolutely. So did want to kind of like dig in a little bit more into some of the current challenges with AI that, educators, students, parents are experiencing today, which is around AI and cheating, and using, ChatGPT to get to the answer right away, and what impact that might be having on the learner experience and kind of the point of being at school.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that we're in a bit of a crisis in this moment when it comes to artificial intelligence and cheating. And we can talk about what happens when you kind of short circuit that thinking. But I think the safest assumption we have to make in this moment is that kids are going to be using artificial intelligence at home. So whatever happens past 3 p.m., expect that to be powered by a supercomputer in some way. So we have to start there. That means we have to change what we are doing in the classroom. And so in some instances, that means maybe we flip what happens at home, happens in the classroom. But in other ways, maybe, for example, you teach history. You give children the research portion, and they can go home and do all the research with ChatGPT that they want. But the higher order, critical thinking, deep learning, and discussion, all of that happens in the classroom. So the classroom really has to be a place where the deep learning is happening, where the testing is happening, and where we're raising the bar on knowledge. But we do have to assume everything past 4 is likely going to be done, co-created by, or outsourced to an AI system. And then again, the broader goal and the longer term goal is that we've entirely redesigned the curriculum to account for the fact that kids can lean into supercomputers. Because that is the actual goal in the end. Kids in school today are going to step out into a world with advanced robots, with supercomputers that are polymaths. We want them to know how to engage with these tools and these systems, how to utilize them, how to invent with them. And we'll have to redesign education to account for that. And we'll have to make school harder because you do get access to these supercomputers. And so in a kind of superficial way, maybe that means people are learning about quantum computing at 7 years old, because that learning is facilitated by a teacher and by a supercomputer. But that part is going to take time. So the more urgent kind of redesign is flipping what happens in school versus what happens at home. What happens if we don't do that, and I think it's quite obvious, right? We end up just short-circuiting the thinking. So there shouldn't be anything to cheat on, because what happens at home isn't what we are evaluating. And that is, I think, the kind of the baseline that we need to move towards. And that's, I think, what we should be doing more urgently.
So many places to go from everything that you just said there. But I'd say, maybe a positive example of how outside of hard learning and maybe an AI tutor helping you learn the things that you need to learn at your own pace in the most individualized and sort of data-rich manner. How can you use AI outside of that core learning in a way that helps children become more human, right? So like, what does human flourishing kind of look like? And does AI have a role in that? I heard an example yesterday, again, from Alpha School. One of the projects, starting at kindergarten, is public speaking. And these children are kind of practicing public speaking, getting real-time feedback from these large language models on, are they saying too much? How is their pacing? So they can do all of this practicing in a sort of shame-free environment and really build up their confidence for the real deal, and that's standing on stage and having that confidence to present. And that kind of leads me to sort of think about what you said, computers, AI is going to become so powerful. So to what extent, I think we need to learn how they work and learn how to use them, but also what should we as humans be focused on? Because we want to collaborate with AI. So what are the sorts of subjects and skills that are deeply human that we can focus on? And something I've been thinking about quite a bit recently is like different types of knowing. There's a cognitive scientist called John Vervaeke, and he plots out different types of knowing, and kind of the most sort of like academic or kind of like research-based and fact and knowledge-based learning is procedural knowing. And that's the kind of knowing that AI is really good at and is getting increasingly good at. But what AI doesn't have is lived experience and deep insights that change you as you experience them in the world, change your perception of the world, and then change how you connect with others. And so I've been really interested to hear some of the talks this week about experiential learning environments. I learned about Thinkery, which is here in Austin, and it's kind of this interactive learning museum environment. And it's just really interesting to think about what are those deeply human skills that we can be focused on teaching students while they're learning what AI is and the best ways to collaborate with AI.
Yeah, I think that that's vital. And I just wanted to quickly go back to the cheating. Another thing we'll probably need to do in the short term is introduce more pop quizzes and surprise tests. And they don't need to count towards grades, but to see where students are as we are in this kind of new territory. So a lot of times we don't know how much they're using AI, how much they're cheating with it, to insert more chances for assessment and be tracking that data. Because that's another thing, we don't have a lot of visibility into how this experiment is going. In terms of what AI can do and what AI can't do, and therefore what should we be teaching kids in particular and what skills should we be fostering, my philosophy is we should never assume AI will never be able to do something. And the reality is we cannot predict the future, what jobs will be there, how advanced AI is going to get, and how quickly. That means we have to prepare kids for absolutely anything. Whichever way the future evolves, however quickly we get to the moon, start genetic engineering, kids can pivot, adapt, and think critically about the world around them. And most of those skills don't actually have anything to do with technology. They require deeper thinking. Critical thinking is absolutely vital. In the age of advanced technologies, kids need to read more. Read for the sake of reading, and read in a way that they can come back to school or with their parents and discuss the ideas and have those ideas challenged. Kids need to play more in the age of advanced technologies. The future Steve Jobs of the world, they're not going to come from a corporate cubicle. They're going to come from people that have imagination, that can play freely, experiment, work collaboratively. Long-term thinking, so getting kids to think beyond the immediate horizon and beyond just this unit test in chemistry or in math, but how could this impact things in 5, 10 years to come? And even cross-disciplinary thinking. Kids in school today are likely to hold 17 jobs across 5 different industries. They won't be doing just one thing. So we have to get them to think, how does math connect to what I just learned in history, which may connect to what I do in philosophy or in English? So all of these new, and they're not even new skills, but it's just about centering these types of skills. Most of the most important skills for the future are ones we can foster for free. And that's what I think we can sometimes miss in these moments where we feel like we have to lean into technology for the sake of it. But it's actually the other skills that we need to make sure we are doubling down on in the age of advanced technologies. And one kind of lived example that I do with my nieces and nephews constantly since the age of about 6 or 7, I theoretically introduce them to technology, and this is what can happen in the classroom as well. I explain concepts in age-appropriate ways, like genetic engineering, and I ask them to interpret what that would mean for their world and their sense of ethics. So if we could, theoretically, make sure nobody gets sick in the world with these technologies, should we do that? But what if, to my nephew, it meant all that basketball practice you do, somebody didn't have to do because that same technology allows them to suddenly be really good at basketball? How should we think about that? They engage in the higher order thinking. They're exposed to the longer term concepts of technology without actually having to play around passively on an iPad. So these are the types of deep conversations and higher order thinking that can happen into the classroom that teachers are uniquely positioned to deliver and to facilitate. I mean, when you think about a teacher and they don't get enough credit for all of the things that they do, I mean, the curriculum is one small part of it. They are social workers, they are therapists, they know their children inside and out. So being able to go deep into these types of conversations, that's what we also need to be focusing on. And I know it sometimes feels counterintuitive because I'm a futurist and I spend most of my days in patents and technologies talking about robots uploading brain interfaces, yet the most important skills for the future have nothing to do with technology.
Great, and I want to go back to something that you said. So technology for the sake of technology is absolutely not the right way to go about things, but learning for the sake of learning is. And some really interesting insights this week about how schools and test-based learning does not set students up to enjoy or take pride in just the sort of act of learning, and sort of encouraged and optimized to find the answer, get the answer right. And then even in a critical thinking class that cognitive scientist Christine Legare talked about yesterday, even in that class where there is no right answer, what the students wanted is they wanted the rubric to get there. And what she said to them is like, well, do you think you're going to, when you have a job in the real world, do you think that there is a way? Like, you're not going to be asked to discover the answer or where we should go, or the right path, I should say, by being given the rubric. So it sort of seemed we're at this kind of acute moment where the way students are taught and what they're taught to optimize for is very at odds with where we're at right now with AI and the fact that it is designed to give you the answer. And I actually talked to a teacher who said, teaching 16 to 18-year-olds, and she was like, okay, so what I do to try and kind of circumvent the use of AI in writing is I have my students write in class, and I do give them a bit of a rubric, like this is a good structure for an essay. And then when it comes time to actually submit the essay, they go home and type it up. In some cases, in a few cases, that student had kind of ripped up their essay and basically just completely generated a new one in ChatGPT. And what that said to me was, there was no time saved or cognitive load saved in doing that. What that says to me is that we're in a confidence crisis.
Yeah, and this is potentially really detrimental to society more broadly, not just kids, but all of us, that we become so reliant on these technologies, we stop believing in our own ability to make decisions. And no matter how good technology gets at something, there will be times when we have to deviate from the technology's advice, and we have to make sure we are ready for all of those moments. And you might even hear people talk about optimizing every aspect of your life with artificial intelligence, and I somewhat take issue with that. Because if writing that email is the one time in the day where you think deeply, you move through your ideas, you have to structure what you want to say, and you pass that to an AI, unless you are replacing that time and that thinking with something else, that's a dicey bridge to be walking down. And there was a recent study, I believe it was Microsoft and Carnegie that joined forces for this study, and it did show that over-reliance on artificial intelligence can reduce our ability to think critically. So we need to make sure we are strengthening these skills as we start to move and work alongside artificial intelligence. And there was another study that was really helpful that showed this in real life in the workforce, where entrepreneurs were given access to AI systems to help with their small businesses. The high-performing entrepreneurs that had deep critical thinking skills, AI supercharged their performance because they knew the right questions to ask of the AI, and they knew how to apply the AI's answer to their business. When the lower performing entrepreneurs asked AI questions, they ended up doing worse, and it hurt the company because they asked the wrong questions, they just gave up and asked the hard questions, and they didn't know how to apply the material to their actual startup. So we don't want to build societies where we are 100% reliant on these systems. And that's something that we have to really think carefully about from at an adult age and at a child age. And I think we're already seeing it in terms of our attention spans, spelling. I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room, myself included, who feel like, I spelt that word last week and now I have no idea how to spell it this week. We want to make sure we're not short-circuiting the thinking in this age. So again, really centering deep problem solving, critical thinking, and deep learning.
Yeah, there's been a number of studies like the Carnegie Mellon Microsoft one that shows when you outsource your cognitive work to an AI, you actually become cognitively weaker. And that seems like extremely critical at an age, you know, in a period in time where, you know, students are supposed to be honing their cognitive abilities. But then it's like, well, how can you engage with that AI, you know, in a way to actually benefit from it? And knowing that if you outsource the cognitive load and you're not doing the cognitive work yourself, not only are you missing that moment, but you're missing the insights kind of living within you and kind of settling within you and kind of becoming who you are and increasing your body of knowledge and your resilience and your strength and your expertise. And it seems like in this day and age where it's so uncertain what jobs will look like, what the future will look like, kind of radical self-dependence is something that we should be teaching, and it would be great to kind of hear a little bit about where we think that kind of responsibility lies in that respect.
Yeah, and I always hesitate to, when I think about responsibility, to bring in parents because everybody is coming from a different place, and we can't really control what happens in the home. That's an entire other week of South by, making sure that all homes are equal and have access to the same things. But in school, I think we really need to think about building confidence as a skill for kids so they can continue to trust the questions that they're asking and their own ability to generate answers. And again, it doesn't mean, of course, in a world where AI is a master of quantum computing, we want kids to be able to ask questions, but we help them think more deeply about the questions that they're answering. And they have a broad understanding of the questions that they're asking, they have a broad understanding of the answers that AI can give them. And again, that is a fundamentally different society, right? Where we go from what is the answer to what is the question. And that's why that is part of that bigger system-wide redesign. But I think centering confidence, encouraging kids to speak in front of classmates, engage in conversation, because that is also the interface of the future. It's conversing with these AI systems is absolutely critical. And then in terms of you asked, what are the jobs of the future? Nobody can really predict them. We can predict the jobs that are going to be automated. That's much easier to see. But the same way nobody 20 years ago could have predicted a social media manager was going to be vital to a company's existence, most of the jobs we can't really see. We know that there's going to be some convergence of synthetic biology and artificial intelligence in space. But again, it's about preparing kids for anything, not just trying to... I think we need to move away from preparing kids for jobs, because jobs are going to change. And that much we can guarantee. And that also means moving away from coupling identity to jobs. We have to move away from that entire philosophy, right? That idea that we learn, we work, we retire, that's all changing. So instead, we encourage kids to lean into the problems that they want to solve, the skills that they want to adopt, and the amazing ways that they want to change the world. I mean, tell kids about the robots and the AI systems that they'll be living with and ask them what they want to do with it, versus coupling identity to jobs, because that is just going to end up in a crisis, and we're moving away into an entirely different type of world.
And so some of the skills that we can teach children to kind of prepare for this new future, people sort of use the term like metacognition, right? So how to think. And it was interesting in a talk yesterday, one educator was saying, well, you can't necessarily stop students from using ChatGPT, but something that he does is like, okay, you used it, show me your prompts. Show me the questions that you asked it. Like, show me how you pushed ChatGPT. Because if you can ask good questions, and if you can become a good communicator, and you don't necessarily, and you kind of know where you want the answer to go and you can prompt in that direction, then that's a skill. That's a skill for today and for the future. Another skill that sort of came up as kind of an experimental sort of skill. The New York Times recently covered a story about, using this term, like a vibe engineer, which is this idea that kind of almost anyone with the will and the passion to do it, and that's something that I think we need to double down on encouraging in every individual, but anybody with the will and the desire to create an app can basically do that now. And it's this thing called like vibe engineering. So a lot of people kind of creating apps for themselves or apps for just a few people. And so one of the kind of emerging skills that was discussed was like around human-centered design. So if anybody can design products for others, like how do we get into, well, what would be good for others? And so that felt like another territory that felt rich.
Yeah, I think centering the human experience in an age of advanced technologies is an investment that we should definitely be doubling down on. And again, that does mean introducing kids to these ideas, to these technologies, but then bringing it back to the human, to just kind of the core fundamentals. I mean, I think history, ethics, philosophy, these are subjects that become more important the more advanced and technical our societies get.
And like you mentioned earlier, the computer scientists learning today are going to be the future tech tycoons of tomorrow. And so what can we be teaching them to create more ethical AI and exponential technologies that are good for people, that are designed in a way that is good for society? And so I think that's a really hopeful message, that we are in that moment now where that next generation of builders are we have that opportunity to kind of coach them and help them ask the right questions and design for the good of society.
Yeah, I don't think I could have said it better myself.
Yeah. So actually a bit of a segue into the question of just ethics in this space more broadly. And actually, maybe before we kind of like dive into some of those areas, what do we think of kind of the role of the educator in all of this, and how does that shift? So let's say in a great situation where you've got AI tutor that is the entire reimagined approach that you mentioned, where you have an AI tutor that's giving you adaptive learning, personalized, and all of that. What is the role of the educator in all of that?
I think that's going to evolve the more these pilots and the more the studies come through, the different positioning that the educator takes. So whether that's deep expertise in some areas, which will be vital, whether that's facilitating the right questions to ask, the right way to think about material, and the right way to think about learning. I think the role of the educator stays deeply coupled with kids understanding and knowing how to learn. And that is what education was supposed to be for.
When you have a question or a challenge.
Learning. And so I think it goes back to that. We've redesigned education to prepare people for work. And I think we need to move towards preparing people for life. But the educator still stays central to that process. I mean, I don't think many people would want to send their kids to a school with 95 robots and no people. I don't think that's the future that we're all aiming for.
Right. So I guess in some of these kind of very innovative models like Alpha School, where it's 2 hours of intensive personalized learning with an AI tutor, the rest of the day is all about human connection with teachers and instructors and guides that help kind of uncover the passion of that student and help to nurture it and help them to have the confidence to kind of deliver on that. So in a couple of minutes, we will be taking some questions. So if you want to use the Slido and ask some questions, they will appear on the screen in a few minutes. But with that, wanted to touch on, the ethics of this space a bit more.
Yeah, and this is something we have to really think carefully about. Artificial intelligence, data, and children. That's already a deeply questionable intersection.
In 2024, the 4 largest tech companies in the United States leading advances in AI earned nearly $268 billion.
Both Amazon and Microsoft exceeding analyst estimates on both the top line and the bottom line.
But these profits have come at the cost of the dismissal of hundreds of thousands of workers who generally belong to the so-called middle class.
Despite reporting better than expected quarterly results, tech giant Microsoft announced it will be laying off roughly 6,000 employees.
Although advances in artificial intelligence promise gains in productivity, efficiency, and cost reduction, people who lose their jobs also lose the opportunity to move up the socioeconomic ladder.
Big tech companies like Meta, Google, and Amazon have been laying off a staggering amount of workers, tens of thousands of people.
The problem is that with the elimination of these jobs, the gap between the rich and the poor is growing increasingly wider.
The digital revolution creates enormous wealth for those with the skills and preparation to take advantage, but it eliminates what economists call middle skill jobs.
Whereas in the past, workers had bargaining power due to their essential role in production, today that power is diminished in the face of machines that operate without salaries, demands, or interruptions. So, how artificial intelligence is replacing middle-class careers? The rise of artificial intelligence has ushered in a new technological era that promises significant productivity gains, cost reductions, and transformative efficiencies across all sectors. However, behind these promises lies a growing economic concern. AI is accelerating a structural shift in the U.S. labor market that threatens the stability and very existence of the middle class. Historically, the middle class has been the backbone of the U.S. economy, sustained by a broad base of white-collar jobs in sectors such as finance, education, and law. The automation of traditional tasks performed by mid-skilled professionals is severely affecting the American middle class.
Computer software and industrial machines now fill roles from clerical tasks to routine manufacturing that once produced middle-class incomes for workers without college degrees.
At the same time, wealth is increasingly concentrated in a small elite that owns AI companies. Although much of the public attention has focused on how automation threatens blue-collar manufacturing jobs, a quieter revolution is unfolding in white-collar sectors. In fields that were traditionally considered immune to automation, such as law, journalism, and finance, AI is already displacing workers. For example, AI tools are being used by law firms to draft legal documents, by newsrooms to generate content, and by corporations to replace customer service agents.